Chapter 28. The different groups of soldiers joined to create a wall of shields with their spears facing the front. They stood shoulder to shoulder, as close as they could to one another, forming 3 rows, and then turned to face the dragon. They didn't seem to be afraid of confronting the death the winged beast was bringing to them. They stood still, in formation, impassible while the dragon roared, announcing it was going to incinerate everyone. Lasgul watched the maneuver and didn't find any logic in that situation. The dragon was going to destroy them, either with its breath of fire or by coming down upon them with its terrible talons, and the strength and impulse of its enormous winged body. He thought it suicide to form that way. Such a compact block would be a very good option against infantry, or even cavalry with their spears out like pikes, but against a dragon it made no sense. It was going to raise them all. He counted 100 soldiers in each row and felt bad for them. He wanted to shout at them to move away, to seek shelter, because they were going to die. The dragon saw them and roared victoriously. Then it swerved in the air to face them. 100 archers came running and stood behind the soldiers with spears and shields. They swiftly knocked arrows in their bows and watched the dragon. They were going to shoot at the beastly creature that was coming upon them. This surprised Lasgul. They were going to release at the dragon covered by the soldiers, only the soldiers couldn't protect them. They were all going to die. Those soldiers were supposed to be very good. That they were tough he had already seen. That they did not fear death he could now also confirm, since they were in front of a dragon. Their officers had to know that what they were trying was totally crazy. No one would survive. 2 more men arrived at a quick pace and stood behind the archers. One was wearing a dark blue robe with drawings that seemed to represent the sea's waves. The other one had a golden robe with the sun star engraved on his chest. They were middle-aged, and each had a staff in their hands. Lasgul instinctively knew they were magi and were coming to join in the defense. Now he was completely at a loss. What strange formation was that? And how were they going to confront a red dragon coming down from the sky to kill them all? Why did they not seek shelter between the houses made of rock? That was the logical thing to do, and what they should be doing. "What do you think they're going to try?" Gerd asked him, whose look of confusion was as great as Lasgul's. "I don't know, but it worries me. That red lizard is going to incinerate them all," Vigo predicted. "It doesn't look good." Nilsa shook her head, her eyes showing sadness. Like her friends, she guessed the defenders were not going to survive. Their heroic defense was in vain, a useless sacrifice. The dragon started to come down over the group, gliding, its gaze set on it. The soldiers raised their shields in 3 levels, combining them into a wall 6 feet tall. Lasgul understood that forming a wall of shields was a good defensive tactic, but not against a dragon. It was going to shred them to pieces or incinerate them. The archers knocked their arrows and aimed at the dragon as it approached, gliding. They pulled the string to their cheeks. "Those archers aren't going to achieve much without explosive arrows," Nilsa commented. "Unless they're very good and hit right between the eyes," Gerd said wishfully. "They're not better than we are, and we have serious difficulties doing just that," Lasgul admitted. "Yeah, I find it hard to think they're going to hit the eyes," Lasgul said. The dragon opened its mouth and roared. It was about 400 paces away, coming fast at the defenders. The 2 magi started casting a spell, moving their staves in their hands. The staff of the mage in the blue robe flashed a bluish-white. The staff of the one in the golden robe flashed with sparks of pure gold. "That's very curious," Gerd commented. "You mean the golden mage?" Nilsa asked. "Yeah. Have you ever seen anyone whose staff shone gold when using their magic?" "No," Lasgul admitted. "It might be golden magic." "I don't think so. It would be too good, and you know how few good things happen to us." Vigo shook his head. The mage in blue began to create a cloud over the soldiers that formed the wall of the shields and spears. At the same time, the mage in the golden robe created what looked like a golden sphere over the archers. "This is getting interesting. That cloud and the sphere they're creating are to somehow help against the dragon," Gerd said. "That's very strange. What do they intend to do?" Nilsa said, watching with her head tilted. The dragon was already 200 paces away. It opened its large mouth, roared one last time, and let forth its breath of fire. The bluish cloud descended upon the soldiers, covering them entirely. A moment later, it turned into ice and frost. The wall of shields became covered by ice. The golden sphere remained over the archers. A flow of live energy could be seen inside it, which seemed to float as if it were contained within the sphere. The breath of fire reached the soldiers on the wall and tried to incinerate them, but the ice and frost that covered them protected them. The fire enveloped them, but it didn't manage to burn them. The archers, protected from the impact of the fire by the wall of soldiers in front of them, raised their bows and touched the golden sphere with the tip of their arrows. In so doing, the golden substance inside adhered to the tips of the arrows, turning them into gold. The fire passed over them to keep going down the street. The archers aimed at the dragon, which flew over them, filling the street with fire. The barrier of soldiers lost their cloak of ice and frost, but they managed to protect the archers and the two magi, interrupting the lethal flow of flames. The archers released, and their arrows headed to impact the dragon. They did not seek to reach the head. Instead, they opted for a much easier target. They all released at its belly. Lasgul watched with great expectations. That combined defense of soldiers, archers, and magi of the city was most interesting. He didn't know who could have thought of it, but it was undoubtedly a brilliant mind. The arrows with golden tips all plunged in deep, and the dragon roared in rage. It flew to one side without gaining height. 100 arrows stuck in its abdomen. "It can't be," Gerd cried with widened eyes. "The arrows have hit the lizard all over its belly." Viggo was shaking his head, unable to believe it. "And the soldiers withstood the fire." Nielsa was rubbing her eyes. The two magi had raised anti-magic defenses in the shape of spheres, which had protected them from the elemental fire of the dragon, and thanks to the wall of frost, it had barely touched them. Lasgul watched how the archers knocked a second arrow with great speed and repeated the movement. They raised their bows so the tip of the arrows became imbued with the golden power of the sphere floating above them. A moment later, they released at the dragon before it got out of reach. The 100 arrows plunged into the dragon's back and tail, making it roar in rage again. "I'm beginning to understand how they've survived until now," Lasgul commented. "Are my eyes deceiving me, or have they buried 200 arrows into a dragon in a mere moment?" Gerd asked, rubbing his eyes. "They're not deceiving you, and they're buried deep," Lasgul told him. "That means this mage uses golden magic. There can't be any other explanation," Nielsa said, going between feeling astonished and hopeful. "Yeah, that mage is golden. We have to recruit him," said Viggo. "I'm not so sure he'd want to be recruited. He seems pretty busy saving his city and people," Gerd contradicted him. "So we recruit him forcefully," said Viggo. "That's not a good idea. But we should speak to him and get information about his magic," Lasgul said. "Here comes the dragon again. Watch out," Gerd warned them. This time the dragon opted for coming down with its talons out front and performing a physical attack instead of using its fiery breath. This was a very experienced dragon. It knew that the water mage could counter its breath of fire, so it opted for physical strength, in which it was incomparable. Lasgul thought that against that, they would not be able to defend themselves. The blue mage created a wall of ice in front of the soldiers, while the golden mage sent more energy to the golden sphere. The archers touched the tips of their arrows to the golden sphere. An instant later, the golden mage sent the sphere toward the soldiers of the wall. Nielsa could not help but let out a cry when she saw the dragon coming down at great speed to impact against the defenders. The soldiers did not move until the dragon was close to impact. They kept a cold calm, and at that moment, in a blur, they turned to touch the tips of their spears to the golden sphere the mage had moved to them. They covered the tips of their spears and separated into two parallel lines. The dragon hit the wall of ice and destroyed it, but it seemed to make it lose some of its inertia. It was impossible for such a thing to stop it, but it did slow it down a little. The archers released their golden-tipped arrows and threw themselves to the sides to get out of the dragon's area of impact as it came toward them claws first. The two magi each ran to one side so as not to be run over. The archers' arrows hit the dragon in the head, chest, and wings. The dragon roared and then crashed into those who had not managed to get to safety in time. It ran over several soldiers and archers who were sprinting to get out of its way. The magi, being further behind, managed to avoid being hit. The archers and the magi's maneuver was not what surprised Lasgul the most, but the fact that the soldiers had attacked the sides of the dragon as it passed between the two lines they were forming. Their spears had plunged in, deeply penetrating the body. The dragon beat its wings hard and began to take flight. It was followed by 50 arrows that hit it again before it could get far enough away from the archers. Lasgul was able to see that the dragon was losing blood from countless wounds. They weren't too deep, but there were several hundreds of them. Since it was losing blood from so many wounds, it was in serious trouble. No creature, not even a dragon, could afford to lose a lot of blood, and with so many wounds, that was just what was happening. With one last roar of rage, the dragon flew off, leaving the area.
"If I hadn't seen it, I wouldn't have believed it. They defeated it," Nielsa cried.
"They left it like a colander," Vigo laughed. "Impressive." Gerd nodded. "These soldiers really are as good as they say."
"If they do that to a dragon, I don't even want to imagine what they'll do to the soldiers of Craido," Nielsa commented.
The surviving soldiers and archers were regrouping with the mage. A moment later, they all ran off.
"Where are they going now?"
Nielsa wondered.
"No idea, but we'd better not lose sight of the golden mage," said Gerd. "Yeah, he's worth his weight in gold," said Vigo, who was smiling and already on the move.
Chapter 29. They came out of the building and prepared to follow the soldiers, archers, and the two magi. Lasgul went first, with Vigo at his heels. Nielsa and Gerd followed them. They went in single file as they usually did, and they went close to the wall of the building, moving cautiously. Lasgul got to the corner and put his head out in a whiplash movement to look without being seen. He raised his fist, and they all stopped.
"More soldiers and archers are coming to join the ones we've seen," he told them in a whisper.
"And more magi?" Nielsa asked with interest. Lasgul shook his head.
"Soldiers with spears and shields and archers," he informed them.
Then he waited a moment and took another quick look. He motioned for them to keep going. They headed southeast. The soldiers and magi were running as if chased by savage lions. Lasgul followed, also at a run, but carefully, checking the adjacent streets and tall buildings in case anyone saw them. As he went on passing avenues and squares punished by the attacks, he thought that, in the eyes of the defenders, they would look like another group of archers trying to connect with the group running ahead of them. They would not look too suspicious. That eased him, but even so, he didn't cease looking right and left at all times, just in case. If they encountered another group, something ugly might happen, like the last time, and now was not the moment for additional complications. They turned the corner of a large building that was quite punished, and they found the reason why the soldiers and magi were in such a hurry. Right ahead of them, they found another group of soldiers, archers, and magi fighting against a brown dragon that roared, proclaiming the death it brought. It was standing on the ground and was attacking the soldiers with its mouth, killing them with its jaws.
"We'll hide in the heights,"
Lasgul told his friends as he climbed the half-collapsed stairs of a 4-story building. As he climbed the steps, he noted that the stairs and part of the wall were about to crumble.
"Be careful, light feet," he warned his friends. "Rather than feet, feather body," Vigo replied, as the step where he set his right foot collapsed.
With his prodigious agility, Vigo flew in a jump to the next step and went on climbing. They were going as fast and gracefully as they could. Lasgul reached the open rooftop, and Vigo followed close behind. Nielsa was almost at the last steps when Gerd put his hand on the wall and it crumbled inside. The giant, with his physical episodes, was unable to recover and fell inside the building following the wall. Nielsa heard the noise and turned her head. "Oh no," she muttered, and went back down to help Gerd. The giant was on his side on the floor, covered in dust. Nielsa entered the building with her bow at the front and saw there was no danger. It was deserted.
"Not a word of this to Vigo," Gerd told Nielsa as he got back on his feet and shook the dust off himself.
"Don't worry, I didn't see a thing," she smiled.
"The effects of what happened to me at the shelter sometimes act up on me."
He shook his head while he recovered his bow. Nielsa felt bad for her friend. There was no one with a better heart than him, and he didn't deserve that. Unfortunately, life was anything but fair.
"We all suffer some episodes. We've been the Snow Panthers for some time now. It's impossible not to have them. You with your hip, Lasgul with his mind and magic, Vigo with his limbs, and me all split open." She looked down at her torso.
Gerd looked at her in surprise.
"You don't suffer from any episodes, do you?"
Nielsa sighed.
"Well,
you told us you didn't."
"I didn't tell the whole truth," she blushed.
"What's wrong?"
Gerd looked at her with concern.
"Lungs, one of them is affected. I don't breathe as well as I used to."
"Wow, I'm very sorry, but you can't tell."
"That's right, you can't notice, but let it stay between us. I don't want to listen to Vigo mess with me even more. You know what he's like, at the slightest opportunity or excuse."
"Don't worry, not a word."
Gerd made as if to lock his lips.
I wonder how Ingrid, Astrid and Egil are. I bet they'll suffer from something too, after all they've been through.
Better not think about that, Gerd advised her.
There was another tremendous roar.
Let's go up, quick, Nielsa said.
They went to the stairs and up the last flight. Lasgul and Vigo were lying on their stomachs at the end of the flat roof, watching what went on. They reached them and also got down on the floor.
You took your time. What were you doing? Taking a nap?
Vigo scolded in his ironic tone. Securing the level below this one, just in case, Nielsa replied. Lasgul looked at Nielsa. That answer was almost believable, but he had the impression it was not the truth, although he said nothing.
Well, you've come at the right time. The brown dragon is going to eat them all. It's having a ball,
Vigo told them. They watched how the dragon killed several soldiers, biting them to pieces, splitting them in two, or biting off their heads. The soldiers were trying to plunge their spears in it, but these did not pierce the scales. The archers released at the head without much success. They sometimes hit the mouth, but not the eyes. They were not expert archers like the rangers. The dragon was crushing archers with its legs or disemboweling them with its claws. The two magi in blue robes were trying to freeze the dragon with spells of water and ice without success. The group with the golden mage had not arrived yet to strengthen those fighting the brown dragon, and the casualties were mounting.
Why don't the magi stop it?
Gerd asked in a horrified tone, seeing how the dragon ripped through the soldiers and archers, behaving like a murderous, insatiable beast.
These magi don't have golden magic. Their magic is of water,
Lasgul said.
And with that, there's little they can do against that savage beast, which seems to be enjoying tearing them to pieces,
Vigo commented.
It's horrible. It's decimating them savagely.
Nielsa swallowed a cry of horror. The dragon made its way to the two water magi. They lifted walls of ice before them to protect themselves and the soldiers. The dragon delivered two very strong strikes with its claws and destroyed one of the walls of ice. Both water magi retreated quickly, and with them the few soldiers and archers who were left alive. The dragon roared victorious. Seeing them fleeing, it attacked them with its elemental earth breath. A stream of rocks came from its mouth with great power and at top speed, which decimated everything in its way. Soldiers and archers died, torn by the 1,000 rocks that hit them with devastating force. The buildings, right and left, and in the street they were fleeing along, were also seriously damaged by the impact of the rocks against the walls. The breath of earth respected nothing, neither flesh, bone, or stone. It killed and destroyed all equally. The two magi had anti-magic spheres which protected them from its breath, but by the look on their faces and the way they walked, dragging their feet and stumbling, they were exhausted and about to collapse. The dragon was going to finish them off, and it roared, sure of its victory.
It's horrible,
Nielsa lamented.
That's dragons for you. It's either them or us,
Vigo told her.
It will be us,
Gerd stated as he watched with a furious look on his face. Lasgul wanted to believe it would be so, but seeing how powerful those monsters were, and the killing sprees they were capable of, he had serious doubts.
Reinforcements are arriving,
he told his friends in a cheerful tone. The group with the golden mage came to face the brown dragon. The soldiers formed their barrier of shields like they had done against the red dragon, and the archers stood behind. They were going to use the same fighting tactic to confront this dragon. Lasgul hoped they would have the same luck they had experienced with the red dragon. The two surviving magi entered among the soldiers, trying to reach safety. The dragon roared and beat its large wings, as if boasting of its immense superiority to the new arrivals. The terrifying, deafening sound would make the heart of the bravest shrink. And yet none of those running to meet it hesitated or trembled. The soldiers of that city were as good as they were devoted to their cause. They would die fighting the dragons, and they didn't mind the sacrifices they would be forced to make. They owed themselves to their city, and they would die for it. Lasgul felt proud of those warriors with unbreakable hearts. The water mage created a wall of ice in front of the soldiers to protect them. Lasgul understood that since this one was not a fire dragon, things were different. Against the earth element, the water element would have more difficulties, quite a few more. Water could not defeat earth, or Lasgul thought it was very unlikely. Air might do it, with a storm of lightning and discharges of energy that would break rock and stone, but water? No, water would take a long time to damage rock. The golden mage began to create his sphere of golden power over the heads of the soldiers. While he did this, the dragon attacked the wall of ice, and it did so with its breath of earth. The powerful stream of rocks hit the ice. For an instant, it seemed as if the wall would withstand the onslaught. But it did not. The ice began to crack while the dragon sent its breath of rocks and stones from side to side of the frozen wall. The crackings gave way to pieces of ice that began to fly off in every direction. As the rocks struck the ice with such force, the ice crumbled and flew off in shards. The dragon intensified its attack. It moved forward to stand closer to the wall and thus bombard it with the thousands of rocks its breath sent forth faster and more powerfully. More and more pieces of ice flew everywhere.
That wall is going to fall!
Nilsa watched with her eyes filled with anguish. And when it does, the soldiers are going to have a very bad time, Vigo added. At least the dragon isn't very intelligent, Gerd said. Why do you say that? Vigo said, frowning. It's sending its attack along the whole wall.
Instead of concentrating on a single spot and thus opening a hole,
Nilsa finished the sentence. That's right. Gerd nodded. Well, don't even think of it in case the lizard catches the thought, Vigo said. Too late for that, Lasgul said. Why? Vigo looked at him blankly. The Golden Mage is about to finish casting his spell. And, as if Lasgul had measured the time, the Golden Mage finished his spell, and a sphere of golden power formed over the soldiers and archers. They all lifted their arrows and spears at once to imbue their tips with the golden power. The dragon finally destroyed the wall of ice and roared, bloodthirsty. It attacked the enemy magi at once with its elemental earth breath. The anti-magic protective spheres of the magi prevented them from being stoned to death. But the dragon maintained its breath upon the three. It wanted them dead. The protective spheres weakened at once, and the magi sent more energy so they wouldn't be destroyed. One of the water magi, who had initially been fighting the dragon, was left without energy. His sphere was destroyed under the powerful stream of stones and rocks attacking him, and a moment later he died, lapidated.
Oh no, poor man,
Nilsa said sadly. He could not hold up any longer. An important loss for the city, Gerd said, shaking his head. Yeah, magi don't simply grow on trees, Vigo said with a gesture of annoyance. Now they'll avenge him, Lasgold predicted. The archers released their arrows imbued with the golden power. They moved on the dragon at a run, brandishing their spears, whose tips were now of gold, imbued with the power of that golden mage. They surrounded the great beast at a run, fast and disciplined. They knew what they had to do, and as one, following in order, they all plunged their spears into the dragon's body. They did so again and again. The dragon roared in pain. The tips penetrated its flesh through its scales, but the great beast was not going to be so easily defeated. It beat its enormous wings and tail, seeking to get rid of the soldiers attacking it. The brave defenders were flung off with the mighty blows of the wing and tail. Being so colossal, the dragon sent them flying in the air with minimum effort. They looked like children trying to stick pins in a reptile with gigantic wings, Vigo commented. Yeah, it looks like that. But those pins hurt, said Gerd.
It's destroying them with its physical strength, said Nilsa, distressed as she watched the soldiers being decimated by the strikes of the dragon's wing and tail.
Yeah, that's a certified bully, said Vigo. The archers released at the dragon to try and help their comrades. The 100 arrows with golden tips plunged into the dragon's chest and head. A roar of pain and rage came out of the monster's throat. It stopped its attack against the soldiers with spears and tried to use its earth breath on the archers. Before it could do so, they released again, as one, and another 100 arrows buried themselves all over its body. The pain they caused when they penetrated its body confused the dragon, so it could not use its elemental magic attack. It shut its mouth, where about 20 arrows had wounded it. The archers managed to shut its big mouth, Vigo said, cheered.
They've stopped it from using its magic against them,
Nilsa guessed. They're going to release again, Gerd commented. Lasgul had a bad feeling for some reason. The archers were winning the battle, but even so, he felt something was not going well. The dragon beat its wings, and instead of attacking with its magic, it leaped forward to fall among the archers with all the weight of its body, its lethal claws tearing into whoever they reached. Some of the archers released, their determination unbreakable to the end. Some saw it was coming upon them and tried to move away, and others were crushed, but not without having released one last time. The dragon roared. It was riddled with arrows and was losing blood from countless arrow and spear wounds. Lasgul noticed it had little life left with so many wounds, but he saw the eyes of the dragon gleam. It was not going to die yet. The great brown beast roared once more and took another leap forward, this time seeking to kill the golden mage. It fell on top of the magi who were still standing. The three had protective spheres against physical attacks. The water mage used a sphere of ice, and the golden mage one of solid gold. The water magi were flung away to one side, rolling inside their spheres that lost chunks of ice as they rolled. The golden mage was caught under the right claw of the dragon.
"It's going to kill the golden mage!" Nilsa cried. The dragon put its other claw on top of the golden sphere that protected the mage and squeezed hard, trying to break it like an egg. It looked at the golden mage it was crushing with all the weight of its huge body, while the mage used all the energy he had left to prevent his defense from being destroyed. Chunks of gold flew off in every direction. He wasn't going to be able to maintain his sphere. The dragon was too strong. It was going to destroy the protection and crush the mage. The surviving archers kept releasing at the dragon's back. A group of soldiers also jumped onto the monster's back and plunged their spears in again and again, striking with all their might. The dragon roared in pain but did not cease in its intent of finishing off the golden mage. It knew it was because of him that the archers and soldiers could hurt it, and it was going to kill him at any cost. The mage was going to die right there, and then for what he had done and what he represented. He was a threat to the dragons, and no dragon was going to allow that. He had to die. So said the path, and so it would be. The sphere finally broke into 1,000 pieces of gold under the tremendous pressure of force the dragon was exerting. The mage somehow managed to crawl along the ground between the claws before they crushed him. The dragon lifted its head, sure of its victory, ignoring the countless wounds they were delivering to its back. It lifted its claw to crush the mage with it and roared triumphantly. The enemy of the dragons was dying. Lasgol rose. He aimed his golden bow and called on his multiple shot skill. He sent energy to the bow. "What are you doing?" Vigo asked blankly. "Lasgol?"
Nilsa looked at her friend and then at the dragon.
"Let's all release," Gerd said.
The mage knew it was his end and raised his gaze, his eyes filled with despair. He was going to die, crushed by the dragons he had fought against to his last breath. His eye caught a powerful golden flash on the roof of a building in front of him, a flash he immediately recognized. That was golden magic like his own. But it couldn't be. Or could it? 3 arrows entered simultaneously into the dragon's mouth in its final roar. They reached the throat and burst in explosions of fire before going in farther and plunging deeply into the flesh. The dragon's astonishment was absolute. Its eyes opened wide. The 3 arrows were followed by another one an instant later, and this was followed by another, and a moment later by one more, all of fire, which burst inside its maw one after the other. Flames came out of the dragon's mouth, the flames of the elemental fire arrows Nilsa, Gerd, and Vigo had released. The dragon felt like it was choking, and its throat burned all the way down. It opened its mouth as wide as it would go, trying to spit the flames out. It looked up at the archers. There was a new golden flash, and 3 arrows came at once and plunged inside the dragon's throat with 3 bursts of fire. The dragon died with its claw not having crushed the mage. It fell to one side like a ruined building. The mage crawled along the ground and then stood up. He looked toward Lasgol and his friends standing on the roof with their bows in their hands. "We'd better get out of here. The mage has spotted us," Gerd said.
"Yeah, better that they don't come over to see who we are," said Nilsa. To everyone's surprise, the mage bent over in a deep bow toward them.
"I don't think he's going to send anyone," Lasgol said. "Are you sure?" "I don't know." Vigo was frowning. "I think he recognized the magic of the bow," Lasgol told his friends. "In any case, we'd better change locations," Gerd advised. "Yeah, that's true. Let's find another elevated position," Lasgol said, and they left the roof at a run. Chapter 30. They ran downstairs to get out of the building fast, but being careful in case the stairs or wall caved in. In the streets, they watched the survivors of the confrontation with the brown dragon regroup and talk among themselves. They look exhausted. "Let's move on, in case the mage sends people to investigate us," said Gerd. "Yeah, we better put some distance in between us, but we can't lose sight of him," Lasgol said. "We have to find out everything we can about that mage and his golden magic." "We all agree on that," said Vigo.
They sought another nearby building that would allow them to hide and at the same time see what happened to the mage and his group of soldiers and archers. A roar coming from the north reminded them there was still a dragon flying over that area of the city. They found a 2-story house in a good structural state but abandoned, and they took refuge in it. Through a window, they were able to see the Golden Mage and his group.
"One moment,"
Vigo called and got down on one knee.
"What is it?" Gerd asked him.
"I forgot to make a notch in my dragon hunter assassin's belt."
Nielsa rolled her eyes.
"You really are a pain."
Gerd shook his head and made a face that indicated he gave him up as an impossible case.
"What? Did we kill another dragon or not?"
"We only finished it. The defenders of the city killed it,"
Nielsa corrected him.
"Whoever delivers the killing shot takes the glory of the hunt. It's the same here,"
Vigo replied, beaming, and he carved a notch on his belt with one of his knives. The dragon's roars came to them on the breeze that ran through the city.
"I hope our Golden Mage and his group don't do anything stupid,"
Vigo said.
"Anything stupid? What do you mean?"
Nielsa asked him.
"They're on the move,"
Lasgul warned them.
"They're retreating?"
Gerd asked.
"No, they're heading north,"
Lasgul told them.
"That was the stupid thing I meant,"
Vigo said with a sigh.
"They're definitely going north. They're going to fight that last dragon,"
Lasgul said.
"They certainly are brave,"
Gerd acknowledged with a nod.
"True. They must have almost no energy left to cast spells,"
Lasgul commented.
"What they are is foolish. They're running to their death with open arms, and they've escaped it twice. They won't get away a third time,"
Vigo said.
"They do their duty. They have honor and loyalty. They don't abandon their own to their doom,"
Gerd told him.
"Well, they're ingrates. We just saved their lives, and here they go, headlong into a deadly fight again."
Vigo shrugged.
"It would appear they want to die."
"No one wants to die. And yes, they are brave,"
Nielsa told him in a reproachful tone for saying such things.
"Let's follow them,"
Lasgul told them and motioned for them to go after the group. They headed to the place where the fighting was going on. They saw several groups of soldiers running to the same place like them, but no one took any notice of their group. Everyone had their eyes on the white flying monster that was attacking the city amid horrifying roars. They made as if they were also running to fight the dragon.
"They're moving very slowly," Gerd said.
"They're very tired,"
Lasgul had also noticed.
"We better go ahead of them and check the area. We know where they're going,"
Nielsa said.
"Good idea,"
Lasgul agreed. They overtook the Golden Mage and his group, putting several buildings of separation between them, and arrived at the combat area. They sought a building with good visibility about 300 paces from where the fight was taking place. They ran up to the roof and saw that it had a covered part and another section that was clear. They hid in the covered part. They watched the fight for a moment. A young white dragon was punishing the soldiers of that area of the city. It was making passes and delivering its elemental air breath in the form of a storm. It delivered lightning and deadly winds upon the soldiers and archers, who were suffering many losses.
"They're not doing well,"
Gerd said ruefully as he watched the fighting at a crouch. Lasgul watched the dragon soaring to turn and make another pass over the defenders.
"I don't see a Golden Mage with them."
Nielsa was watching with narrowed eyes.
"They have a water mage. He's a little further behind,"
Gerd realized.
"Well, with only a water mage, they're not going to defeat a white dragon that's not landing,"
Vigo reasoned.
"Let's not doom them so quickly. They've already defeated 2 dragons, and that's a real feat." "The last one we killed, that's what I say,"
Vigo specified.
"We only saved the Golden Mage,"
Nielsa corrected him.
"And look, here he comes,"
Vigo said, pointing at the side of the building. They saw several groups of soldiers who were running to aid those being massacred by the dragon. Among them were the Golden Mage and a Water Mage. The soldiers and the Water Mage who were fighting the dragon began to retreat, defeated. They had not yet seen the other groups that were arriving from different streets to help them.
"Those are retreating. They're smart," said Vigo. "Only until they meet up with the ones coming to reinforce them,"
Gerd retorted. And so it was. The different groups who were running to strengthen the defenders managed to reach the ones pulling back. Once they all met, they formed rows and prepared to confront the dragon. The soldiers formed the wall of shields and spears. The archers stood behind them. Finally, the 3 magi, 2 of water and the golden one, stood at the back. While they regrouped, more soldiers and archers appeared from the adjacent streets, and they all joined in the defense.
"These soldiers are a tad crazy,"
Vigo said, shaking his head.
"They fight as best they can. What would you do in their place?"
Gerd said.
"Surely not this. They're going to die, you'll see."
The white dragon came down upon the defenders, flying low and following a wide avenue that led into the square where the defenders had taken up positions. It roared and opened its mouth to launch its elemental attack. The water magi cast a spell with the little energy they had left and created a wave of ice to protect the formation. The golden mage cast a spell and managed to create a golden dome, although it was much smaller and thinner than the ones he had created before.
They're out of energy. I think that's all they're going to be able to conjure. They haven't even raised defensive spheres to protect themselves, Lasgol noted. Well, then the dragon's going to butcher them, Vigo predicted. The storm breath hit the ice wave that protected the defenders. The dragon maintained its stream of death on the icy wave as long as its flight let it. Then it began to rise. The archers dipped their arrows in the golden substance of the sphere and released. The dragon received dozens of arrows in its wings and let out a powerful roar. Ha, look, they're going for the wings to make it come down. They're clever after all, said Vigo.
They've been under siege for years. They must have learned a thing or two, said Nilsa.
The dragon got out of reach at once and swerved, but this time it didn't face the same street to attack the same way. It came from the back, facing another street that led to the square.
Oh no!
Nilsa feared the worst.
That little white dragon is clever.
Vigo narrowed his eyes.
It's going straight for the Magi, and they're in the open, Lasgol realized. Let's help them. Are you serious?
Vigo made a face of disbelief. The dragon headed toward the Magi, flying low. The defenders realized the situation and began to maneuver. They all ran to stand on the other side of the frozen wave, which, although cracked, was still standing. The Magi were the last and the slowest. About 30 soldiers stayed behind them and formed a wall with their bodies to protect their retreat.
Release at the head. We have to distract it, Lasgol told his friends urgently. What for? They're doomed.
Vigo was reluctant.
The golden mage must survive, Lasgol told him. We need to talk to him, Gerd added impatiently. As you wish, but that mage has a death wish engraved on his forehead.
The dragon roared and sent its elemental breath of air and wind with dreadful lightning. The soldiers waited firmly for the breath to reach them. Several were blown away from the strength of the winds, and others died at once, hit by lightning bolts carried by the elemental stream. Lasgol released with his true shot skill, using an earth arrow. The dragon was only some 400 paces from their position. It was a shot he could make, but he wanted to hit the eye, not the head, so he made sure. There was the green flash of his own magic and then the golden one of the bow. The arrow hit the left eye of the dragon. The explosion of earth blinded it momentarily, and the arrow went deep into the eye. The dragon turned its head to the left just as Gerd's and Vigo's arrows hit its forehead. They were earth arrows which tried to blind the dragon. They didn't manage to hit the eyes, but they annoyed it. The dragon swerved, and instead of attacking the soldiers who guarded the Magi's escape, it headed toward them.
It's coming for us, Gerd warned.
Well, it's going to get what for, said Vigo, very sure of himself. The dragon headed toward the building. Nilsa's arrow hit its right eye straight on and exploded. It was a fire arrow, and it burned part of the eye. The dragon roared in rage and shook its head, turning in mid-flight. It seemed to be deciding whether to attack them or the soldiers below. Lasgol, Gerd, and Vigo already had another arrow ready, and they released when they saw the dragon flying undecidedly. Lasgol hit the left eye again, and it was with an arrow of fire. The dragon was about 250 paces away, so that its elemental or mental attacks couldn't reach them, but they could hit the dragon with their bows. Gerd and Vigo released air arrows and gave it a taste of its own medicine. The explosions of lightning reached the dragon's forehead and eyes, which annoyed it to no end. It roared and flew straight at them. "Take cover!" Lasgol shouted. They threw themselves on the floor. The dragon attacked them with its elemental breath, which struck the covered part of the roof, making pieces of rock fly off everywhere. The wall and roof protected them from the lethal stream, and it didn't touch them. But it punished the building, and a moment later part of the roof collapsed. They moved away as they were able, rolling along the floor to the sides. "Where is it?" Nilsa asked, looking around, unable to locate the dragon. "It's swerving," Lasgol informed them, as lying on the floor he watched the course of the dragon's flight. "Is it coming back?" Gerd asked. "No, it looks like it's going to attack the soldiers," Lasgol said. "I take it back, the part about the snow lizard being smart. If it attacks two fronts at the same time, it's not very bright." The dragon came down upon the soldiers, who were now on the other side of the wave. It sent its breath of air, and the wave lasted no longer than a moment. Then it burst into 1,000 blocks of ice. The first soldiers received the attack and died where they stood. The archers released at the dragon, which was almost on top of them. They struck its wings like they had in the first pass. The dragon roared in pain and stopped its attack to fly higher. It had over 100 arrows stuck in each wing, and as it soared, it received another volley from the archers before it could get out of range. "They're making its wings beautiful, decorated with arrows." Vigo smiled. "It won't be able to fly soon," said Gerd. "It must be losing a lot of blood from all those wounds." The defenders now ran toward the sphere with the golden substance and dipped their weapons in it. Lasgul watched closely. None of the Magi was conjuring. They were without energy. He saw them talking to the soldiers. A moment later, the three withdrew, accompanied by about 20 men. The archers and the rest of the soldiers stayed in the middle of the square under the sphere, whose golden substance was beginning to fade.
"That's not good,"
Nielsa observed.
"That the Magi are withdrawing?"
Vigo asked.
"No, that the golden substance is vanishing."
"The Golden Mage has no more energy. He can't keep it up," Lasgul explained.
The dragon came back with a tremendous roar. The soldiers and archers were now defenseless before the attack of the dragon, since the Magi were leaving, having been rendered useless. The dragon saw this and roared victoriously. It was going to destroy them all.
"If I were them, I'd run away now,"
Vigo said.
"They're real soldiers, with honor and guts. They won't move,"
Gerd told him.
"They're stupid. They're going to die."
The white dragon swept low and sent its breath of storm. The soldiers were blown away and died from the discharges of energy. Opening a hole in the wall, they formed to protect the archers. At that moment, just before the deadly breath could reach them, the archers released their arrows imbued with golden power. The arrows went straight to both wings, riddling them. The breath reached the archers and made a furrow of death as it passed through the middle of the group. The dragon went on gliding straight, seeking to reach the fleeing Magi.
"It's coming toward us,"
Gerd warned.
"Watch out, everyone,"
Lasgul said, preparing his bow. As it came closer, they realized that the course of the dragon's flight was too slanted. If it went on like that, it was going to crash into the ground. It tried to beat its wings and rise, but then something unexpected happened. It could not. It roared in alarm. Its wings didn't respond. They were maimed. It crashed against the floor of the avenue and was dragged by the inertia of the speed it had crashed with. It ran over the soldiers who protected the Magi's escape, and then its advance stopped. Lasgul ran to the buttressed part of the roof and looked down into the street. The dragon was on the side of the building.
"It knocked down the soldiers and the Magi,"
he informed his friends as they stood beside him on the ledge.
"Let's help them,"
Gerd said, aiming already. Vigo made a face of disagreement, but he said nothing. The dragon got up and roared furiously. It looked at its useless wings and roared again. A couple of soldiers were trying to get back up with difficulty. The dragon moved on its strong legs and bit their heads off. The bodies remained upright for a moment, as if they didn't know they no longer had heads. Then they collapsed on the floor. The three Magi were dragging themselves along the floor, trying to escape. The dragon saw them, and ignoring another couple of soldiers struggling to rise, it went to kill them. Lasgul aimed at the dragon's head down on the avenue. He called upon his powerful shot skill and joined it with multiple shot. Then he sent energy to the bow. He was hoping it would not fail him. Today his magic was responding, and he hoped it would go on like that. There were 2 green flashes, and then the golden one of the bow. 3 simultaneous fire arrows flew directly at the dragon's head. The dragon stepped on one of the water Magi, trapping him under its right talon. It didn't crush him completely. The 3 arrows hit the winged beast in the head. There were 3 explosions of fire, and the steel arrows penetrated its head down to the fletching. The dragon brayed with pain. It shook its head and raised its gaze toward the origin of the attack. On the roof, Nielsa, Gerd, and Vigo released. Their 3 arrows headed to the head and the eyes of the dragon that was looking at them. It didn't have time to move its head away, and the 3 arrows struck one after the other, 2 of air and 1 of fire. The explosions, discharges of energy, and flames hit it fully in the eyes and forehead. The dragon shook its head and screamed with pain. The Golden Mage pulled the Water Mage by the arms and managed to get him out from under the talon. He was bleeding from both legs, but he seemed to be alive. The third mage was trying to cast a spell to protect them, but he fainted when he exceeded his use of magic and dropped to the floor.
"Release! We can't give it quarter," Lasgul called. "I'm going to scorch its head,"
Vigo cried. The four released at the dragon with elemental fire and air arrows. The beast opened its mouth to attack them with its elemental breath, but it wasn't fast enough. The arrows struck it full in the forehead, eyes, and mouth, preventing it from attacking. Lasgul used his powerful shot skill, and his arrows went into the maw of the dragon, which began to spit blood with great retching motions. "Keep releasing! Don't let it attack us!" Lasgul told his friends. "If it opens its maw, I'll burn it," Vigo cried, already aiming with a fire arrow. The two magi crawled to a covered passageway and hid behind the columns. The golden mage put his head out to watch how the group punished the dragon with their arrows. The beast, enraged and maimed, tried to lift its head toward the roof and attack the archers. It received 4 other arrows in the mouth and forehead, which prevented it from using its attacks. It spit out blood again. Desperately, it struck the base of the building with its claws, making stone and rock fly off. "It wants to bring the house down," Nilsa cried. "And us with it," Gerd added. "Release," Lasgul cried, not sure the building would hold under the onslaught of the dragon. At that moment, the surviving archers and soldiers came from behind the dragon's back. They had imbued their weapons with the last remains of the golden substance that had already vanished. As one, they attacked the dragon while it hit the wall of the building with its whole body, making it shake from the foundation to the roof. 2 balconies collapsed with part of the roof. Lasgul was about to release, holding his balance so as not to fall into the void, when he realized it wasn't necessary. The soldiers and archers were riddling the dragon with arrows and spears. The soldiers jumped onto its back and climbed up to the base of the neck to attack it. "Don't release. Save your arrows. It's doomed," Lasgul told his friends. "Look here, they're using my technique," Vigo boasted. The dragon tried to defend itself, biting and lashing out with its tail, but the archers were releasing from a prudent distance, and the soldiers with the spears dodged the attacks while they went on plunging their spears without mercy. The dragon died with one last roaring scream. "This one also counts as being caught by me," Vigo told them as he already brought out one of his knives to make another notch in his belt. Nilsa shook her head. "Only you can think about that right now." "We have a problem," Gerd warned them. "What is it?" Nilsa asked. "We've drawn too much attention," Lasgul commented. The golden mage was giving orders to the soldiers and archers and pointing at the roof where they were. "I told you we shouldn't intervene, but you never listened to me," Vigo protested. "They're surrounding us," Gerd realized. Lasgul noticed how the soldiers and archers were surrounding the building where they were. "Well, let them come and catch us. They'll see what they get," Vigo said belligerently. The golden mage came out into the open and made signs for them to come down. "Shall I kill him?" Vigo asked. "Surely the rest will cower if we kill the mage." "No, we can't kill him. We have to find out how he uses golden magic." Lasgul stopped him. "It could be very important for defeating the dragons," Gerd added. "That one isn't going to help us. We'd better kill him. And the water mage a little further behind him, too. Once they don't have any magi, the rest will go away." "We're not going to kill any mage who fights against the dragons," Lasgul told him firmly. "You certainly are hopeless, Goody Two-Shoes. You'll see when they hang us all as spies." "What should we do?" Gerd asked Lasgul. Lasgul sighed. The building was surrounded, and more soldiers and archers were coming from other areas of the city. They had no way out. "We surrender and speak to the golden mage." Nilsa, Gerd, and Vigo exchanged concerned looks. "No way. I'm going to rescue Ingrid. I'm not going to let them lock me up or execute me." "And how are you going to do that? We're surrounded," Nilsa told him. Vigo smiled. "We play hard to get. We waste time. Night will fall, and by the time they catch you, I'll have already vanished." Chapter 31. That morning, Nahia and Logan went over to the forge to see whether their armor had been repaired. The continuous attacks of the training, both the initial physical ones and lately the magical attacks, had been damaging their equipment. The order had come from Arbacux, the Exarber Master of Riders, to have them repaired before going on with the combat exercises. He didn't want there to be a tragedy. The armor was very tough, but the punishment of so many attacks was weakening them at some points. If one of those points broke and a magical attack entered through it, it might mean a very serious injury, and even the end. Nahia was grateful not to see the teacher for a couple of days after what had happened at the last practice session. Logan was well. He hadn't suffered more than a few contusions, but the teacher's image of Nahia had been very damaged by the seizure she had suffered because of her condition. She didn't know what Igam Zuribiol would do after what had happened, and she was very worried. Logan was glad that nothing bad had happened. That was enough for him. She, however, knew the teacher would not let such a scene pass unnoticed.
"The armor is as good as new,"
Senior Blacksmith Sergeant Major Fakros told them as he signaled to his Turgnamus helpers to bring the pieces. Nahia watched them. The enormous Capro, with his powerful muscles, was wearing his usual working clothes, a leather apron strengthened with dragon scales covering his whole body. His boots and gloves were also reinforced. He was huge, with tremendous physical power.
"Thank you, Senior Blacksmith,"
Logan told him as he checked the repaired armor they were bringing him. He and Nahia were wearing the pieces that had not needed repairs, and now they would put on the fixed ones. Nahia was looking at the pieces another Turgnamus blacksmith helper was bringing to her.
"Yeah, good as new. You can't see a single scratch,"
Logan said, impressed by the work done.
"That's the goal of a good repair,"
Fakros told them.
"It must be as good as new."
"This armor is a work of art,"
the Turgnamus who was helping Logan put his repaired pieces on said.
"From an incomparable master blacksmith,"
the Turgnamus helping Nahia said flatteringly.
"They are without a doubt."
Logan said it not to please the master or his helpers, but because he genuinely felt that way. "Let's hope we won't need another repair in a long time," said Nahia, looking uncertain this would be so. Logan nodded.
"Let's hope so. If you do need any repairs, don't hesitate to come to me at once, and I'll fix it as soon as possible. The more a repair is delayed, the longer it takes me to fix it afterwards. Besides, a dragon rider needs their armor spotless, both in looks and condition,"
the master blacksmith told them. "I have a question," Nahia said, checking her armor.
"Go ahead. Ask, rider,"
Fakros invited her. "This armor is of excellent quality and very hard, but are there enemies that can pierce it? I always wonder." The master blacksmith scratched his chin.
"Only very powerful creatures can pierce my armor."
"Like our dragon lords?" Nahia wanted to know.
"They can, yes, with claw, maw, or elemental breath."
"Yeah, we've experienced the latter," Nahia told him. "What other creatures can?"
"Those with powerful magic."
"And without magic?" Nahia wanted to know.
"Without magic, it's very difficult."
"The claws, talons, and beaks of griffins?" Nahia asked, which was the question she really wanted answered. The inquiry made the master blacksmith uncomfortable, and he made a gesture of annoyance.
"Yes, the claws, talons, and beaks of the griffins can damage and pierce through my armor. But that's because they are of the strongest of all creatures, if not the strongest of all."
"That's strong, huh?" Logan asked, raising an eyebrow.
"Yes, you must avoid them at all costs. They're magic, too. The armor would withstand a couple of attacks, but not more."
"That's good to know. Thank you, Master Blacksmith," Nahia said, bowing her head to the fabulous blacksmith.
"No need to thank me. Fight well, and be very careful around the attacks of the griffins. Armor can be repaired. A deadly wound, unfortunately, cannot."
"That's a great truth," Logan said. "When we'll remember," said Nahia.
"Now that our armor is repaired, we'll have to get back to our training,"
Logan said, looking at Nahia out of the corner of his eye. "Yeah, with the charming Igam Zuribiol and Leia," Nahia commented reluctantly.
"Are you sure you'll be able to keep training?"
Logan asked, looking at her with concern. Nahia sighed. "Yes, I'll be fine, don't worry. What happened shouldn't happen again."
"It's been a long time since you had any seizures."
"Yep, and you have no idea how happy I was. I won't say I believed my condition had been cured, because I know it's with me forever, but nearly."
"Perhaps one day the problem will leave you."
"I don't think so. I was born with this condition. I'll die with it," Nahia said, and her tone sounded more pessimistic than she intended.
"I bet you'll get over it,"
Logan said, trying to sound convinced, but he was not, and Nahia could tell. "Don't worry, it's part of who I am, for better or for worse."
"For better, of course."
Logan smiled at her. Seeing that smile, which appeared so seldom on his handsome face, Nahia felt her heart melting a little. She could do nothing but smile back and feel happy for having him with her. They were approaching the fortress barracks when their squires appeared at a run carrying their lance and shield. Nahia had to stop herself from smiling every time she saw them running toward them carrying their weapons. She found the way they ran, tottering from one side to the other, very comical. She couldn't understand how they did not trip and fall. She also could not understand why they always ran. There was never such a hurry, as far as she knew. Logan didn't smile like her when he saw them, but she knew they amused him too. He had admitted it to her. "Take it easy, no one's after you," Nahia told them as they reached them.
"Yes, my lady,"
Lontrios said, slowing down.
"Here are your weapons, my lord rider,"
Scruto offered. Nahia took the lance and shield her squire handed to her. Logan did the same with his squire.
"Does my lord rider need anything else from his faithful squire?"
Scruto asked Logan. "Don't be so submissive. I'm not a dragon lord. You don't need to treat me like one."
"I'm sorry my lord rider is displeased with my behavior. What a shame and dishonor,"
he said, and hung his head ashamed, as if Logan had given him the greatest reprimand. "I'm not displeased with your behavior." Logan wondered how to explain it without making the situation even worse. "I'd just be happier if you treated me with less honors." Scruto looked at Logan with enormous eyes.
"That goes against the behavior of a squire, my lord."
Logan sighed. "Forget it. Treat me as you have been taught to do."
"That I will do, my lord rider. It's the greatest honor to serve you."
Logan nodded, resigned. Nahia found it very amusing. Poor Logan trying to be treated normally. It was comical and endearing at the same time.
"Does my lady need anything else?"
Lontrios asked. "No, you may withdraw," Nahia told him.
"Thank you, my lady. The shield's hand grip was loose and I've tightened it,"
he informed her, and he did so with a glance that seemed odd to Nahia, peculiar. She felt the hand grip and noticed something. The two squires left at a run with their funny walk. "There's something here," Nahia commented, taking out a small wood container. "What is it?" Logan asked with interest. "I don't know." Nahia left the shield and lance on the floor and bent down as if she were checking them. Logan watched, intrigued. "There's this container," Nahia showed Logan unobtrusively. "Curious. Open it and see." Nahia opened it, and inside was a note. She looked around to see whether anyone was watching them. 3 riders were heading to the fortress barracks, and several Turgnamus, loaded with crates, were on their way to administration. In front of the castle were 2 large dragons, one red and the other white, but they seemed to be conversing together and were not looking in their direction. Nahia read the note. The message goes on. It spreads from the mouth of a few to the ears of many. It travels through Tremia, unstoppable. From war camp to war camp, soon everyone will know of the cause. Humans, Fatum, Taruk Capro, Scarlatum, and even Draconid. The information net is established. Tremia already had started it, and Craido has a new one. It unites us all from Craido to Tremia and Tremia to Craido. Good luck, and be careful. Signed, the prisoner. The prisoner. Nahia was thoughtful and knew at once who it was from. "It's a message from Egil," Logan recognized. "That's right. No idea how he managed to get it to us, but it shows his incredible talent and brilliant mind." "He's using Turgnamus to send the messages." Nahia nodded. "Some Turgnamus, and I would assume he's also using Exarber." "The chief librarian?" Logan asked, raising an eyebrow. "I bet he's collaborating with Egil, yeah. The dragons would never suspect that the one who controls the flow of information about the rebellion is a prisoner in their dungeons," Nahia reasoned. Logan looked toward the 2 dragons in front of the castle. "No, they'd never suspect such a thing. They're self-worshipping. They believe they know more than anyone." "And that's why they'll lose," Nahia said. Logan looked Nahia straight in the eyes. He saw their spark and nodded. "They'll lose," he agreed. The next morning they presented themselves at the airfield, riding Aroa and Eki. Igam Zuribiol and Leia arrived a moment later and landed in front of them. "What happened at the last exercise is a disgrace I cannot overlook," the teacher sent them bluntly, together with a feeling of great disappointment. "You both failed in the exercise of magical combat. You have dishonored your dragon lord." Nahia sighed deeply. She had expected her incident with her condition to bring her trouble. It always had. Dragons hated the weak, and Nahia's condition made her that, a weakling. "Yes, ma'am," Logan replied. Nahia only nodded and sunk her head into her chest. What she feared was being expelled, and the fear that it might happen overwhelmed her. "It's a serious offense, and so there must be consequences." Nahia swallowed. She was going to be expelled for sure. Perhaps they would let Logan stay. "Apologize to your dragon lords, whom you have dishonored with your behavior. They will be the ones to decide your fate. Because of what happened, I grant them the right to reject you," Igam Zoribiol said.
Eki turned his head a little and looked at Nahia out of the corner of his eye.
You have not dishonored me. What happened was an accident. If you have a condition, I will make sure to watch out in case I feel it in you and warn you. If I can help you in any way, you only need to let me know. I do not know what the matter is with you, but I would like to understand it and help you.
Thank you, Eki. It's something I was born with. For now, I can't think how you might help me. You or anyone, but I'm grateful. Always keep a last reserve of energy in combat. It's a lesson I'm sure you will never forget, Aroa sent to Logan, and she did it with a feeling of protection, not anger or disappointment. Thank you, Aroa. Lesson learned. I won't let the moment of combat consume me. For a moment, there was a tense silence. Igam Zuribiel broke it. What do the Dragon Lords say? Do they reject their riders? Aroa sent her reply at once. I do not reject my rider, ma'am.
Neither do I, ma'am,
Eki joined her. Igam Zuribiel looked both of them in the eye. So be it. I hope you will never have to regret this decision.
Thank you, ma'am, they both sent.
As for you, riders, what happened can never take place ever again, Igam Zuribiel sent, along with a feeling of rage. However intense or critical the experience you live through, as a rider you can never lose control, Leia told them. You will learn to control those situations. Your Dragon Lord cannot be left without their rider for a single critical moment you have not learned how to handle. Flameborn, you will learn to control that condition of yours. What happened will never be repeated. Stormson, a rider can never pass out in combat from exceeding himself in the use of magic. You have greatly disappointed me. I was expecting great things of you two. I see that my expectations were too high and unfounded. Today you will repeat it, and I hope you'll control both the magical energy you consume in the defense and your emotional problems, Leia told them, and she said the last word as an insult. Get ready. The moment has come to begin the exercise. Control your reserves of magic and stay calm at all times, Igam Zuribiel sent them, and Nahia felt the former was meant for Logan and the latter for her. She sighed. They could only do what the teacher had asked, and trust that Logan wouldn't run out of energy, and that she wouldn't suffer another seizure. Igam Zuribiel took off, and Aroa and Eki followed at once. Nahia wished nothing bad would happen either to her or Logan, although she knew the teacher and her rider would not loosen up, but rather be tougher on them. A few days later, they were still training in magical defense. Practice that day went pretty well, certainly better than Nahia had expected after the last exercises, which had not been exactly spectacular. Resisting against such rivals was a lot to ask for, and the teacher and its rider made sure to drive Nahia and Logan and their Dragon Lords to the limit. There had been days when Nahia thought they had even gone beyond. Igam Zuribiel attacked them without mercy that afternoon, as she always did. But this time, it was with mental attacks. Aroa's and Eki's magical protection held up pretty well. Not so hers and Logan's. Theirs didn't hold up as well as they would have wished. Once their magical defenses had fallen, Igam Zuribiel and Leia had attacked their minds and left them so sore and stunned that they were unable to think, least of all act. In spite of the punishment and mental suffering, Nahia was pleased because she hadn't felt that their lives were in danger. With the elemental attacks, they had been, and more than once. But with the mental ones, she felt it wasn't so. Leia certainly couldn't kill them with her mind. Igam Zuribiel, yes, for sure. But the Dragoness never went so far as to endanger them. When the exercise finished, they landed. Nahia's head hurt terribly, and she was trying to make it pass, but without success. Logan had already taken off his helmet and was frowning. He was shaking his head, but it didn't seem to be doing much good. You must practice more on the resilience of your magical defenses. It is critical, the teacher sent them. If your magical defenses fall, the enemy will finish you off, Leia told them. Understand that although many flying creatures do not have magic, there are others, powerful, that do, like the griffins you will be fighting soon. They have innate magical defenses, which will be very difficult for you to break down, and their magical attacks might affect you, especially you, riders. Nahia instantly looked at Logan. If the griffins attacked Logan and anything happened to him? He looked at her, and in his light eyes she saw the same concern and anguish she was experiencing. One of the maneuvers most used by the griffins is that of attacking the riders. Once the rider is dead, they can attack the weak spot of the dragon. Their favorite way of attacking,
since it is the only one they have in order to kill us. That and rendering us blind with attacks to the eyes or even tearing them out. A blind dragon does not live long. We were not created with a great sense of direction.
Therefore, it's imperative that the rider knows how to defend him or herself from the attacks of the griffins in order to protect the back of the Dragon Lord, Leia said with firmness in her voice.
Nahia looked down at her saddle. Underneath it was the neuralgic spot of Eki's nervous system, his most vulnerable spot, and which she had to protect, since the beaks and claws and talons of the griffins could pierce through the dragon's scales. When they were in Grifforos, she had noticed they were golden. She didn't know how, but she was sure there was a relation between the golden magic and the golden claws, talons, and beaks of the griffins. She would like to understand how. Perhaps one day she would. She sighed. Now that she had seen the griffins in action, with their extreme velocity and their aerial acrobatics, she understood perfectly the reason why the dragons had placed riders on their backs. It was something she had had trouble understanding at first. The all-powerful dragons, so proud, magnificent, and despotic, would never allow the slave races to ride them, unless it was by need, a critical need. Nahia could see it. The griffins were so good in the air, and their claws, talons, and beaks so lethal, that the dragons had to protect their backs or die. In a way, it was an irony of fate that these cruel and conceited beings who believed themselves to be the owners of the universe should have to resort to them, the slaves, to be able to survive the griffins. She sighed. Knowing that the dragons needed them, and that was why they trained them, made her feel bad. The last thing she wanted to do was help the dragons, least of all protect them. But knowing what their weak spot was seemed to her an extremely valuable piece of information, one that must leave Jadrakos and be known by everyone. She would have to find a way to do that. She thought of Egil at once. She had to get that valuable information to him so he might spread it through the net of informants he had created, first in Craido and then in Tremia. Chapter 32. Nahia and Eki were flying through a clear blue sky. Aroa and Logan were flying beside them. They were practicing their magical defenses, just like teacher Igam Zuribiol had ordered them. For once, Nahia was enjoying the exercises. She felt Logan attacking her, and at once sent energy to her defensive magic scales to protect herself from the mental attack of the handsome, dark-haired youth with light eyes.
"How is your energy holding up?"
Eki asked Nahia. "Okay, I think. Yours?" As she was asking, Aroa attacked Eki with her storm breath. Eki reacted and swerved to avoid her, but Aroa directed her flow well and hit him on his side. Eki executed another evasive maneuver and prevented the dragoness from reaching him again with the elemental attack.
"Aroa's attacks are strong, and my defenses consume a lot of energy in defense, but I think I'm fine for now."
"Does Aroa have more energy than you?" Nahia asked, interested, while she sent her breath of fire toward Logan, whom she hit in a leg and part of his side. His magical defense flashed, and Nahia knew the attack had been good. Aroa rose quickly to prevent them from attacking again. Eki didn't pursue them. He took a breather to recover some of his energy.
"That is a good question. Hard to answer. You see, not all dragons have the same energy, just like we are not all the same size."
"Is there a relation between size and power? I say this because Aroa is bigger than you." This was something Nahia had always wondered, and having the opportunity to compare, she thought it was a good idea to find out.
"As a rule, the greater a dragon is, the greater their power."
"I thought so."
"But that is not always the case."
"It's not?"
"There are exceptions."
"Oh, interesting."
"It also happens among the other races,"
Eki told him as he looked around for Aroa, sensing she was going to attack again. "That's even more interesting." Aroa came down upon them, executing a nosedive to then spread her wings and glide beside them so she and Logan could attack them sideways. This time they changed the attacks. Aroa used mental attacks on Eki, and Logan his storm breath on Nahia.
"They are intensifying their attacks,"
Eki warned. Nahia felt the shock of Logan's attack. His flow of storm was very powerful. She had to send a good amount of energy to strengthen her magical defense so as not to lose it. For a moment, she pictured Logan's elemental breath reaching her, loaded with countless lightning bolts and the power of a storm. She felt a shiver down her spine. She doubted her rider's armor would hold up. After all, Logan was a Stormson. All those bolts loaded with energy would fry her for sure. She breathed hard.
Better not take any risks.
Eki, evasion. Eki executed an evasive maneuver at lightning speed. Now they happened without thinking, and he executed them with great skill and velocity. Nahia could see Logan's elemental breath fade in the sky. Eki dived down and put distance between them and their attackers. Nahia wanted to resume the conversation and get to know a bit more about Eki. "Are you an exception?" she asked, and sent more energy to strengthen her battered magical defense. Logan had attacked hard. He did not tread carefully, he never had. He had always treated her like an equal, like a partner, and Nahia appreciated that a lot. If he had treated her differently for being his girl, she would have been furious. She didn't want that at all. She was strong despite everything, and he must treat her that way. "Are you?" Eki replied. Nahia had never asked herself, not like that. She knew she was different, not only because she was a Flameborn, but for her condition. She didn't know anyone else who had the same problem. The inner flame that burned inside her without control she never heard anyone mention. "I'm different, that's for sure." "I do not think I am." "Are you sure?" "I'm a silver dragon. We're the least common, that is true, but that does not make me exceptional." "The most common dragons are the elemental ones, right? The red, white, blue, and brown?" "That is right. Then the ones of light, the black and the bright ones. Then there are other colors that are not that common, although more than the silver ones. They are the purple, green, yellow, even orange." "What's the least common type of all?" "The golden, without a doubt, and the most powerful. That one is an exception. It rarely occurs." "Well, that's interesting. And why are there so few silver dragons?" Eki flew more slowly. He seemed to be thinking about how to reply. "The exact reason is unknown, but the guess is that it is because of the type of magic. You see, the elemental magic is more common, and that is why the elemental-colored dragons are the majority." "I see. And in order to be a silver dragon, your parents must have been too?" Eki did not answer for a moment, and Nahia thought she had gone too far with her questions. After all, Eki was her dragon lord, and she must keep a certain distance. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to—" Nahia tried to apologize. Nahia received a strong feeling through the bond. It was one of sadness, of deep sorrow. "You see, my whole family is swift, and since my infancy, I was impressed upon that I also had to be one. When you are born with the characteristics of a swift dragon, you are expected to end up here, in Jadrakos, with a rider. Not doing that is considered a waste, since very few dragons are born swift. My family impressed this upon me and taught me that I must follow the family tradition. But I have to admit that flying very fast and fighting with a rider on my back was not what I wished for. Ever since I was little, I wanted to be an erudite, to devote myself to studying and gaining knowledge. I have always seen myself studying, not fighting. But already I realized that I would not get what I wanted, as the case has been in the end, and that is why my infancy was pretty sad." "Wow, I'm sorry." "You've had a worse childhood than I have, so don't be too sorry. Being born a slave is a tragedy." "Yes, I won't argue with that." "Neither of my parents or grandparents is silver. In fact, my entire family is elemental, so in that sense I am an exception." "And shouldn't you have a silver ancestor?" "Yes, otherwise I could not be silver." "Could you be adopted?" "Dragons do not adopt. On the contrary, they expel the weak from their families and those born with some defect." "Oh, wow. And what happens to them?" Nahia asked, who could not believe that dragons were so merciless. She thought about it again and changed her mind. Of course dragons could be so merciless. "Most die." "That's despicable behavior, I'm sorry to say." "You can say it. I share that feeling." This reply surprised Nahia. "Oh, since you are a dragon—" "The fact that I am a dragon does not mean I agree with everything dragons do." "I'm glad to know that." Eki's thinking gave her hope. It might be possible to get him away from the path of dragons and their teachings. She wished it was so, although it was very difficult since all dragons were instructed in the path since they were born. "You may speak freely with me. I prefer our relationship to be open and based on understanding and trust." This did leave Nahia in a bit of a shock, and at the same time she was grateful for it. "I'm glad you feel that way. I also prefer our relationship to be that way. We're going to be fighting together against very powerful enemies,
The more understanding we have between us, the better our chances of surviving.
Yes, that's true.
Some of my ancestors had to have been silver, and I carry their blood. That is the explanation my parents gave me.
In humans, some characteristics skip generations. I guess it's similar in dragons. How did you grow up? I mean, how does a dragon grow up? It's hard for me to picture it.
The life of a dragon is very different from that of a human. The moment we hatch out of the egg, we are pretty capable, unlike other creatures. In my case, I grew up in a clan of swift dragons. Our mothers teach us to fly fast, our fathers to fight with physical strength, and both instruct us on how to use our magic, almost since birth.
That's very interesting. We spend several years defenseless and dependent on our mothers.
That is why I said that we dragons can manage for ourselves from dracohood. There is little we can do. We are small, but we are born already developed.
Since we are defenseless and have enemies, we're protected by our parents.
We do not have enemies per se. We stay with our families to learn until we become mature, and then we seek our destiny.
Where do you seek those destinies?
The usual is in the clan. We serve a clan that serves a king.
The swift ones too?
The swift dragons are slightly different from the rest, but we do serve a clan.
I only have my grandmother, who I don't know anything about since I came to this world in the clouds. I hope she's still alive, but I don't know. She was sick.
The dragons do not look after their elders, least of all if they are sick. They let them die because their useful life is over. They are old and weak, so their destiny is death. They are allowed to reach that end.
Once again, I have to say I find that horrible. Of heartless beings. One must respect the elders and help them always.
That is not the habit among dragons. It is not what the path marks. There is no pity toward the weak, whether they are young or old.
Terrible. That's all I can say. I'm sorry.
Do not be. Our ways are not the most accepted among other races and cultures.
They're not acceptable in any case.
Perhaps one day they will change, improve.
It won't improve as long as the rulers keep insisting on those odious practices.
Yes, but to go against the 5 kings. The established order and tradition is suicide. No one is going to go against the path of the dragons. That is how it has been for thousands of years.
I'm not saying it'll be easy, but if you never try, nothing will ever change. It will get worse. The 5 dragon kings and tradition will prevail and be ever more powerful, which means that other races, the slaves, will suffer in Craido. Not only that, other races, beings, and creatures in faraway worlds where the dragons are waging war and conquering will also suffer. Eki was quiet for a long time. Nahia thought she had gone too far, that she had crossed the line. Eki might take it badly, very badly. What she had just said was considered treason among the dragons. She bit her tongue, but it was already too late. It was already out, and Eki now knew what she thought about it all. Besides, thanks to the bond that linked them, he also knew how deeply she felt this way. And it was deep, very deep.
I must think about what you have told me. I owe myself to my own, to the dragons, my family, my clan, and my king, to their leadership and the traditions that hold us together as a people.
Nahia sighed. She had overstepped her boundaries and must now redirect the situation. Under no circumstances did she want a relationship with Eki to go south and for them to become enemies, especially because she could pay with her life for such a situation. Forgive me if my words have offended you. That was not my intention. I've expressed feelings and judgments that are not up to me to express. I'm just a mere rider, a human and a slave. I apologize for taking advantage of the trust and generosity of my Dragon Lord, who has been not only honorable but also very understanding with me at all times.
You have not offended me. You have given me food for thought. But I am a dragon, just like you are a human, and we cannot change what we are.
Once again, thank you for your understanding. My character, the flame that burns in me strongly, sometimes makes me say or do things before thinking first.
Yes, you have a lot of spirit. That is good. As long as you keep it under control, since it could lead you to dangerous situations. My advice is that you learn to control your flame, or one day it might consume you.
I'll try. It's not that easy.
Self-control never is. It is a subject I would like to study. I have enough, or so I believe.
You do. I can feel it in you, Nahia said.
glad to have been able to redirect the situation. Through the bond, she didn't feel that Eki was angry or upset with her, but rather intrigued. That was good. Suddenly, 2 elemental storm breaths hit them. Aroa's hit Eki and Logan's hit Nahia. "Evasion!" Nahia cried to Eki as she felt her magical defense being damaged. "Right away," Eki sent her, as he was already nosediving in a whirl toward the right side. Nahia felt how they were flying at a dizzying speed, crazily but under control, with the wind hitting her visor and reaching through to her face, and tears came to her eyes from the effect of the air. Flying, she felt alive, very much so. She felt like shouting and laughing. She felt so well at that moment. Soon it would go away, and the feeling of being a slave to the dragons would come back. But right then, flying at great speed and spinning with herself on Eki's back, she felt alive and happy. Happiness lasted until they had to go back. Chapter 33. The hall was large, decorated in military style, with weapons and shields from different times and origins hanging on the walls. There was a large tapestry showing the walls of the city and its defenders repelling an invading horde. The floor was white marble, which gave a certain elegance to the room. Nielsa, Gerd, and Lasgol were waiting in the middle of the hall, guarded by 6 Auricor soldiers, wearing armor and carrying spears and shields. Their weapons had been taken from them and were now lying on a table in front of them. 5 men walked in from an adjacent room. They were soldiers with armor in gold and silver and high-quality clothes. Judging by their looks, they had to belong to the same family. The one in the middle, who seemed to be in command, said something to the others and then to the guards. At once, the guards aimed their spears at the prisoners. That didn't look good at all. The officer who appeared to be in command went over to the weapons on the table. He started looking at the elemental arrows very carefully, with obvious interest. He made a sign to a man who was not wearing armor, and he stepped over. He was wearing a gray robe and must be around 60. He was thin and bald, and he picked up a fire arrow and proceeded to examine it. "Watch out," Gerd warned. They all turned toward him. "It can explode in your hand, and you'd lose several fingers," Lasgol warned him, shaking his head ostensibly to make himself understood. The chief soldier barked something with a very unfriendly look, but they didn't understand a word. "We don't understand," Nielsa said, pointing at her own ear. The officer stepped up to her and pulled at her clothes, shouting something rudely. He seemed to want an explanation for why they were dressed as archers of the city. "We're not spies," Lasgol said. The soldier stood up to him and put a dagger to his neck as he threatened him with shouts. A new person came into the hall. He was wearing a green robe. He approached the soldier in command and he gave him some instructions. Then he came over to the prisoners. They saw him say something to them, and from the color of his robe they knew he was an interpreter. This was a good sign, but they could not understand him. The interpreter said something else. Same result. He went on saying things. Lasgol guessed he was speaking to them in different languages to see whether they understood. The thing was, they didn't understand any of them. "North?" Lasgol understood that. "Yes, we're from the north, Norganian." The interpreter nodded and raised his hand so Lasgol would say no more. He turned to look at the soldier who was watching, looking very angry. They exchanged a couple of sentences, and the interpreter left. Lasgol looked at his friends. He didn't know what was going on. For a moment, it had seemed they were going to understand one another, but it turned out not to be. There was a tense wait. No one moved or spoke. The situation was complicated. Those soldiers looked at them with hatred. It was understandable, since they believed them to be spies. What else were they going to believe? Once they had surrendered to the soldiers on the roof of the building when night had fallen, they had been led to a part of the city that belonged to one of the noble families, although it was heavily damaged. They had tried to speak to the Golden Mage during the walk over, but he didn't speak their language. Lasgol thought he was grateful. He had made signs to that end, putting his hand over his heart. But once in the noble family's area, several officers had taken charge of them, and they hadn't been exactly friendly, despite the explanations the Golden Mage gave them. "Not spies," Lasgol insisted, gesturing. The soldiers barked things he didn't understand, and he decided it was better not to insist, considering how tense the atmosphere was. "I'll let them know that you say you are not spies," a voice said.
They all turned toward the entrance and saw an elderly man in his 70s who wore a green robe. Lasgul felt a great sense of relief. This interpreter spoke Norganian. The officer barked some words. The older man replied with something, but the officer didn't seem to like the answer because he went on shouting.
"My lord wants to know who you are and where you come from," the interpreter told them. "We're Norganians," Lasgul told him. The interpreter sighed. "I've told them I recognized your language, but he does not believe you. He says you are spies from Craido." "It's understandable, seeing us dressed like this, but we are Norganians, from the north, the Kingdom of Snow," Lasgul insisted. The interpreter translated his words. The officer replied. "Norganians? You're dressed like my archers. You're spies from Craido. I'll hang the three of you for treason," the soldier said, and the interpreter translated. Lasgul breathed more at ease. The reaction was natural. He would just have to persuade him of the contrary. "Ask him not to handle the arrows, or they'll explode," Lasgul warned the interpreter, seeing that the man in the grey robe went on examining them. The interpreter did so, and the man in the grey robe backed away from the weapons. "You are in the presence of Captain General Sabis Gotyrus, his brothers Generals Demisis and Nodiasus, and the sons of the Captain General, Eurmenus and Salatyrus. They form the regent family of Gotyrus." The interpreter indicated each member of the military family as he introduced them. Nielsa, Gerd, and Lasgul fixed their eyes on Gotyrus. They had found the man who was keeping Ingrid prisoner. The way they had found him had not been ideal, but they had him. Or, to be more exact, Sabis had them. Lasgul let out a fake cough when he noticed that Sabis was watching them closely.
"You wouldn't be Celipus by any chance?" Nielsa asked the interpreter in a whisper.
The older man raised both eyebrows. "I am. How do you know my name?" "From a friend," Gerd said so that Nielsa would not mention her name. Perhaps those noble soldiers didn't speak Norganian, but they would recognize Ingrid's name when they heard it. Celipus nodded a couple of times. "I see." Sabis barked several sentences to Celipus, who bowed repeatedly, apparently apologizing. "The Captain General wants me only to translate, no private conversations." "We understand," Lasgul said. "My brother, General Demisis, wants an explanation of why you are dressed in archer's clothes," Sabis demanded with a wave toward his brother. "To be able to get into the city. In Norganian clothes, we wouldn't have been able to enter," Lasgul explained rationally and quietly. "To spy on us," General Nodiasus cried. "No, we're not here to spy. We aren't part of the Craido army, but of the Norganian, so we don't have a reason to spy on you," Lasgul explained, trying to sound as rational as possible. "Do you mean to say you broke the siege on the city?" Eurmenus asked, Sabis's older son. "We broke it, yes," Lasgul said. "Both sieges? The Craido soldiers and ours?" Salatyrus, the younger son, asked. "Both, yes," Lasgul replied. "In that case, you're very good spies, but we've captured you," Sabis told him. "And like the spies you are, you will die." His two brothers applauded his decision in agreement. Lasgul saw that the situation was going awry. Sabis and his brothers were convinced they were spies, and nothing was going to change their mind. He had to make a gamble, or else they would lose their heads presently. "We've come for a friend," Lasgul said. Celibus looked at Lasgul with warning in his eyes. Lasgul nodded at him, and the interpreter translated. "What friend is that?" "Ingrid, an Norganian like us." Sabis recognized the name and the person at once, and his eyes sparkled. "The first ranger." "Yes, her." "That doesn't make sense," cried General Demisis, waving his hands. "No one is that mad." General Notiasus joined them. "We are. We don't abandon our own," Lasgul said quietly. Eurmenus and Salatyrus looked at their uncles and then at their father. Based on their looks, they were intrigued. "So you're here for her? For Ingrid?" Sabis said, raising an eyebrow while he seemed to study the implications of this. "That's right. We're her partners. We're looking for her," Lasgul said. Sabis smiled maliciously and began to pace around them, studying them carefully from head to toe. The soldiers kept aiming their spears at the three prisoners as Sabis paced around the group. "Then you're rangers?" "Yes, we are, all three of us."
Lasgol assumed the responsibility of answering Sabis's questions.
So you have specializations, right?
Lasgol was somewhat surprised.
Are our specializations known here in the East? No, not in the East, but in Oricor and our family we do know of them, said General Nodiasis. We like to know everything military and relevant of each kingdom. You, Rangers, are an elite group from a rival kingdom, so we collected information on everything that had to do with you, General Demisis said.
Oh.
There's very little military character of any kingdom on Tremia that we don't know about, Sabis said with a twisted grin. I see, yes, we are Ranger specialists, each with our own specialty. Only one? Don't you have more than one specialty? I don't know why, but I believe you do.
Sabis walked up to Lasgol and looked him up and down once again.
I have 5 specialties,
Lasgol admitted. The members of the Gutyrus family cried out and started talking among themselves animatedly.
That's a real achievement. I thought Ingrid was the only exceptional one, but I see it's not that way.
Ingrid is exceptional in many ways. Is she all right? Lasgol took the chance that Sabis had mentioned her name to ask.
What makes you think I know how she is?
Sabis replied, making a face.
As you've been able to see, we have greater and more urgent concerns to focus our attention on.
He pointed outside through one of the windows. Lasgol was quiet for a moment, thinking about an answer. Sabis was cunning and seemed to not want to give him information.
She is exceptional. Valuable. She is, but she betrayed me,
Sabis interrupted him, looking furious.
Do you know what she did?
I don't have all the information of what happened, Lasgol said.
Only that the late King Thorin handed her over to you. Yes, he did, because I asked him to. Your comrade betrayed me, he shouted, enraged.
Lasgol was silent.
The traitor came looking for Neil Usmentus, the defender's sword, General Demisis said. A legendary weapon of one of our heroes and founders of this great city, General Nodiasis said. That sword was supposed to grant me an incredible advantage in battle with the supposed power it was assumed to have. With it, I was going to become a legendary hero of the city. Unfortunately, it was not so. It's very light and sharp, but its power doesn't manifest in my hand, or in any of my families. My magi could not use this power either. It's a decorative weapon, Demisis said, looking angry. A gold sword with magical properties, which in the end are worth nothing, Nodiasis added. But your comrade found out how to use the power of the weapon, and did not come back to return it as we had agreed. What do you call that, Lasgol?
Lasgol swallowed.
Ingrid would not break her word, unless there was a very important reason, vital. Then you take it for granted that she really did not keep her word. I thought you would deny it, that you would defend your friend's honor. That is to say the least surprising.
Sabis raised an eyebrow.
They know that she betrayed her promise, General Demisis said. Then you must know the reason. Why didn't Ingrid come back with the sword and keep the word she gave me?
Because of the threat of the dragons, Lasgol replied.
Sabis half smiled. You do well in not lying to me. I have no time or patience for anyone who tries to trick me.
I'm not lying, Lasgol said, very serious.
And that's why I'm not cutting your throat,
Sabis replied as he unsheathed an elaborate sword and pointed it at him. Silipus feared the worst, and for a moment he didn't translate. Then he did.
I appreciate that you respect my life, our lives.
Lasgol included his friends. Sabis watched Lasgol for a moment longer, with narrowed eyes where rage shone. It wasn't clear if Sabis truly would not try to kill him.
Ingrid is still alive,
Sabis said, lowering his sword. Lasgol breathed out, relieved. That is very good news for us.
Hardly. I bet she would rather be dead,
Sabis replied in a frozen tone. The rest of his relatives laughed and made comments which, although they were unable to understand, they could guess were not at all good.
Could we see her?
Lasgol risked asking. Sabis went back to pacing around the group, watching them as if deciding what to do with their lives.
She's in a punishment cell, Sabis said, pointing at the floor. About 3 levels below where we are. A very unpleasant place.
We want to see her, Nilsa said, unable to contain herself.
Whatever you want is of no consequence. Only what I want and decide matters. I am the chief of the Gutyrus family, of the regent families of Oricor, and the one who rules in this city. The rest of the regent families have delegated this honor to me." "2 of them were practically annihilated by the dragons during the siege," General Demisis said. "And the other 2 are much depleted, their leaders wounded or ill from the attacks on the city," General Nodiasis said. "And yet this, our family, is holding up strong. That is because of the strong leadership my brothers and I exert, and that one day my sons will exert," Sabis said, looking at the members of his family one by one.
Lasgol sighed. It didn't seem that Sabis would let them see Ingrid.
"We only want to see our friend," he said in a gentle tone, so as not to provoke the rage of the Captain General.
A new malicious grin appeared on Sabis's face.
"Oh, I'll let you see her. But live? I don't think so," he said.
Chapter 34. Lasgol looked at Nielsa and Gerd. Sabis was sentencing them to death. The situation was becoming critical. All of a sudden, the door behind them opened and 2 men came in. One was wearing a dark blue robe with symbols that looked like sea waves. The other one wore a golden robe with a sun on his chest. They recognized them. They were the water mage and the golden mage who had survived the last dragon attack.
"Damaros, Aquas Maris, at last you deigned to join us,"
Sabis reproached them, looking at the 2 with displeasure.
"1,000 apologies, my lord. We were compelled to lie down for a moment,"
Aquas Maris said with a deep bow. His blue robe was dirty and had bloodstains. He had not even changed.
"We ended up extenuated after the battle," the golden mage apologized.
His robe was also ruined after the fight. The color of his face was not good either. Celipus translated everything that was said for Lasgol, Nielsa, and Gerd.
"Have you exceeded yourselves in the use of magic again?"
General Demisis asked him.
"We were forced to. 3 dragons are more than we can face,"
Damaros apologized.
"We've lost Marquis, and Aquamore is wounded,"
Aquas Maris explained.
"That's terrible news. We can't lose Magi in the fight. You must be more careful,"
Sabis told them, not sad for the loss of lives, but angry. At that moment, Damaros noticed the presence of Lasgol and his companions.
"The dragons were very powerful. We nearly perished, in fact, but they saved us," he said, pointing at them. "Saved you?" General Notiasis asked. "How could they save you if they've infiltrated the city as spies? They fought against the dragons. They managed to seriously wound 2 of them. Without their help, we'd be dead,"
Damaros said. Sabis's eyes opened very wide.
"We weren't informed of this,"
the general reproached him, pointing his sword at him.
"I'm sorry, my lord, we haven't been able to—"
Damaros looked down.
"We were exhausted," Aquas Maris apologized.
All the members of the Gutyrus family started talking to one another, waving their arms and speaking loudly. Celipus stopped translating when he saw they were arguing and growing more and more heated. Lasgol looked at Nielsa and Gerd. The 3 were tense but alert in case they saw a chance of not dying. Sabis imposed himself on the rest and made them shut up with shouts.
"Silence! Let's get to the bottom of this matter."
The others stopped shouting and seemed to slowly calm down.
"Damaros, tell us what happened, in detail. We want to understand it properly,"
Sabis ordered.
"Yes, my lord."
The Golden Mage explained what had happened to Sabis and his family. When he finished, the looks on the faces of the soldiers were a mixture of surprise and disbelief.
"What do you mean they used magic similar to yours when shooting at the dragon?"
Sabis asked with one eyebrow raised high.
"That's what I believe, my lord." "It can't be. You must have been confused by their explosive arrows,"
Sabis told him, indicating the arrows on the table.
"They're rangers. They have special arrows. We know that," General Notiasis added. "Arrows and traps that explode with elemental damage, similar to those of the magic of the 4 elements,"
General Demisis said. Damaros nodded and tried to find a way to explain it without incurring the ire of the soldiers.
"They used their explosive arrows, that's true, attacking the eyes and mouth of the dragons. But there was something else. I saw golden flashes of magic similar to mine," the mage iterated. "Aquas Maris, what did you see?" "I believe Damaros is right, my lord. Beside their elemental arrows, I also believe I saw golden flashes."
Sabis looked at Lasgol and his friends, frowning.
"They're rangers, not magi. It can't be." "And there's no one with your type of magic in the entire East," General Demisis told him. Or in Organa, General Nodiasis said. He's right. We've searched for more like you, Demaros, for a very long time, and we haven't found anyone else. Only in Rogden are the rumors that they have someone like you, Sabas said.
Demaros nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 35.
Magi, try the bow, General Demisis said. Sabas looked at him blankly. What do you intend to prove, brother? I want to see whether what the Norganian says is true. Sabas looked at the bow in one of his hands and the sword in the other. You're right. Let's see whether he's telling the truth. My lord, I am a mage. I don't know how to use weapons. Damaros excused himself. So today you learn, and so will you, Aquas Maris. As the Captain General wishes. Sabas sheathed his sword, and holding the bow in the other, he went up to one of the walls. He took down a thick metal shield that looked very heavy. He put the shield in one of the armchairs. He went to another wall and picked up the quiver with arrows beside an ancient bow. He stood 10 paces away from the shield in the armchair. He pulled the string to his cheek, aimed at the center of the shield, and released. The arrow flew with the normal strength of a regular bow and hit the shield, bouncing off. Shoot! Sabas cried when he saw that the magic of the bow did not activate. It's the same as with the Dragon Killer sword. It's nothing but a ceremonial weapon, General Nodiasis commented. This isn't my destiny. I was born to lead Oricor to glory. Sabas clamored, beside himself with the intense rage he felt. For a long moment, no one said anything. Everyone was watching Sabas, who was furious, and his frustration was such that it came out of every pore of his body. He addressed Damaros. I want you to pierce it through with the golden bow, as if it were the scales of a dragon. No bow can pierce that shield. Will I be able to? Damaros looked at Lasgul with eyes filled with doubt. If the Norganian is telling the truth and the weapon is special and can only be used by a mage with golden magic, you will be, General Demisis told him. You will be able to, Lasgul assured him. This is going to be interesting, Sabas's older son said, rubbing his hands. His brother was smiling. The situation amused them. I need help, Damaros told Lasgul. Lasgul looked at Sabas, asking for permission. Go ahead, help him, Sabas barked rudely. The soldiers who surrounded the group raised their spears and let him through. He went over to the mage and told him how to use the weapon, and also how to send energy to the bow before releasing the arrow to activate its power. Damaros did as Lasgul told him. When he aimed at the shield, Lasgul, seeing he was not doing it properly, helped him correct his stance and aim so he would release at the center of the shield. Don't move the bow. Just channel your energy through it and release the arrow very gently. The bow isn't taut enough. The arrow will fly weakly, General Demisis said. The bow uses his magical power as release power. It's not a problem, Lasgul clarified. Release, Damaros, Sabas told him, already very impatient. The mage released the arrow gently. There was a golden flash, very powerful, and the arrow flew toward the shield with brutal force. It went through the shield and the armchair, and went on to embed itself in the wall at the back. By all the bloodshed on the walls of Oricor, that was unbelievable, Sabas cried, looking at the shield and then the arrow with eyes like saucers. Impressive, General Demisis said. The Norganian wasn't lying, said Nodiasis. Sabas's 2 sons applauded amid cries that showed they were amazed. Sabas went to the shield and examined it, and then studied the armchair. It went through them! Damaros has pierced the shield, armchair, and almost the rock wall. That bow is an incredible weapon, Demisis said. But only in the hands of a mage, General Nodiasis specified. Aquas Maris, you try now, Sabas ordered him, very excited now. Let's see whether your magic can use the bow. Yes, my lord. The Mage of Water took the bow Damaros handed to him. Lasgul gave him the same instructions and helped him aim at the center of the shield in the armchair. Send energy into the bow and release very gently. Don't move your arms, Lasgul said. The mage did what Lasgul told him and released very gently. There was a golden flash, half as powerful as that of Damaros. The arrow went through the shield and the armchair, but when it reached the wall it bounced off without plunging in. This is unheard of! Sabas could not believe what he had just witnessed. Aquas Maris can also use the weapon, General Nodiasis cried. General Demisis was shaking his head, unable to give credit to his eyes. Certainly surprising, Aquas Maris said, staring at the bow blankly. Part of your magic is golden in origin, Damaros told him. It's not as pure as mine, but you do have some. That's why you've been able to use the bow. It's really amazing. I can't create the golden sphere like you. True, I believe that for that you'd need to have purer golden magic like me, but to use the weapon it would seem you do not. As long as you have some golden magic, it's enough. And for those of us without magic, for me and my family, Sabas asked in an angered tone, pointing at his relatives. Without magic, the power of the weapon can't be activated. I'm very sorry, my lord, Damaros said. Condemnation! Is that so, Ranger? He asked Lasgol, taking the bow from the hands of the astonished Aquasmaris. Lasgol thought rapidly whether it would be convenient to explain there was a way to use it, but he decided against it. Golden magic is always required, in a greater or lesser amount, he said without providing more details. Can they use the bow? Sabas asked, pointing at Nielsa and Gerd. Lasgol shook his head. No, only I can. Sabas uttered a series of expletives, which Celipus was unable to translate. There was no need, though. They understood he was unleashing his seething rage. Although we can't use it, it's still a very valuable weapon if it can kill a dragon, General Demisis told Sabas. I know, but I was supposed to use it. I am supposed to be the savior of the city. For our family. For our honor. I must be the hero of Oricor. You still can be, General Nodiasis said. Sabas stopped gesticulating and looked at his brother. Explain yourself. You can present yourself as the finder of the weapon, the owner of it. Now it's in your hands. Show it to everyone. Then let the Magi use it to kill dragons. Sabas considered this for a moment. Then he nodded. You're right. I can be the savior of the city, since I have our salvation in my hand. With this weapon, we kill the dragons, he cried, raising the golden bow. The whole family erupted into cheers of support for Sabas's plan. Damaros and Aquasmaris were looking at each other with great concern. Lasgol identified fear in them. They didn't see themselves as capable of killing a dragon with the bow. The first one to kill a dragon I will cover in gold, Sabas told the two Magi. Damaros swallowed. My lord, we don't know how to fight with weapons. We can't use that bow against a dragon. Nonsense. Of course you can. We are Magi, my lord. Our weapon is magic. The bow, we don't know how to shoot. Aquasmaris bowed his head as he said this. So you'll learn. You'll all learn. I'll call the captain of the archers and you'll be given martial instruction in archery right away, General Demisis said. How many Magi are still alive? General Nodiasis asked. The two of us, and Osensis, but he's wounded. All the others have died, Damaros replied downcast. You will be taught to use the bow, and you'll kill the dragons with the weapon, Sabas sentenced. The two Magi bowed their heads. It was obvious they didn't want to do it, but they also knew they had no choice. Yes, my lord, they both said, accepting the order of the Captain General. As for you three, you'll go and talk to your comrade Ingrid, Sabas told them. This sounded very strange to Lasgol. Why was he going to let them see Ingrid if he had already taken the golden bow? Kill them, they're no longer useful, General Demisis told him. Sabas raised his hand. Yes, they can still be. You'll speak to Ingrid and tell her to either give me Neil's dragon killer back, or you three will die. Excellent idea. That sword would be very handy now that we know the Magi can use it, General Nodiasis said. How do we know you won't kill us once you've gotten the golden sword? Lasgol asked. Sabas laughed. You'll just have to wait and see. What I can promise is that the three of you will die at dawn if Ingrid doesn't collaborate. She has not so far, and I've threatened her with death. But she doesn't seem to mind giving her life to keep the secret. But I believe that when she learns you are the ones in danger, she'll change her mind. Or at least I hope so. For your sakes. Sabas smiled maliciously. I'll leave it in your hands. You'll have all of tonight to persuade her. At dawn, if you haven't gotten me the sword, I'll cut your heads off personally. 1 by 1, he sentenced, jabbing his finger at each of them. Lasgol had no doubt he would do it. What he was not at all clear about was whether they would survive even if they got him the sword. Most likely they would not. Chapter 36. That evening in Jadrakos, dinner was quiet, and even Morgana was less tense than usual for her, something Nahia appreciated. I'm going to go and rest. I have a bad feeling, the black-eyed brunette told the rest of the squad. Nice farewell, Fodden reproached her with a smile.
The Fatum was so beautiful that when he smiled, whatever he might have said or done previously seemed to vanish from the minds of those looking at him. My feelings are usually bad, but because it's you, I'll tell you in advance, as a courtesy, she told Fadin. Nahia noticed that even Morgana was affected by the Fatum's beauty, because, being her, she hadn't replied aggressively, which was very rare, especially when someone reproached her about the smallest thing. Can you tell us anything more about that feeling? With so little information, there's little we can do, Sarmas asked her. I could tell you that it's possible. You don't come back from your next mission, Morgana replied, looking at him straight in the eye. Sarmas didn't have the same effect on Morgana as Fadin, and he was paying for it. That's always possible. Do you have anything else more concrete? The Scarlatum held her gaze. I dreamed that you were left behind. Are you serious, or just messing with me? Sarmas leaned on the table, staring at Morgana. Both, the brunette said. Sarmas raised his arms in the air. You're impossible. I'm not going to believe your dark omens, he said, and sat down again. As you wish, but I've already warned you. You and everyone else. Serious trouble is near, she told him, and she stared at Logan for a moment. Don't you look at him, even askance, because nothing bad's going to happen to him, Nahia warned her, annoyed. That's not what I feel. Nothing's going to happen to me, or you all either, Logan said. We'll all stay together, and everything'll go well. That's right, Sarmas nodded, joining Logan's sentiment. Morgana stood up and left without another word. She's so... Nahia had to bite her tongue to keep herself from saying something she would later regret. We must take her words as a warning, Teal'c said, and the Felidae lioness's tone was serious. You don't believe in her premonitions, do you? Logan asked in a dismissive tone. I don't believe in omens, but I do believe in being prepared. We'll soon be sent to Graphoros, and it won't be a simple mission, on the contrary. We must take Morgana's words as a warning and be united and very alert, she said with her usual confidence and calm. Logan nodded. We'll be united and alert. He agreed and looked at Nahia. We're the best aerial squad and we'll prove it, Fadin said optimistically and smiled. I don't know about being the best, but the most unique? Without a doubt, Sarmas said, more relaxed. He even smiled. Let's all cover each other's backs, Nahia asked. They all nodded. A while later, they all went to sleep. Nahia couldn't get Morgana's words out of her head, especially those about Logan. Nothing bad could happen to him, ever, or she would die of sadness. At dawn, since there was nothing she could do about Morgana's bad omens, Nahia decided to deal with another issue that had been going around in her head for days. It was a little risky, but she had to take a gamble. They would soon leave for the world of the Griffins, and she wanted to resolve the matter in case of whatever might happen there. Squire, I need you, she told Lantrios. Her obliging squire, the moment he appeared carrying her lance and shield for the day's practice. Of course, my lady rider. Logan looked at her and stood in front of her with his back to the squire. Are you sure of this? Nahia took a deep breath. Yes, I've been thinking about it too much. It has to be done. The risk is enormous. If I'm sentenced to death, you keep fighting. Nahia, no. If anything should happen to you, Nahia looked into Logan's eyes and stroked his cheek. Thank you. I love you too, she said, and kissed him. Logan closed his eyes and gave in to the kiss. Go. You shouldn't know about any of this. All right. Logan stepped away, and his squire Scrudo ran after him with his lance and shield in his arms. Nahia watched them, and once they were far away enough, she addressed her squire Lantrios, who was waiting with her lance and shield. I need to send an important message. It would be an honor to do that. It's a private message? The Trignamus made a doubtful face. All of my Lady Rider's messages are private. I know, but this one must be private and secret. The Trignamus raised both eyebrows. Oh, a confidential message. That's right. No one must intercept it, and it must reach its addressee through non-official channels. Do you understand what I'm asking? Nahia looked him in the eye. I understand. A secret message. By clandestine network. That's right. Can you deliver it? I can, my lady. If the message is intercepted, I will die.
Do you understand that my life is at stake here?
I understand. My lady should not worry. She won't lose her life. Her faithful squire would die first. I will protect the message with my life.
Nahia made a gesture that meant it might not be enough.
The fact that you die won't save me if they get the message.
I will destroy the message if I see danger.
How will you destroy it?
The Trignamus mimicked putting it in his mouth and swallowing it. He did it with such a serious look on his face that Nahia had no doubt he would do so without hesitation.
All right, Nahia decided. She had to trust that the net Egil had established between the Trignamus and the Exarber was safe. He was risking his life sending messages. It must be, at least as safe as might be expected in those conditions.
Lantrios waited stoically.
Fine. Here.
Nahia handed him a small wooden container, the same one used by Egil. The squire left the shield leaning against his leg and took the container.
Thank you for trusting me. It is a great honor. I will not fail, my lady.
The Trignamus squire bowed his head 3 times.
It is for the prisoner.
I will make sure it reaches the prisoner.
Nahia had one doubt. Do you know who the prisoner is?
The Trignamus shook his head.
I only know my contact here on Jadrakos.
Then how will you make sure the message reaches its destination?
Because he only knows his contact. Who knows his contact? Who knows his contact? One of them will know who the prisoner is. That's how it works. It's safer.
Yes, but the chain fails if a link is broken.
Then a new link is found,
the squire said, and looked toward Logan's squire.
Oh, I see. If anything happens to you, he'll be recruited.
Most likely. I've identified him as a possible replacement for me.
And he knows nothing about what you do, or your contact here?
No, he does not, and must not know, since for now he is outside the network. I have identified him as a possible replacement, that is all.
This surprised Nahia a lot. It was a safe system, intelligent, the work of Egil for sure. But looking for a possible replacement was a bit macabre.
I hope you never need a replacement.
My lady fills me with honor, concerning herself about me. I appreciate it.
He bowed his head again repeatedly. Nahia looked around, but only Logan and their squires were around. In any case, squires bowing repeatedly before their riders was something common here.
Go, and make sure the message reaches the prisoner.
The squire put the container away in his clothes. He left with a determined step. Nahia saw him leave and felt a restlessness that made her stomach turn. The information was very valuable. It was worth risking her life for. It must be known that the dragons had a weakness, that there was a way to incapacitate them completely. Just thinking about it, she knew the risk didn't matter. They all must know and seek for ways of exploiting the weakness. It could change the course of the fight against the dragons, of the achievement of freedom for all. Chapter 37. Nielsa, Lasgul, and Gerd walked down the stairs to the cells under the Gutyrus family's palace. A dozen soldiers, armed with spears and shields, escorted them. An officer led the way with his hand on his sword. The torches lit up walls and floor of solid rock. They reached the first underground level, and still had to go down to another one. 2 soldiers kept watch at the foot of the stairs, and 2 more stood in the middle of a long corridor. As they walked along the corridor, they saw that there was a wall of rock on one side and metal-barred cells on the other. They looked like cages to hold animals, only there were people inside them. Lasgul stole glances as they moved on. He saw Taruk Capro and Draconids in the cells. It didn't surprise him. They were war prisoners. They looked sickly, malnourished, and had been beaten savagely. They'd been without food for a long time, but at least they were given water since they were alive. How much longer they would hold up he could not tell, but judging by their looks it wouldn't be long. The fact that Sabas didn't feed them did not surprise him at all. He was a soldier at war, and soldiers had no mercy toward the enemy, least of all a city under siege where food was scarce. This Lasgul knew well. Although he couldn't remember how he knew, he was certain of it.
These prisoners look terrible. They're on their last leg,
Nielsa whispered. Yeah, they can hardly stand, Gerd whispered back.
They're going to starve them to death, she guessed.
So far they're alive, and that's something, Gerd replied hopefully. although they all knew those prisoners barely had any chance of surviving. One of the soldiers shoved his shield at Gerd. Shh! They did not need an interpreter to understand that order. They went along the long corridor in silence, looking at the cells they passed by. They reached a metal door at the end of the corridor, guarded by 2 soldiers. There was an exchange of word between the officer who led them and the soldiers, and then these opened the door. They went into another long corridor lit by torches. They were led halfway down it, where 2 other soldiers stood watch. The officers stopped and spoke to them. Lasgoal looked at the cell in front of the 2 soldiers. It was in shadows. The light of the torches only reached just past the bars. He couldn't see beyond them. The 2 soldiers went to the barred door and opened it. Lasgoal looked at Nielsa and Gerd. They were going to be put in it. The officer pointed at the open door and motioned them in with his sword. This they also understood quickly. They entered, and at the bottom of the cell they made out a human figure. Lasgoal didn't know who it was.
"Ingrid!"
Nielsa cried, and ran to her. Ingrid? Gerd's mouth dropped open. Ingrid was chained to the wall with strong shackles on her ankles and wrists. A long, heavy chain went from the shackles to the wall. They looked strong enough to hold semi-giants. They had made sure she couldn't escape. Ingrid squinted at them. "Nielsa?"
"Yes, it's me, Nielsa," she said,
putting her hands to Ingrid's face, unable to hold back the tears that slid down her freckled cheeks.
"I can't believe it."
"Nielsa," Ingrid said, and the blonde warrior's blue eyes sparkled, recognizing her dear friend.
"Is it really you?"
"Yes, Ingrid, it's me." Nielsa was crying and giggling at the same time.
"Then you recovered. You survived.
We left you in the desert with the Desha.
They healed me. It took a long time, but they healed me. I'm perfectly all right."
"I'm so happy. This is wonderful news." Ingrid's ashen face lit up with a smile.
"It's us, look. Gerd and Lasgoal are also here."
Nielsa waved her hand at them. They had both remained a couple of steps back. "Ingrid, you have no idea how happy I am to see you again. My heart almost burst to see you alive," Gerd said with moist eyes.
"Gerd, big guy, you went into the portal."
"Yeah, I spent some time with the dragons. It's been most educational, but they managed to rescue me. It's a long story. I'll tell you sometime," Gerd said, smiling.
"I can't believe you're here. Come give me one of your bear hugs."
Ingrid raised her chained hands toward Gerd. "I'm definitely going to give you a bear hug," he said, beaming.
"I wouldn't expect anything less,"
she replied, smiling. Gerd lifted her off the floor with his hug, as was usual for him, and Ingrid laughed. It was a deep laugh, straight from her heart.
"You have no idea how happy you've made me. I haven't smiled, much less laughed, in years."
"Seeing the place, I'm not surprised." Nielsa made a face of disgust.
"Oh, it's not that bad. In the end, you get used to it,"
Ingrid said with a shrug.
"Over there is a huge rat."
Nielsa pointed at a corner where there was a bowl with water and some leftover food that looked horrible in a wooden bowl.
"That's Vilma. We're friends. I give her food and she keeps me company. We also play tag around the cell."
"Are you serious?" Nielsa looked horrified.
"Very. You have no idea the good she's done for me. Down here, many lose their minds."
"Rats are very intelligent animals and natural survivors," Gerd said as he watched the creature.
"Lasgoal, I see you're looking better than the last time I saw you,"
Ingrid said. I don't remember. I really don't remember you. I'm sorry." Ingrid frowned.
"What do you mean you don't remember? We've known each other since we were 15, since camp. We've been in thousands of situations together, many of them unforgettable. How could you not remember me?"
"He has memory problems. The immortal dragon extracted every memory of his loved ones," Nielsa told Ingrid briefly.
"You don't remember anything?"
she asked him, now serious and troubled. "I remember things, but nothing that has to do with all of you, unfortunately."
"Then I'm a stranger to you?"
Lasgoal heaved a deep sigh. "I'm afraid so."
"Well, don't worry. For me, you're our Lasgol, and always will be. Count on my friendship, support, and leadership, always. Whether you remember me or not. I do remember you, and I value you greatly and love you. Ingrid said this in a voice filled with strength.
Oh, wow, thank you.
Lasgol didn't know what to say, and accepted the compliment. You'll get used to Ingrid. She's straightforward, Nilsa told Lasgol as she patted his shoulder.
And besides, she's our leader, Gerd clarified.
I see. Do you know, have you found anything out about my Vigo's whereabouts? Ingrid asked with anxiety in her tone, and a knot formed in her throat which they were all able to feel. We have very good news for you, Nilsa said, smiling. Really? Ingrid's eyes opened wide with hope. Your beloved Scatterbrain is alive and kicking. Is he really? Have you found him? Is he well? It's a long story, but yes, we found him, and he's with us. I knew it. I felt he was alive. Don't know how, but I felt it. Ingrid raised her chained hands to the heavens while tears of joy ran down her face.
He's the same pain in the neck as usual, Gerd told her.
My numbskull's alive! Today's the happiest day of my life, Ingrid cried, smiling while the tears ran down her cheeks. He's here, in Oricor. He managed to get away before we were caught, Nilsa told her.
Night fell, and he got away like the black cat he is, Gerd told her.
That's my assassin of hearts. If he escaped, then he won't be very far. Ingrid smiled and wiped her tears off.
He insisted on the unthinkable, for us to come and rescue you, Lasgol told her.
I can imagine. They wouldn't have stopped until you did. Not even underwater, Nilsa said, smiling.
It's taken us a long time. I'm very sorry.
Gerd apologized with a gesture toward Ingrid and her condition.
I've been a prisoner, like you, and Ilsa was healing in the desert. Lasgol was lost, Camus hibernating, and Vigo frozen alive.
Frozen alive? Ingrid's eyes opened wide. He'd better tell you, Nilsa said. Ingrid nodded. Camus, Ona, and Argy are all right, she asked. Lasgol nodded.
They are. They're waiting outside the city, hiding with Edwina.
Oh, you brought the healer. Did you think I'd be that bad?
To be honest, we did. It's been such a long time, Gerd admitted.
And they have you in chains, with shackles and chains that weigh a ton, Nilsa said as she picked up a length of heavy chain that went to the wall and weighed it in her hands. How do you feel? You look pale. Nilsa studied her from head to toe, and then held her lids open to check the irises. Wait, let's go toward the light so you can see me better. Ingrid pulled the heavy chain as far as it would go. It allowed her to reach one step from the bars.
They don't trust you, huh? Gerd said.
Nope. Ever since I won the competition fight of the guitarists, they've taken extreme measures. They've made sure I can't escape. Never. I've tried, of course, many times, but without luck.
I see.
Gerd nodded, looking at the guards outside. I might have a bad colour, since I've barely seen the light of day, and I might be slightly unwell, but these chains have been a great help. Great help? I don't follow. They've you tied up like a semi-giant, Nilsa said. That's true, but the weight of these heavy chains and shackles have allowed me to do strength training with them. Oh, I see. Nilsa was weighing the chain in her hands. Ingrid stood in the light of the torches and flexed her legs and arms. I have more muscle now than when they put me in prison. In fact, I'm a lot stronger now. I could knock out Lasgol with a right punch and lift Gerd without any trouble. That's very strong indeed, Nilsa nodded. There was nothing to do in here, so I devoted myself to strengthening my body. I've also almost managed... She stopped talking for a moment and looked to see whether the two soldiers were listening. They were talking without paying attention to them. To pull the chain from the fixture on the wall. I grab the chain with all my strength so that my body is parallel to the floor and pull with all my might. It won't be long until it yields. You are strong indeed, Gerd said as he felt her biceps and shoulders checking. I've also been working on my endurance. The chain is long enough for me to go from one wall to the other. She indicated the walls left, right, and back. To where we are now. Every day I do hundreds of crossings.
Coming and going in the 4 directions,
Lasgol reasoned. That's right. Running as if a tiger were chasing after me and without stopping. The guards think I'm crazy.
A little crazy it is, doing that every day, Gerd said.
On the contrary, that's how I've kept my sanity. Exercising my body, that feeds the mind.
You're amazing. I knew you'd manage to survive. If anyone can and has willpower to resist anything, that's you.
Me and Egil. How is he? He's alive and imprisoned, in a similar place to this one, but in the world of dragons, Nielsa told her.
That doesn't sound good at all. We'll tell you everything. Egil is alive and plotting as usual, Gerd said.
If he's plotting, then he'll survive. His mind is prodigious, but it needs nourishment. His plans and plots will keep him sane, Ingrid said. Yeah, that's what we're all telling ourselves. Nielsa sighed deeply. Don't worry about me. I feel fine in body and mind. You might be great, but you have a very bad colour. You must be grey from head to toe. You need sun, Nielsa told her. It would do you good to spend some time with the Desha Tumani. You and Aben? Ingrid asked her, raising an eyebrow. We're very well, both of us. Better than ever. And together. Very much together. Nielsa smiled and blushed. I'm happy to hear that. He's a good desert warrior. And he's so handsome, Nielsa said, looking lovesick. I see that things are going very well between you. And how about you and Astrid? She asked Lasgol. There was an uncomfortable silence. We haven't found her yet, Gerd explained. You haven't gone in search of her, Lasgol? Ingrid asked blankly. You see, the dragons, Norgana, the rangers, I haven't had time. Apart from the fact that he doesn't remember her, added Nielsa. Ingrid looked very surprised. You don't even remember Astrid, the woman you love? Lasgol shrugged. I tried to remember, but there's nothing but a great void in my mind. The brunette will get very angry when she finds out, Ingrid said. Because I haven't gone to her rescue? Lasgol asked, feeling guilty not only for not remembering, but also for not doing what he was supposed he ought to have done, which was to go and rescue her. Not for that. That she'd understand. Duty toward the kingdom comes first, then comes everything else. We're rangers. We lead with our example. If the kingdom is in danger, we defend it. Personal affairs take a back seat, Ingrid said. What she won't like at all is the fact that you don't remember her, that's for sure. It's not my fault. Lasgol tried to apologize. I understand, and so will she. But she's going to get really angry. Astrid has quite the temper. Yeah, but she won't be able to take her revenge. True, we killed the immortal dragon. Egil pierced its head through with Rogden's spear, Ingrid said, nodding. In any case, it's going to be interesting to see Astrid's reaction when we find her. Because we're going to find her. You're always so sure of us, Gerd said, smiling. How could I think otherwise if you're here with me? Now they won't be able to keep me in prison here. And as soon as we get out, we'll look for Astrid. The Snow Panthers never abandon their own. That's the way to talk, Nielsa said cheerfully, and hugged her. You have no idea how much I've missed you. Although Vilma is a great friend, she can't compare to my dear Nielsa, Ingrid said, pointing at the rat. Nielsa laughed. Thank goodness I won the competition. Thank goodness, Gerd laughed. You have no idea the joy I feel in my heart seeing you again. When Thorin sent me here as a prisoner by Sabis's request, right after what happened with the immortal dragon, what troubled me most was knowing I wouldn't be able to help you. All this time I've blamed myself and felt frustrated for being stuck here when you needed me. That says a lot about you, Ingrid. You're a great woman and a great comrade, Gerd said gratefully. You're the best of all, Nielsa assured her. But none of that matters now. The past is the past. We must focus on the present and move forward. Together I have no doubts that we will. I've never had them. The Snow Panthers can cope with anything, Ingrid said determinedly. Unfortunately, we ended up separated after fighting the immortal dragon. But now that we're together again, we'll go back to being how we were. Those dragons had better get ready, as well as everyone else who stands against us. Nothing will stop us. We'll end up victorious, as we always have. Simply hearing you fills my heart with impetus. We'll defeat the dragons and anyone who gets in our way, said Gerd. I'm all for that feeling, Nielsa said, raising her fist. Lasgol was looking at them, not really knowing what to do. Ingrid's confidence in herself and in them all was impressive. It truly cheered the spirit. They seemed capable of anything, despite the terrible situation they were in.
Lasgol couldn't stop thinking that they were prisoners in the dungeons of a besieged city and that its leader had given them an ultimatum to not kill them, a decision he assumed was false. Sabis was going to kill them anyway. Suddenly, Ingrid put a finger to her lips.
"Someone's coming. Be quiet," she whispered.
Chapter 38. They were silent, listening to the footsteps in the corridor which Ingrid had already identified. They waited to see who was coming. 2 figures came up to the guards. Lasgol watched them while they conversed with them. One was wearing a green robe and the other's was golden.
"It's Celipus and Damaros,"
Lasgol whispered. Ingrid's eyes opened wide. The 2 visitors came to the bars. Apparently they had permission from the guards.
"Celipus, what a joy to see you!"
Ingrid cried.
"The joy is all mine, Ingrid," the interpreter replied with a smile.
"It's been so long."
Celipus nodded.
"But here we still are, the 2 of us," the older man said.
"You were right. I shouldn't have entered the Gutyrus' competition. It's brought me nothing but misfortune."
"I tried to warn you. The Gutyrus and, well, all the families of the Regent Council are ruthless. They only seek military power and glory."
Ingrid nodded. "At least I got the golden sword, Neil's dragon killer."
"A victory, then, despite the consequences."
Celipus spread his arms.
"Yeah, a victory," Ingrid nodded.
"When I found out that you were a prisoner here, I tried to see you, but Sabis forbade me. He doesn't trust me, because I know you and helped you when you arrived in the city. Also because Sabis doesn't even trust his own family."
"Very typical of him. I was assigned another interpreter at the interrogations, or rather the tortures. He wasn't very good."
"I'm so sorry."
"Don't worry, I wasn't going to talk anyway. I didn't need the interpreter."
Neil, Sigurd, and Lasgol shifted uncomfortably. Lasgol suspected that something like that might have happened, but hearing Ingrid confirm it made his stomach turn. Sabis and his people were friends without honor. They deserved to die for that.
"I'm very sorry,"
Nielsa said with feeling.
"I'm sorry too,"
Gerd said, bowing his head.
"Don't be. It's only made me stronger and helped me to survive. Sabis will pay for what he's done to me. That's an Orgonian Ranger's promise."
"One that isn't broken and is fulfilled."
Lasgol nodded, remembering the saying, even if he didn't know how. Ingrid looked at him out of the corner of her eye.
"That's right," she nodded.
"In any case, I'm very sorry. That kind of behavior is despicable," Celipus said regretfully. "Unfortunately, it's been normalized here. The soldiers have no mercy with the prisoners, I'm afraid."
Ingrid raised an eyebrow.
"What are you doing here, Celipus? You're risking your life if Sabis doesn't want you speaking to me."
Celipus sighed. "Yes, I'm risking it. Damaros asked me, and we've been friends for many years. I can't refuse him," Celipus said, looking at the golden mage.
"In that case, let's hear what he has to say. It must be important to risk yourselves by coming here."
"It is for all. I'll translate for Damaros." "We don't have much time, so I'll be straightforward," Damaros said.
They all nodded. "Go ahead," Ingrid invited.
"Until now, I believed I was an anomaly, the only mage with golden magic in all Tremia. Today you've opened my eyes to a new reality," he said excitedly. "What do you mean?"
Lasgol didn't understand why Damaros was so excited.
"Your bow and the sword. Is it like the bow?" the mage said with the same excitement.
"It is. The sword has golden magic like yours,"
Nielsa told him.
"That's so amazing."
They didn't find it amazing, since they'd known for some time.
"There are golden weapons with magic capable of killing dragons, if that's what you mean," Gerd said. "That's it exactly. Don't you understand?"
Ingrid, Nielsa, Gerd, and Lasgol looked at one another without understanding why this was so exciting.
"Honestly, no, we don't," Lasgol admitted.
Damaros raised his hands to the ceiling.
"I'll explain. My whole life I believed I was cursed, that my magic was useless, and only with the arrival of the dragons did I realize, and by accident, that my magic could hurt those ruthless, monstrous creatures. Finally, this useless mage had a purpose. An end. something I could offer to Oricor. I've always been the laughing stock of the Magi, since my magic isn't good for anything." "I don't believe you are now," said Lasgol. "No, of course not. Now I'm the most valuable mage, because my magic affects the dragons, and it's the only one capable of doing that. Life is very strange. For a very long time it filled me with bitterness and sadness, but now it fills me with determination and courage."
"So?"
Nielsa was frowning, not understanding. "These weapons were created by people with my same magic. Therefore, I can deduce that I must be a descendant of those who created these weapons. I can finally understand my past, my origin, and perhaps it'll help me find others like me." "That would be wonderful, because we need more golden magi to defeat the dragons," Gerd said. "Tell me, what do you know about the golden weapons? Who created them? I must know."
Lasgol was about to answer, but Gerd squeezed his arm, and Lasgol didn't say anything.
"We'll tell you, if you also accept to exchange information with us," Gerd suggested.
Damaros thought about it.
"That sounded to me like one of Egil's replies,"
Nielsa whispered to Ingrid.
"I thought the same thing,"
she whispered back.
"Those two have spent too much time together."
Nielsa smiled.
"One is all mind, and the other all body and heart," said Ingrid. "It seems that something's rubbed off on Gerd after spending so much time with Egil,"
Nielsa said, covering her mouth unobtrusively. The golden mage suddenly nodded.
"All right, I don't see a problem with that. We should help one another, but this must remain between us. If anyone from Gutyrus's family finds out, well, I'll suffer a lot, and you will die." "We'll be careful," Gerd promised, looking at his comrades and seeking confirmation about the deal. Ingrid, Nielsa, and Lasgol nodded. "The creators of the golden weapons ruled in Tremia over 3,000 years ago," Gerd said. "It is believed to have been a very powerful civilization because of their magic and knowledge." "Really? I've never heard anything about that civilization. There's no record of them here in Oricor, in the east." "They are known as the Golden Ones, the Lost Civilization," Gerd said. Damaros shook his head. "I've never heard of them."
"Well, you should know they were so powerful they vanquished the dragons," Nielsa said.
"They did? When? How?" "From what we've found out so far, and although we don't have a way to prove it, I might be wrong, the Golden Ones defeated the dragons in Tremia over 4,000 years ago. We believe they expelled them from this world," Gerd went on.
"And the dragons haven't returned until now, so they must fear them," Nielsa noted.
"That's really important. This information might be crucial to defeat the dragons. If there's a race capable of finishing them off, and weapons created for that end, it might be the key to victory."
Damaros rubbed his hands very eagerly.
"I won't disagree with you, but the problem is that the Golden Ones vanished about 3,000 years ago. Nothing has been heard of them since. That we know about, of course," said Nielsa.
"That's bad news. Do we know why they vanished?" "No, we don't know what happened to them, only that they haven't been seen in Tremia ever again," Gerd said.
"But after examining your magic using what we've seen and know, we're positive it's the same as the Golden Ones, just like the golden weapons," Nielsa added.
"Indeed it must be. But then, am I a descendant of the Golden Ones?"
"You and many in Tremia. For example, Lasgol, who can use the bow."
"That's true, like Aquas Mares."
Damaros nodded.
"What makes you special, and it's truly remarkable, is that your magic is pure golden magic, or almost completely pure," Gerd explained.
"The other magics are mixed and formed by different base magics. In your case, I'd say your magic is almost entirely golden,"
Nielsa told him.
"Yes, because I can't do magic of any other kind, and what I can do with it is very little." "That's what we want to know. What can you do with your golden magic?" Gerd asked. "Not much. I can create golden energy, which our soldiers use with their weapons to pierce through the dragon's scales."
"Any magical attacks?" Nielsa asked him.
Damaros shook his head. "I've tried to emulate the spells of the Magi of Water, but I can't manage to create them. Something as basic as throwing a cone of ice, I can't do it. It doesn't form. It's as if my magic can't take on specific shapes. Hence I can only create mist, energy almost in a pure state." "It's not that strange," Lasgol intervened. "Perhaps what your magic allows you to do is imbue golden power. That in and of itself is very powerful. Can you, for example, imbue a sword or axe with golden magic?" Damaros nodded. "That I can do. We don't resort to it other than at the last moment, because the weapons I imbue with golden magic lose it quite quickly. It only lasts a short period of time, and then the weapon goes back to normal. It's as if the magic leaves the weapon, like it can't adhere to it."
"Interesting," Ingrid said, listening closely. "All this is new to me, but I can see many possibilities. It reminds me of Enguald, the Norganian enchantment mage." "Yeah, that's true," Nilsa said, nodding.
"Have you tried to create and encapsulate the golden magic?" Lasgol asked as he narrowed his eyes. "So the soldiers can coat their weapons in it?" Damaros asked. "No, to make it explode," Lasgol told him. Damaros threw his head back. "No, explode? How? The golden energy I emit is ethereal." "That's why you should encapsulate it in an object that can contain it, for example, a glass orb. If you then throw it and it explodes on impact, we would have a powerful weapon against the dragons," Lasgol explained.
"Similar to our elemental arrows when they burst on impact," Nilsa commented.
I've tried to store golden energy in objects like mage orbs, but not to throw and burst them. In any case, I don't think they'd burst." Damaros was thoughtful, and he scratched his head. "Imagine that we find the way to make it burst. It would be something we could throw at the dragons to injure them," Lasgol mused. "An explosion of golden energy should hurt them, you're right."
"And if we created golden magic arrows?"
Nilsa suggested. "Yes, that's what I wanted to get at," Lasgol nodded. "If we could store golden energy in small containers and create golden arrows, any archer could really hurt a dragon and wouldn't need a golden bow." "The idea is very interesting. We only imbue the tips of the weapons with the golden magic, but making them burst would be a lot more harmful, undoubtedly," Damaros admitted.
"We rangers know how to make arrows that explode," Ingrid said.
"And traps," Lasgol added. "True, and traps," Gerd nodded. "We only need your energy, Damaros," Lasgol said, optimistic. "What are you considering? I think I know what you're thinking, but I don't see how it can be done." "You should come with us to Norgana, Damaros. There, using your power, we could make a large number of explosive arrows with golden magic," Lasgol suggested. "Although you may not believe it, you're a warrior with great power," Gerd told him.
"In essence," Nilsa added.
Damaros sighed deeply. "I was afraid you'd ask this of me. I can't leave Oricor." "You don't owe loyalty to Sabis and his family. You've heard how they're going to send you to face the dragons with the golden bow. You'll die if you do," Gerd said. "The perspective isn't at all flattering, I know," Damaros said regretfully.
"You and the Magi of Water will die if you try to face the dragons with the bow. You don't have the skill necessary to do something like that," Nilsa told him. "Magi using a bow? That's crazy," Ingrid said.
"I know. It's not for the Gutyrus." "So what is it?" Lasgol asked. "This is my city, my people. I was born here. I've lived here my whole life. I can't leave them. There's still hope. We have to keep fighting." Nilsa, Lasgol, and Gerd exchanged a look. "And if we told you there's no hope for the city?" Lasgol asked. "We've resisted so far. We'll go on resisting." "I'm afraid not. The Black Dragon is going to send all its dragons to destroy the city once and for all," Lasgol informed him. Damaros opened his eyes very wide. "There are 2 more cities that are being attacked, or have been so far. It is decided to do it precisely because things aren't going well for it. It will destroy what's left of the city," Lasgol assured him firmly. "How do you know this?" "We have friends among the Krydo army," Lasgol said. "Friends? Among the invaders?" The Golden Mage's face showed surprise and antagonism.
"Many of them are against the dragons," Nilsa said. "They're preparing a revolt."
"You're saying that the dragon army is rebelling against its lords?" Damaros didn't seem convinced.
"Yes, but unfortunately, it won't happen before the end of Oricor," Nilsa assured him.
When is that end going to come? In less than 3 days, most likely,
Lasgol said. Damaros was silent. I'm very sorry, Celipis, Ingrid told the old interpreter.
It had to happen. It was only a matter of time. We weren't going to hold up against the dragons and their army.
Even so, I'm very sorry. I know you love this city, and your people. Celipis bowed his head.
Yes, I love Oricor and its citizens. We've been an impressive city-state, a military power for a very long time. Ending like this doesn't seem worthy of the glory this city once held.
You can still escape, Nilsa suggested.
Escape? We're under siege, Celipis said.
You can escape by sea, Gerd indicated.
The dragons don't have ships. If you escape before they arrive, you can reach safety. That might be, but Sabis and the Gotyrus would never allow it. They'll kill anyone who tries to escape for deserting, the interpreter said. Without a doubt, Damaros came back from his thoughts. He'll kill us all if we try to escape by sea.
If you reached York, would they take you in at the city-state island? Ingrid asked, raising an eyebrow.
Celipis and Damaros looked at each other and nodded. Before the arrival of the dragons, we were rivals, the two most important city-states in the east, the greatest military power and trading power, Celipis said. But with the invasion, both cities had to learn to collaborate. Now we're not rivals. We work together to subsist. I think they would take us in. Yes, if for no other reason, then so we might fight in their army, which isn't half as good as ours, Damaros reasoned.
In that case, you must leave the city and sail to York, Ingrid said in a tone of plea.
Sabis and his family wouldn't allow it. They demand that we fight to the last man or woman who can wield a weapon, Damaros said.
In that case, we'll have to deal with the Gotyrus family once and for all, Ingrid said with rage in her voice. They've been asking for judgment and to be sentenced for a long time, and the time has come to do that.
It'll have to be a death sentence, or it won't be possible to evacuate the city, Damaros said.
Oh, don't worry, Golden Mage. It will be a death sentence. Make no mistake about that, Ingrid promised, shaking her shackles while her eyes sparkled.
Chapter 39. Lasgol watched the two guards on the other side of the bars of the cell. They were half asleep, but they kept watch. They reminded him of cats, which, although their eyes might be closed, their ears were alert, listening for any strange sounds. This told him that, although the guards were resting, they were still watchful. Sitting beside him, Gerd was also watching the two guards. They had talked about the option of fooling them, but they needed to wait until it was later on in the night. Celipis and Damaros had left a while ago. They had told Ingrid what had happened with Sabis and his demands. Ingrid did not want her friends to lose their lives, so she was thoughtful for a while. "I've thought of something," Ingrid suddenly whispered. Nilsa, who was beside her, sat up. "About the guards?" she asked in an almost inaudible voice. Ingrid shook her head. "About Sabis. I can offer him the rest of the golden weapons if he lets you live. He won't be able to refuse once he knows I have Gim's double death, Antior's beam, Sonson's knife, Rogden's golden spear, and Liriana's gauntlet. Besides, Aod's bow and Neil's dragon killer, which are the ones he knows we have." Gerd scratched his chin. He's so desperate for fame, and now that he knows his magi can use those weapons, he might agree. "I don't trust him. He'll betray us," Nilsa said. "He's like that." "Of course he'll betray us," Ingrid nodded. "It's only to gain time." "What would we achieve by gaining time?" Gerd asked. "The death of Sabis and his people. The dragons will destroy them," Ingrid told them. "Yeah, but those in the city will die too with Sabis and his people," Lasgol told her. "There are several thousand still alive. We can't let them all die." Ingrid sighed. "You're right. There's no time left to fool Sabis with the other weapons and save the citizens who are left." She lifted her gaze toward the guards. "We'll have to deal with those two on our own and escape." "Fine with me," Lasgol nodded. Nilsa and Gerd nodded too. "Let's get on with it then," Ingrid concluded. They waited until it was late at night. Lasgol got ready to act. He silently invoked his pre-combat list of skills. The green flashes that ran through his body one after the other told him they were activating. Cat-like reflexes, hawk's eye, owl hearing. None failed him. He was really glad. Lately, only some shooting skills failed him when he tried to combine them with others, which cheered him a little because it seemed his magic was improving with time. He was recovering little by little. He hoped to recover completely and go back to being who he had once been, but he was fully aware that this would not happen immediately. Beside him, Gerd was silent, as were Nielsa and Ingrid. They had to get out of that cell and escape. They only had one chance at an escape attempt, and it had to come out right, otherwise their enemies would double the watch, secure the area, and they would be lost. Sabas would hang them with the arrival of the new day. Lasgold looked at his comrades in the middle of the gloom. They were at the far end of the cell, where the light of the corridor torches did not fully reach them. They could see the two guards, but the guards could not see them, nor did they look in their direction much. They trusted the solid steel bars and metal lock of the door. Lasgold began to move very slowly, like a black panther stalking its prey. He went on all fours and stood against the right wall of the cell. He flattened himself to it and approached the bars until the light of the torch was almost upon him. The two guards were standing, but half asleep. Lasgold concentrated, and using his improved hearing with his owl's hearing skill, caught a sound at the end of the corridor. He was tempted to get close to the bars and watch, but he did not want to draw the two guards' attention. He held back and signaled to indicate he was in position. Ingrid stood up, and lifting the chains, she went as far as they would go. She entered the lit area and dropped down suddenly. The chains and shackles made a loud noise when they hit the floor, and the metal din awoke the guards. "Help, please! Something's wrong with her!" Nielsa cried as she knelt beside Ingrid. The two guards looked at Ingrid and Nielsa, and then at one another. "She's dying! Do something!" Nielsa cried with urgency in her voice and a horrified face. She knew they didn't understand her, but her gestures were obvious. The soldiers commented something between them. They approached the bars with their spears in front. They didn't trust them. They were being cautious. "Help her, please!" Nielsa continued her acting, while Ingrid lay on the floor pretending to be dying. One of the guards put his spear through the bars and put the tip on Nielsa's chest, saying something she did not understand, but she guessed it meant for her to stay still, which is what she did. Kneeling, and with the tip of the spear directed at her neck, she raised her hands, indicating she had no intention of doing anything. The other guard put his spear through the bars too, and prodded Ingrid on the shoulder with it. Ingrid bore that prick, and neither moved or said anything. The two guards exchanged looks and some words. The guard aiming his spear at Ingrid prodded her again, this time in her side. Ingrid clenched her teeth and bore it without a sound or a movement. How she did this astonished Lasgold, who was watching very attentively. The soldiers hadn't noticed him, hidden as he was by the shadow on the wall. The two guards shouted something at them, but naturally they didn't understand what they were saying, so they started talking among themselves, trying to decide what to do. It was the moment. They were distracted. Nielsa lowered her hands and grasped the spear. She gave a sharp pull, passing the tip over her right shoulder. Gerd was ready behind Nielsa. He grasped the top of the spear and pulled with all his might. The guard cried out and tried to pull back, but Gerd's strength was too much for him, and he slammed against the bars. The other guard turned and moved his spear to stab Gerd. Lasgold leapt with feline agility from the gloom and held the spear in a tight grip. The guard could not stab Gerd. Ingrid got on her knees and pulled the spear inside. The guard hit the bars. Lasgold held the man's head with both hands and struck it hard against the bars. Nielsa lunged at the other guard, who was recovering from the blow against the bars, grabbing his chest with both hands. The guard shouted something and tried to unsheath his dagger, but Gerd was ahead of him and delivered a tremendous punch to the nose. The guard fell backward, unconscious, and with his nose broken. The other guard was also trying to get his dagger out. Ingrid had taken away his spear. Lasgold struck the man's head against the bars twice more, and he fell to the floor unconscious. "We did it," Nielsa said joyfully. "But we've made a lot of noise," Lasgold said ruefully, fearing they might have been heard. "Search them quickly. Look for the keys to the cell," Ingrid said. Nielsa and Lasgold searched the guards. "Here," said Nielsa, finding a very heavy key. "That's the key to my shackles," Ingrid said, raising her hands toward Nielsa. "Freeing you," Nielsa said, getting to it quickly. Lasgold was still searching the other guard, and at last he found the keys, but he couldn't get them off him.
He had to use the guard's dagger to cut them off his belt.
I have the keys, he told his friends. Open the door, Gerd said urgently. Lasgul set to it and opened the door. There it is.
Me too, Ingrid said, now free of her chains. I've taken off a weight you can't even imagine. I feel like I'm flying.
They opened the door to escape. Ingrid was about to go out and stopped. 4 soldiers were aiming their spears at the door. They had come running from the left end of the corridor. They shouted something. Ingrid wondered whether to lunge into an attack or not. The tips of the 4 spears were threatening her chest. She looked at Lasgul on her right. Lasgul watched the 4 soldiers. It was a bad situation. The door was open, but only Ingrid had a way out. The others were behind the bars. He was sure he could beat the 4 soldiers, but Ingrid would be caught in the middle and hurt, perhaps fatally. The risk was too big. The spears had a long range, and they could not be easily dodged in narrow places such as corridors. He shook his head at Ingrid. Ingrid sighed. They could see in her eyes that she wanted to lunge at the soldiers. She was so close to freedom. Only a couple steps separated her from it. The problem was that there were 4 spear tips between her and that freedom. She took a step back while the soldiers yelled at them and threatened them with their spears. They were very serious. They would run them all through if they tried anything. The fact that 2 of their comrades were on the floor didn't help the situation. Ingrid raised her hands to indicate they would not try anything. Even so, the shouts and threatening gestures with the spears continued. All of a sudden, one of the soldiers, the furthest to the left, shut up and stood still. A moment later, it was the one furthest to the right. Ingrid, Nilsa, Lasgul, and Gerd took a step back into the cell with their hands raised. The 2 soldiers at the ends dropped to the floor. The 2 in the center realized and looked down at their fallen comrades. A swift shadow came to the soldier on the left and with a lightning move slit his throat. The other soldier guessed something was wrong and turned. As he finished turning, a knife entered his throat above his Adam's apple. He opened his eyes very wide. The knife came out of his neck, and he began to drown in his own blood. He fell to the floor and died a moment later. The shadow turned and looked at the 4 inside the cell. What a pitiful attempt at escaping, but don't worry, I'm here. Problem solved, Vigo said with his usual sarcasm, smiling from ear to ear.
Vigo! You're alive! Ingrid could not believe he was right there in front of her.
Of course I'm alive. No one can kill me, Vigo replied, opening his arms and in a tone that implied it was obvious. Ingrid lunged at Vigo and kissed him so hard and passionately that she almost made him lose his balance. Vigo recovered at once and reciprocated to his beloved, embracing her with all his being. For a moment they kissed and hugged with such fervor that everything around them vanished. They were alone, just the 2 of them, filled with love and happiness in high heaven. Their friends could only watch with joy on their faces for the happy reunion of the couple. Such a long time of separation and misfortune, and now they were finally together again.
I searched for you everywhere and couldn't find you. Everyone said you had died, but I refused to believe it. And here, Ingrid told him with her hand on her heart, I knew you hadn't died.
And you were right. How could I die and leave you here alone, my precious untamable warrior? No way.
Vigo smiled, and his usual lethal gaze became one of love.
When it's taken you a long time to come and rescue me, Ingrid chided him, narrowing her blue eyes. I didn't think you needed anyone to rescue you. You've never needed anyone. It's always you who does the rescuing and solves things. Vigo grinned mischievously.
Well, for once I do need rescuing.
Forgive me, my beloved bellicose blondie. I had a slight mishap involving freezing in a glacier. Nothing serious, but it did set me back a little. I'll tell you everything. Vigo told her as he shook his arms and legs as if they were still frozen.
Sorry to interrupt you lost lovers, but we have to get out of here, Nilsa said, indicating the dead bodies on the floor.
Yeah, let's get out of here before we're discovered quickly, Lasgul urged them. Where to? Gerd asked. Follow the trail of bodies, Vigo said, smiling.
How many did you kill?
Nilsa asked him with a look of disbelief at Vigo being himself. The minimum necessary, as I know you prefer it, and so that you wouldn't pester me now.
Okay, if that's it, I won't say anything.
That's it.
Let's go, said Ingrid. I'm dying to get out of this hole of rocks and bars. I've spent too long locked up in this prison.
You don't know how sorry I am, my beautiful blonde. I would have come sooner. I insisted, but these guys had problems to solve. Vigo jabbed his thumb toward the rest of the group.
I'm sure that if they had problems, they were important ones.
Nothing is more important to me than you, Vigo told her in a tone as serious as when he sentenced someone to die. Ingrid stroked his cheek.
I know. I always knew you would come to rescue me if I didn't manage to escape. And now you have. I couldn't be happier.
I only regret taking so long.
Don't worry about that. You're here, just as I knew you would be. I couldn't be happier,
Ingrid assured him and kissed him again. They ran down the corridor, and it was not long before they found trails of Vigo's assassin work. At the first door, they found 2 dead guards. At the end of the next corridor, another 2. At the stairs, 2 others. On the upper level, 2 more, and before they came out in the street, they found an additional 2 bodies.
Did you have to kill them all?
Nielsa reproached him as they came out in the street.
Do you want to live, or hang from a rope at dawn?
Vigo asked with a look that said he did not understand why she was complaining.
I want to live, but I don't want half the city to have to die for it.
It's not my fault the Gutierrez like to place 2 guards every 100 paces. As you can understand, I wasn't going to let them get between my beloved and me.
He looked at Ingrid and blew her a kiss. Nielsa rolled her eyes.
You did what you had to. I don't have any criticism,
Ingrid told him appreciatively.
That's why I love you, my bellicose blondie,
Vigo said, gazing at her with eyes filled with happiness. They came out of the building and checked it. It was a military building where the Gutierrez family got together for their military business. The prisons were underground. The torches lit the whole quadrant that belonged to the family. Every 100 paces a flame was lit, which did not encourage incursions or nocturnal escapes. Very likely that was why the whole area was illuminated. Sabis and his relatives didn't want unpleasant surprises. They went west quickly and stealthily. If there were torches, there would be guards. Further south, they saw a great palace with gardens, squares, and fountains. It was majorly damaged, as if a giant had struck it with an enormous hammer, but it still held up and displayed part of the glory it had once possessed. Lascelles guessed this was the residence of the regent family. On the flanks of the great palace were 2 other smaller ones, also deteriorated by the war. They must be the residence of the lesser relatives. To the east and west, they found military buildings, barracks of rock, no doubt where the family's soldiers lived. They decided to get away from those areas fast to avoid patrols and guards. The family's quadrant was really large, like a city within the great metropolis of Oricor itself. They were approaching the exit of the area when they encountered 6 soldiers doing their rounds. They appeared when the Snow Panthers turned a corner in a clear square. There was nowhere to hide, and the light of the torches gave them away.
Trouble,
Gerd warned.
There are only 6 of them,
Vigo said very calmly.
We have to stop them from sounding the alarm,
said Ingrid. Then we'll have to attack before they react, said Lascelles. The group was dressed like Oricor soldiers, even Ingrid, although her clothes were very worn, so the patrol hesitated for a moment. We charge, Ingrid ordered, pointed at the soldiers who were staring at them blankly, not understanding what they were doing there at night. The 5 started to run. Vigo got in the lead in 3 strides, he was so fast. Lascelles followed him and matched his pace thanks to the improvement of his skills. Vigo was brandishing his black assassin ranger knives. Lascelles was armed with the dagger he had taken from the guard. The others followed closely, all with daggers they had taken from the dead soldiers. They could have taken their spears and shields, but those were weapons the rangers hadn't mastered. However, they did know how to use a knife or dagger. The soldiers stopped in their tracks when they saw the group coming at them. They covered themselves with their shields and raised their spears in a defensive stance. Lascelles reached the soldiers, and seeing they were in a defensive pose, he took advantage of the momentum of his run and threw himself on the ground with his feet forward. He slid on the ground and passed under the shield and spear of one of the soldiers in the center, hitting the man's ankles with his feet. The soldier's legs buckled back, and he fell forward as Lascelles passed underneath. Knowing he could not lose an instant, he turned with the speed and agility of a cheetah and leaped over the soldier's back with a movement worthy of Ona. With the handle of the dagger, he hit the soldier hard, twice on the nape, and left him unconscious. Vigo opted for a similar strategy, but more acrobatic. He arrived beside the soldier Lascelles had knocked down and gave a tremendous leap with his feet forward. The soldier covered himself with his shield and tried to bury his spear in him, but Vigo's feet caught him in the forehead. The soldier's helmet flew off and he fell backward. Vigo landed behind the soldier and rolled to cushion the fall. He spun around and saw the soldier beginning to get back up, But before he did, Vigo grabbed him by the hair and struck his head against the ground using all his body weight. The soldier did not get back up. Ingrid reached the soldiers and saw the hole in the formation Lasgol and Vigo had made. Instead of going straight at one soldier, she went to the hole. The soldier saw her and had to turn to face her. Ingrid stopped and taunted him to attack her. The soldier came at her with his spear, which Ingrid deflected with her dagger. She didn't counterattack. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Nilsa arriving, who met the soldier sideways. She went straight at him and delivered a strong blow to the temple with her dagger. The soldier was stunned. He tried to turn to defend himself from Nilsa, but Ingrid got ahead of her and grasped his spear hard. She pulled on it, and the soldier lost his balance. Nilsa knocked him out with another strong blow to the temple. The soldier behind Ingrid was about to hit her in the head with the butt of his spear. Nilsa noticed and signaled with her eyes to Ingrid. The former First Ranger bent down, and the soldier's blow simply stirred the air. Ingrid turned, still bent, and swept him with a low kick to the ankles. The soldier fell sideways. Ingrid motioned for Nilsa to finish him, and the redhead lunged at him and knocked him out. They'd been away from each other for a long time, but they had fought together so many times that it was like riding a horse. Once you learned, you never forgot. Gerd faced the soldier furthest to the right. He was arriving last to the fray, not being as fast or agile as his friends. He also suffered episodes that prevented him from being agile. But he was strong and big, and this was what he used against the soldier. He dodged the spear the man tried to pierce his stomach with, and managed to get close and grasp the upper rim of the shield. He pulled hard toward himself, and the soldier lost his balance from the weird attack. He pulled his shield back to avoid losing it. Gerd smiled. He didn't want to take it from him. It was a ruse. What he did was charge with his shoulder against the shield with all the strength of his large body. The soldier was thrown back. Gerd ran and crashed into him with more force and inertia. The soldier flew backward and fell to the ground. Gerd got to him and delivered a strong kick to his face, which left him unconscious. The last soldier was threatening Lasgol with his spear. He saw he was the only one standing, and his face showed he was going to shout. But he didn't have time. Vigo came up behind him and put a hand over his mouth and his knife to his neck. The soldier realized he was lost and lowered his shield and spear. Vigo was about to cut his throat. "Don't kill him," Ingrid said. Vigo sighed. He hit the soldier in the nape with the pommel and left him senseless. Lasgol looked around. Everything seemed very quiet. There was silence. The alarm had not been given. "Let's get out of here," Ingrid said, and they all ran off. Chapter 40. They arrived at a run to the square featuring the great statues of past warrior leaders of Oricor. They saw about 100 people waiting. "Better sneak down an alley," Vigo suggested, frowning. "No, take it easy. They're friends," Ingrid told him. "Friends? Since when do we have friends in the city? And so many," Vigo said blankly. "Some vanish and kill people, and others seek alliances," Nilsa replied with a mischievous grin. "They're the Magi and they're loyalists. They've joined us," Lasgol explained. "We persuaded them while we were in prison." "I really can't leave you alone even for one day." "The one who can't be left alone is you. You go round shedding blood everywhere," Nilsa chided. "To help my dear friends," Vigo replied, looking as though they owed him. Yeah, Nilsa had to drop it. "Let's go and talk to them," Ingrid said. They ran to meet Celipis, Damaros, and Aquasmaris. Lasgol was surprised they had managed to gather 100 followers in such a short time. "And as you can see, we managed to escape," Ingrid told them. "Which brings joy to my heart," Celipis smiled affectionately at her. "As you said you would. You're truly amazing. No one escapes from the Gotyrus prison," Damaros said, and Celipis translated. "There's always a first time. More if I'm involved," Vigo said. The two Magi and the interpreter nodded, acknowledging the fact. "Have you told them what's going to happen?" Ingrid asked, nodding toward the group behind the Magi and the interpreter. "We've told them what you told us, yes. They know their days are numbered," Celipis said. "We've told this group which we trust, so that at dawn the word will spread everywhere," Damaros told them. "Such a rumor detailing the end of the city will fly through the streets, I have no doubt. It will reach everyone," Aquasmaris assured them. "Also the Gotyrus, I'm afraid," Damaros said, lowering his gaze. "Apart from the Gotyrus, how do you think the other regent families will react?" Ingrid asked.
The other families have gradually lost power as the siege has continued, Celipis explained. 3 of the families have lost their leaders in the war. The 4th leader is too old, and his son doesn't want to lead, Aquasmaris said. The Gotyrus seized power a long time ago, and they rule this city on their own, said Damaros. They are the ruling martial law, and as soon as they find out our escape plan, they'll come to crush us.
Ingrid nodded. Yes, Sabis isn't going to relinquish his power, or allow anything to happen that he hasn't ordered. Unfortunately, he'll lead you all to your deaths, Nielsa added.
Him and his family, added Gerd. If we manage to keep them from learning what we're up to, we'll have a chance, Aquasmaris said, trying to be optimistic.
How long do you need to prepare the escape ships? Ingrid asked.
The ships are hidden from the dragons at several points along the coast. We have to go there and bring them back. No sooner than 3 days, Aquasmaris said.
That's pushing things, Nielsa told them. The attack will probably occur that same day.
We'll have to hurry then, Damaros said.
Send them out now. Go and fetch those ships back. That's the most important thing, Ingrid urged them.
That's what we'll do, Aquasmaris said. Will there be enough boats to evacuate the whole city? Lasgol asked. Damaros shook his head. There aren't enough Oricor ships. But with the ones the city-state island of York has, we could all escape. That needs to be your second priority. You must reach York and get help from the city and those ships. I'll go. They know me there. I've spent a lot of time in the city working as an interpreter. I have friends.
Celipis volunteered. Fine, but be very careful, Ingrid told him.
I will. We need those ships and the help from York, or we won't survive. I believe they'll help us, Damaros reasoned. If we think about it, we're bringing them soldiers and magi which they need. They'll open their doors for us. Besides, for centuries we've been their rivals. They'll be delighted to see us defeated, begging for their help on our knees. That will fill them with pride and pleasure. They'll help us. It's better to be on your knees and alive than dead from pride. You can always get back up and keep fighting, Gerd told them. Very true. We'll bow our heads and accept the help of our rivals, Damaros agreed.
Former rivals. Now there's only one enemy, and that's the dragons, Nielsa corrected.
You really are an exceptional group. You're not only exceptional fighters, but your minds and principles are admirable, Damaros acknowledged. They are indeed, Celipis nodded, also agreeing. Your help has been priceless, Aquasmaris said.
There's nothing to be grateful for, or pay us back for. Just get to safety. Live, and keep on fighting, Ingrid told them.
We'll do that, Damaros promised. As for Sabis and his family, we'll see what we can do so they don't intervene, and you're free to escape, Vigo told them.
The 2 magi exchanged glances and looked serious.
That's going to be very complicated, Damaros told him.
You go and get everything ready to escape. Time is of the essence, Ingrid insisted.
Celipis came up to Ingrid and gave her a hug. Take good care of yourself, Norganian Ranger.
You too, Oricor interpreter.
Damaros turned to them. Before you leave, you'll need some weapons. Which ones do you want?
Bows, they all said in unison. Damaros nodded. A moment later, they were brought bows and quivers for the 5 of them. The group slung the quivers over their shoulders and held the bows. The Magi and Celipis gave orders to their followers, and a moment later they left in different directions, vanishing between streets and buildings.
I'll deal with the Gotyrus. Leave them to me,
Vigo said very seriously. No, it's too risky, Ingrid told him.
You know as well as I do that I'm not leaving this city without saying hi to Sabis. He's to blame for you having spent so much time in prison, and this is his last night alive. I'll spare his brothers, poor wretches, so they can escape.
It's too dangerous. I'm telling you, Gotyrus is a viper. Ingrid was very frightened for Vigo, and her eyes showed it.
Bah, nonsense. There's nothing too difficult for me in this kind of business. We'll help you, Gerd offered.
Yeah, we'll go with you, Nielsa joined him.
Sure, the giant with an iron hip and the most clumsy person in all of Tremere together. Just what I need to help me on a mission of stealth and murder.
Then I'll come. I'm the one who has to deal with that despicable being and take out that putrid heart of his, said Ingrid.
When was the last time you wielded a bow?
Vigo asked her. Long time.
You're not in any kind of physical or mental condition for something like that. Besides, this type of mission isn't your thing. You aren't good at stealth and nocturnal murder. Your thing is kicking down doors and attacking the enemy face to face. No, I'll go alone.
You're not going alone. Ingrid grabbed his arm.
I'll go with him, Lasgul said.
You weirdo. Vigo eyed him with his head to one side. There's no better archer, thanks to my magical skills, and I can be as stealthy as you thanks to them too.
Yeah, I can't deny that,
Vigo had to admit.
And I need to recover my golden bow. Lasgul said it with the conviction of someone who was going to achieve his purpose. The weirdo and I will recover the bow and stop the Gutyrus from preventing these good people from leaving the city.
Ingrid sighed deeply. All right, but be quick. You must have it done by sunrise.
Easy as cake.
Vigo smiled at her.
We'll leave following the same route we took coming in. We'll wait for you by the wall, Gerd told them. Lasgul nodded. Right.
Ingrid stroked Vigo's cheeks. Be very careful, and don't do anything foolish. I need us to be together. More so now that we've found each other again, after all this time.
Don't worry, my exceptional first ranger. I won't fail you.
Ingrid looked at Lasgul. Don't let him do anything crazy.
I'll take care of him, Lasgul said, nodding. He did not remember living through any other situation like this one, but somehow he knew it was one he was already familiar with. Him and Vigo in the midst of some danger and being careful that Vigo didn't do anything crazy. He knew it, even if he could not remember it.
Go, and good luck, Ingrid said in farewell.
Nilsa and Gerd waved at them. An instant later, Lasgul and Vigo were heading toward the Gutyrus' palace. Chapter 41. Lasgul and Vigo entered the quadrant of the Gutyrus family like two nimble black panthers that melted into the darkness of the raining night. Vigo led the way, seeking shadows and gloom to hide in with each step he took. Lasgul followed him closely, astonished by his partner's great skill at nearly disappearing entirely in every little patch of darkness he found. Not only that, but he found them all, because he did not move unless there was some dark spot to move to one by one. Given this, and considering that he went in total stealth, Vigo was practically undetectable. The skill he showed was awesome. Lasgul had once again called upon his whole pre-combat skills list. He knew he would need them all that night. In his right hand he carried an Auricor bow. They were inferior to the excellent bows of the Narganian Rangers, but it was a bow, and with that a ranger had more than enough. Once again he was surprised to feel that he knew this, even if he could not remember when he had learned it or who had taught him. It would probably be someone he had cared about deeply, and that was why he didn't remember. The quiver he carried held traditional arrows used in most armies. Luckily, they were not going to confront any dragons, so they wouldn't need their elemental arrows. Vigo stopped and flattened himself against the wall of a house. An instant later, he was invisible. Lasgul imitated him and tried to make the gloom cover him. A patrol doing its rounds appeared, crossing the square in front of them with a fountain that was split in two. They waited without moving, without making a sound. The patrol went by without detecting them. They went on toward the palace, always hiding in any dark spot they found. The torches proved an important obstacle. The Gutyrus liked to have their perimeter well lit. They made out several groups of soldiers on watch duty around the palace. Lasgul got closer to Vigo, who had moved on behind a fallen wall and was watching the situation from there. "There are many guards and too much light," Lasgul whispered to him. "That's true," Vigo replied in a whisper. "I don't think we'll be able to slip by without being seen." Vigo looked at Lasgul and smiled. "Do you know who is extremely good at slipping into guarded fortresses?" "You?" Lasgul guessed Vigo was going to boast of his skills as an assassin. "That too, but there's someone even better than me. Don't you remember?" Lasgul shrugged. "I should know the answer, right?" "I'd say so. It's your beloved Astrid." "Oh, I see. She's awesome at these types of missions. She's the best spy you could find. I'm better at killing than her, let me be clear. One thing Astrid taught me is that to go into a place with guards on the perimeter, you never use doors or windows, which, as you can see, are watched." Vigo pointed them out to him. And indeed, there were guards at all of them, both on the first, second, and third floors of the palace.
Then what? How do we get inside? Through the roof, of course.
Vigo smiled at him, and without explaining further, he set off. Very cautiously, Vigo went around the palace at a prudent distance to reach the back. They found the rubble of what must have been stables in the past. They were about 200 paces from the eastern back wall of the palace. They ran at a crouch to it and hid there.
I see 2 guards at the corner. What do you see? Use your special sight.
Lasgul watched closely using his hawk's eye skill.
There's another one right at the corner. I don't see him. I can see the heel of his boot.
Vigo squinted.
I don't see him, but if you say he's there, I'm sure he is.
What's the plan?
I'll deal with those 2 at the corner, and you the one whose heel you can see. They can't sound the alarm or the party will be over.
Understood. Vigo slung the bow on his back and brought out his 2 knives.
Don't release until you have a killing target. Even wounded, he'll still sound the alarm.
All right. Lasgul nodded and prepared the bow. He didn't want to kill that guard, but Vigo was right. There was no alternative. The lives of thousands of people in Oricor were at stake. Vigo zigzagged from shadow to gloom and from gloom to shadow until he was 2 steps away from the 2 guards, who were deep in conversation. He did so with such stealth that they didn't even notice his presence. He crawled along the floor like a black asp toward them. Lasgul raised the bow, aimed at the heel, and prepared to call upon his true shot skill. One of the guards laughed, and the other one slapped his shoulder, also laughing. At that moment, Vigo stood up and at dizzying speed attacked the 2 guards. The first one did not see him coming. Vigo's arm made a very swift upward movement. The guard's throat opened and blood began to pour out. The other guard opened his eyes as if they would pop. Vigo made another similar movement with his left arm, and the throat of the second guard opened up like his partner's. They both dropped to the ground, unable to cry out and sound the alarm. The noise of the bodies falling made the third guard come out from the corner. He had to be alert since they barely made any noise. Lasgul now not only saw the heel, but the whole body of the guard. He used his true shot skill, and the arrow buried deep in the guard's heart. He took 1 step forward, tripped, and fell over dead. Vigo signaled Lasgul to come over, and Lasgul ran to his partner. Vigo began to climb up the corner of the building. Lasgul slung the bow on his back and followed him. Vigo climbed the back wall of the palace with amazing agility and ease. Lasgul had more trouble, but he managed. The corner was irregular and gave them handholds and footholds, but they still had to be very careful. They reached a more damaged part. A piece of wall was missing at one height, and another one further up. Vigo was even more careful in this area. Even so, a rock became loose when Vigo put his foot on it, and he nearly fell. His hands held him, but he was left hanging for a moment, until he found where to put his feet again. Lasgul found the climb very difficult and dangerous. He realized that although he was very good at climbing mountains, this was not the same. It was not his forte. They went on climbing very carefully and passed another area where the wall was seriously damaged and there was risk of a cave-in. Vigo avoided it, moving to the right a couple of steps to climb that way, and then going back to the corner where it was easier to climb. Lasgul was about to fall off with that movement, but with great effort and tension, he managed to hold on and follow Vigo. At last, they reached the roof of the palace, which was completely riddled with holes, large perforations, and half-ruined areas. The area was huge, and it looked as if the dragons had been merciless with it. Some of the holes were so deep they went down several floors. One seemed to reach the ground inside the building.
Now what?
Lasgul whispered to Vigo.
The Gutyrus will be on the first floor. We have to go down there. How do you know they'll be there?
Lasgul was not as confident.
Look at that roof, and the 2 floors immediately below.
Vigo pointed through one of the large holes.
Would you sleep here?
Chapter 42. Lasgul took a quick look down the long corridor. He counted 2 guards in the middle and 2 more in front of the double door. Without a doubt, it was one of the rooms of some member of the Gutierrez family, since there were 4 single doors that must also be rooms, and they were not guarded. The nobility had very large rooms with double doors as a rule. He was surprised to know that. His mind provided him with valuable information every now and then, unwittingly. Vigo touched his shoulder. They were both crouched and ready to act. What they had to do was synchronize now. They had to avoid raising the alarm at all costs, or else they would be lost. There had to be over 100 guards in that palace on the level below them. Vigo signaled the attack plan with his hands. The problem was that the 2 guards at the far end were positioned in their direction. The moment they came out into the corridor, they would be seen. The other 2 guards were against the wall halfway down the corridor, and they would be sideways when they came out. Lasgul wondered how to eliminate the 4 soldiers before they raised the alarm and didn't have an answer. If they had arrows dipped in summer slumber, things would be much easier. It would only take a couple of true shots. And when the arrow broke, it would spread the sleeping substance and knock the guards out. It worked very well with humans, but not so well with dragons, unfortunately. Or at least, not with the concentration they normally used to knock humans out. They were investigating and experimenting with higher alchemic concentrations to see whether it was possible to knock out a dragon. They were testing it at the Rangers' camp, which, luckily, the dragons hadn't found and destroyed. Since the arrows they carried were to use against dragons, they didn't have summer slumber ones, or potions they could throw by hand. When they finished with this mission, it would be a good idea to carry a few arrows of that kind instead of only the elemental ones. Not to use against the dragons, but against humans and the other races of Craino. Lasgul didn't know whether they would have the same effect on those races, but he guessed it would be similar, since they were not that different from humans. Vigo was insisting with signs that Lasgul do what he told him, something usual when it came to Vigo. The assassin had full confidence in his own skills. Lasgul, however, thought that his plans were too risky. Unfortunately, he couldn't come up with anything better, so he had to yield and accept. Vigo counted to 3 with his fingers, and when he got to 3, he ran out in the corridor like lightning, stealthily, flat against the wall. The 2 guards in the middle of the corridor were looking ahead while Vigo approached them at the speed of light from the side. Of the 2 soldiers, one could not see him because the other one was in his line of vision. Vigo was heading toward him with his knives in his hands. But the 2 who were ahead, guarding the double door, could see Vigo running flat against the wall in their direction. Lasgul calculated they had already detected him, and he came out of the corner and aimed. Indeed, one of the guards at the far end of the corridor was squinting and about to say something. Lasgul called on his true shot skill, and when he saw the green flash, which came immediately, he released. The arrow flew swiftly, passing in front of the 2 guards in the middle, who noticed something and looked toward the guards at the end, following the path of the arrow. The arrow entered the guard's mouth and buried itself in his throat. He could not articulate what he was going to say, and died spluttering. The guard closest to Vigo turned his head and saw him. He began to turn to face him, but it was already late. Vigo jumped on him and brought him down. Lasgul called on his true shot skill once again, and released as fast as he could at the other soldier at the far end, who was also opening his mouth to cry out in alarm. The arrow caught him full in the throat, and there was only a muffled sound. Vigo slit the throat of the soldier he had knocked over and sprinted to the other. This one did have time to turn and confronted Vigo with his shield and spear. The assassin pulled his hand back as he ran toward the guard who was beginning to shout. Lasgul aimed at the soldier's head and was about to release. Vigo whipped out his right arm, and an instant later the guard got a throwing knife in his eye. It went into the hilt. The soldier collapsed, and Lasgul's arrow flew over him and headed to the double door as it opened. General Nodiasis appeared with his sword in hand. Lasgul's arrow caught him in the middle of his chest. He was not wearing armor, but it was in his nightshirt. With eyes popping from their sockets, he stared at the arrow stuck in his chest and mumbled something. Vigo indicated with a gesture to Lasgul that he was impressed with the shot. Lasgul knew it had been luck and not skill, but he knocked another arrow since the general was still standing. Vigo ran toward Nodiasis. Lasgul could kill him before Vigo reached him, but he preferred to leave the honor of finishing off the man to Vigo. He knew it would give him satisfaction, whereas it gave him no pleasure. Vigo reached the general, who was still breathing, and leaning against the doorframe, one hand on his sword and the other one to the arrow stuck in his chest. "My name is Vigo. I'm the best assassin in Tremere. You've caused my beloved to suffer, and you're going to die for it."
The general didn't understand the words, but he understood the purpose. Vigo delivered 3 swift, strong stabs to the heart. Lasgul waited to see whether anyone else appeared, alerted by the noise of the fray. No one appeared, so he relaxed. He lowered his bow and went over to Vigo, who was watching General Nodiasis, lying on the floor in a puddle of his own blood.
"One less,"
he muttered to Lasgul.
"Let's keep going. We have to find Sabis. This is his brother, Nodiasis."
Vigo nodded.
"Tonight is a night for revenge."
They searched the general's room quickly and found 2 quivers with their elemental arrows. They slung them on their backs.
"If this one has part of our belongings, then his 2 brothers will have the rest,"
Lasgul guessed.
"Let's go for them. And as we do, I'll take out those thieves' hearts."
Lasgul noticed the corridor that continued to the left of the room.
"Another corridor. Should we go that way?"
Vigo asked.
"This must be one of the corners of the 2nd floor."
Lasgul whispered to Vigo.
"I'm guessing there will be a huge room like this one at every corner." "With a Gutyrus in it to kill,"
Vigo said.
"I guess so." "Very well, then we'll carry out the same plan in every corner."
"It's a bit risky." Lasgul was not convinced. They'd been very lucky the alarm had not been sounded.
"I know. That's why I love it,"
Vigo said with a smile, and then he ran off. Lasgul sighed. He was certain they would be discovered by using this strategy. At the next corner of the 2nd floor, they encountered the same situation, and they solved it the same way. They were even quicker than the first time, so the risk decreased. Lasgul released repeatedly, supporting and covering Vigo, who ran like a cheetah along the corridors. They killed all the guards before they could raise the alarm. They went into the room, and in it they found General Demisis, with his sword in hand and hiding behind his shield.
"This is General Demisis, Sabis's brother. He wanted to execute us,"
Lasgul told Vigo while he aimed his bow at the general.
"Not that I needed extra motivation to kill him, but good to know."
The general was about to shout, and Lasgul released. The arrow headed straight to his mouth. The general raised his shield to protect himself, which stopped him from shouting. Vigo stepped forward, pointing his knives at him.
"My name is Vigo. I'm the best assassin in Tremere. You've caused my beloved to suffer, and you're going to die for it."
The general tried to raise the alarm again, but Vigo lunged at him with a powerful leap, and he had to defend himself. He didn't do too badly for a soldier of his rank and age, but he was no rival for Vigo, who ended up disarming him. Then he stabbed him in the heart 3 times.
2 brothers dead. We're getting closer." "There are still 2 corners,"
Lasgul reminded him, as he took the rest of his belongings from the general's room. What was not there was the golden bow.
"Let's keep moving and finish this,"
Vigo said as he ran off. Lasgul and Vigo arrived at the 3rd corner of the 2nd floor of the palace. Vigo took a look without being seen.
"Bad news,"
he whispered to Lasgul, and he motioned him to also take a peek. Lasgul did so. He took a quick look and hid again. There were 2 more soldiers on watch duty. They were standing in front of the 2 in the middle of the corridor. There would be no chance of surprising them as they had done so far.
"More guards mean a bigger prize,"
Vigo said in a whisper with a bitter smile.
"Yeah, Sabis must be in there, and with luck, Aod's bow will be there too. I'm looking forward to meeting this Sabis,"
Vigo said in an icy tone. Lasgul looked at his partner and then summarized the situation.
"We must think of another plan of attack,"
he whispered to Vigo.
"The hard way. We kill them, and although they'll raise the alarm, we'll have already finished.
We might have time to kill them, but not to escape." Vigo made a face that meant maybe yes, maybe no. Lasgul did not like that risk. It was too high. He preferred to measure and minimize the danger of a situation as much as possible. He thought for a moment, and the image of the 4 soldiers standing guard on the sides in the middle of the corridor came to his mind.
"Hurry up thinking what you're thinking, because the prize is within arm's reach and time is running out."
Lasgul looked at one of the high windows and saw that dawn would not be long in arriving. At that moment, there would be a change of guard, and they would find out what had happened. Vigo was right. They were very close to success, but they were running out of time. They would have to take risks, more than Lasgul was happy with, but there was no choice given the circumstances. An idea finished forming in Lasgul's mind.
"We'll use the bow this time."
Vigo frowned.
"I prefer the knives, and more so in these circumstances."
"Trust me, it's the best option."
"Tell me what you've thought up."
Lasgol explained his plan. Vigo nodded and reached for the bow at his back. They got ready to act. This time it was Lasgol who counted to 3, and then they ran out into the corridor like lightning. Vigo moved like a dancer to the middle of the corridor. Lasgol stayed on the left side, barely moving so as to be able to release. He called on his powerful shot and true shot skills. There were 2 green flashes, and the arrow flew to the head of the first of the 2 guards placed in the middle of the corridor on the left side. Vigo wasted no time and jumped at one of the soldiers to the left of the door at the end of the corridor. Lasgol's arrow hit the temple of the soldier looking ahead, and he didn't even feel it. With the powerful shot effect, the arrow went through the soldier's head and kept going to pierce the head of the one standing beside him. Vigo's arrow flew swiftly and hit the guard at the end of the corridor, who was protecting the double door. It hit him in the right cheek, and the arrow went in deep. The guard fell to the floor. Lasgol moved with incredible agility and reflexes to the right. Vigo moved to the left, and they repeated the shots. Only now the 3 guards who remained standing were alerted to the attack. "Murderers!" the guard who was left in front of the door shouted, warning his master behind it. Vigo's arrow hit him in the nose, making him double down in pain. Before the arrow had hit him, Vigo was already sprinting down the corridor. Lasgol's arrow hit the first of the 2 guards in the head, although he had moved. This was thanks to his true shot skill, which always hit the target he aimed at. But when it went through the man, it didn't reach the second guard but brushed his ear. "Raise the alarm!" he shouted. Lasgol knocked another arrow in his bow with such a swift, trained movement that in a sigh he was already aiming. He released. The guard saw the arrow coming and covered his head with his shield, but Lasgol had been expecting this and took advantage of his covering to release again with tremendous speed. The guard lowered his shield after blocking the first arrow to see what Lasgol was doing. He wasn't fast enough. The confusion caused by the attack made him hesitate. The second arrow hit him in the throat. There was no second cry of alarm. The soldier dropped the shield and spear and put his hands to his throat. Vigo went past him at top speed and gave him a brief glance without stopping. He reached the 2 guards he had brought down before the door, and with the speed and skill of a consummate assassin, he finished them off. He glanced at Lasgol, who was running toward him. "Wait," Lasgol told him. Vigo looked at the door and shook his head. "I'll be waiting inside." He opened the door to crouch and went into the room. Lasgol muttered a curse. Waiting for him was the right decision, the least risky. But being Vigo, the least dangerous option was not the one the assassin favored. As he arrived at the room, he was able to hear the sound of metal against metal. Vigo was fighting someone. Lasgol arrived and went in with his bow raised. Sabis, wearing a robe and armed with sword and shield, was defending himself from Vigo's dazzling attacks. The warning cry of the guard at the door had given Sabis enough time to grab his weapons, although not to put on his armor. "He's mine, Lasgol," Vigo said without looking at his friend. Somehow he knew he was at the door with his bow ready. Sabis shouted something in his own language, but they couldn't understand him. Lasgol saw the golden bow hanging on the wall of the elegant room to his right. He hesitated between going for it and finishing off Sabis. If he used his true shot skill, he would kill him without a doubt, since Sabis was too busy defending himself from Vigo to prevent the attack with his shield. He hesitated for an instant. Something inside him told him that the right thing to do was to kill Sabis, grab the bow, and get out of there. But he decided to give Vigo his moment. It was what the assassin wanted. He would never forgive him if he robbed him of Sabis's death, even if it was the logical thing to do in that situation. Sabis fought well. He was good with this sword and shield, agile and experienced, but Vigo was far too good a fighter. He managed to cut him in the right thigh. Sabis grunted and countered strongly. Vigo cut him in the right arm. The Captain General of Oricor took a step back and shouted what no doubt were expletives at Vigo, who did not flinch. His glare was fixed on Sabis, filled with hatred. He launched another swift combined attack and stabbed Sabis's left thigh deeply. The soldier stepped back with a look of pain on his face. "I'd like to explain to you that I've poisoned the knives before coming in. It's a pity we can't understand one another, but it doesn't matter. You'll find out in a moment." Sabis replied with shouts of rage at Vigo. Lasgol kept aiming while he watched the fight. Sabis blocked several of Vigo's attacks with his shield and tried to reach him with his sword. Vigo deflected it with one knife, and with the other he cut him in his right forearm. Sabis became enraged and attacked like a madman filled with fury, delivering thrusts with his sword. Lasgol knew this was a mistake,
and that Vigo would make him pay. And so it was. He cut him in the forehead and right cheek, deep, painful cuts. Sabis moved away from Vigo, grunting with rage and pain. Suddenly, his right leg failed him, and he dropped on his knee.
The poison is beginning to take effect. It's one of my favorites. It doesn't kill, it incapacitates,
Vigo said, staring at him closely. Sabis tried to stand, but when he did, both his wounded legs failed him. He was left on his knees.
That's how I like it. You're getting into the right position.
Lasgow lowered his bow. Vigo had this more than under control. He went to the wall and took the golden bow. On a chair, he saw his quiver and took that too. Sabis was shouting, his face red with rage and blood. He raised his sword, and the arm that wielded it lost all its strength. He dropped it by his side. He tried to raise it again, but was unable. His arm didn't work. Vigo walked over to Sabis, and he covered himself with his shield. The assassin kicked the shield hard, and it flew off. The poison was spreading through Sabis's body, and he would soon be completely incapacitated. Vigo stood in front of Sabis and pointed his knives at him while he stared at him with lethal eyes.
My name is Vigo. I am the best assassin in Tremere. You have caused my beloved to suffer, and you're going to die for it.
Sabis looked at him with eyes of fury and barked something at him.
This is for Ingrid,
Vigo told him. Sabis recognized the name, and his eyes opened wide. Vigo plunged his knife into the man's stomach.
And this is for Ingrid.
Sabis's eyes seemed about to pop out. Vigo stabbed him in the middle of the chest. Sabis screamed in terror.
And this is also for Ingrid.
Vigo thrust his knife deep into Sabis's heart. Sabis knew he had been killed, and muffled a cry filled with frustration.
And this is for me.
Vigo twisted the dagger through his heart. Chapter 43. The day they had been fearing arrived sooner than Nahia and Logan had imagined. They were practicing with Igam Zuribiel and Leia when they heard roars in the distance, which all clearly knew were of alarm. "We must go back. They are calling a meeting, all swift dragons," the teacher informed them. Nahia did not know how she had guessed that from the roars they could hear, so she asked Eki, "Do you know what's going on?"
"Only that we are summoned to meet urgently."
"That doesn't sound good."
"I'm afraid not."
Igam Zuribiel headed to the castle. Aroa and Eki followed at once, a little further behind, flanking the teacher in a spear-point formation, which is how they flew when they escorted the dragoness. When they arrived in Jadrakos, they saw the square filled to the brim with swift dragons and their riders. Nahia had never seen so many riders together, and her jaw dropped. All those dragons and riders!
"I think they have summoned all those available,"
Eki replied, also taken aback. "A lot had already arrived, but this is a lot more than I had imagined."
"That means we will soon be leaving,"
Eki guessed. "How soon?"
"I would say right away, seeing all of them in the square."
"Wow, I'd say there were about 50 squads." Nahia counted them quickly as they were placed in the square.
35 swift dragons and 15 non-swift ones,
Eki said, also counting. "That's a lot."
"Yeah, a lot."
"We'll see how many of us come back," Nahia sent with pessimism.
"Let's hope most do."
"Against the Griffins? I doubt it." "Form up with your squads," Igam Zuribiel's message reached them. Following the order, they landed beside the meteorite squad. Nahia glanced at Logan, who returned a glance Nahia knew well. The one that meant trouble was near. Their squad mates riding their dragons greeted them with nods. No one said anything. Zaldi Baltzlihan, commander and leader of the dragon riders of Jadrakos, and his rider Droken, captain of riders, appeared coming out of the castle. Everyone turned toward them.
"The moment we were waiting for has come. The invasion force is complete. All the squads that will take part in the attack on the Griffins are already here. It is time to attack the Griffins and show them once more, as we have done for hundreds of years, who are the owners of the skies. Let them know that the dragons are lords and masters of all the skies, regardless the world. The mission of this invasion force is to enter the world of the Griffins and punish them. They must learn their place, understand that we are the superior creatures, and they are below us, under our claws."
Nahia didn't like the speech at all. Why were they invading Grifforos? What did they have to gain? Could they conquer it without a supporting army? She highly doubted it. She didn't see the point of it. It was going to war to kill just for the sake of killing, to satisfy the dragon's thirst for power and conquest.
General Gori Zaldizar has been called to lead this invasion. His fame, which you all know, precedes him,
the leader of Jadrakos said, and an enormous swift dragon with a rider on its back came out of the castle. The dragons present roared 3 times, as if sending cheers of salute to the newly arrived. It was a red dragon with white streaks, and it was huge. "Do you know who the general is?" Nahia asked Eki.
"Only by his reputation. He's the most decorated general of the Swift Dragons. He has won many battles. A living legend. Very well respected."
"Oh, then he must be good."
"Very good. The general has the unique trust of the 5 Dragon Kings, and that is difficult to achieve."
"I can imagine."
"General, the troops are yours." Saldi Beltzlehen yielded the command to him. "Dragons and riders all, today is a historic day, one that will be great. We will invade Grephoros and give those monsters their due. There can only be one superior species, and that is the dragons. So says our path, and so we will teach those griffins. The dragons invade, conquer and kill, since this is our path, our destiny. The dragons will rule over all worlds, over all creatures. So it is written in the path, and so it shall be. Not only are we going to defeat this enemy, we are going to make it suffer. The griffins will fall before our power like all our enemies do, and whoever gets in our way. We will punish them until they cannot fly anymore. Victory will be ours."
The dragons roared with all their might, celebrating the speech and the victory they were sure they were going to achieve. The roars rose in the sky with a thunderous noise. Nahia wanted to cover her ears, but she knew it wasn't a good idea. She bore the din, until after a moment the dragon stopped celebrating the general's words.
"We will not waste a single breath more. The 5 kings have entrusted us with this mission, and we will carry it out. For the 5 kings! For the path of dragons!"
All the dragons began to roar again, and Nahia thought her ears would burst. The worst thing was not the noise, but what it meant. Death and suffering. Unnecessary and terrible. Riders would die. She and Logan might die, and for what? Why?
"Let the portal open," cried Zaldi Beltzlehen.
At once the ground began to shake. Nahia felt the tremors even on Eki's back. The shaking increased. Nahia already knew what was going to happen and looked toward the multicolored dome. It had already begun to rise, hovering above the ground that shook underneath it. When it left the ground, the dome became a sphere, a very large sphere. The multicolored sphere, whose lower part was identical to its upper part, stopped rising and remained suspended in midair. It began to spin on itself in midair, hovering just above the ground. Nahia could not but help admire that magic, and although she had already witnessed the process before, it held her spellbound. Suddenly, the object began to emit silver flashes that looked like pulses at steady intervals, and above the sphere, an enormous portal finished taking shape. The process took a long time. At last, once the portal was fully formed above the singular multicolored pearl, the portal was established, shining like a colossal silver sphere. "The portal is open," Zaldi Beltzlehen announced. "We begin the invasion. First, the non-Swift Dragon squads," General Gori Zaldizar ordered. The 50 aerial squads prepared to cross. "You will secure the exit of the Pearl in Grephoros so the others do not encounter an unpleasant surprise when crossing over. Come back and report once it is safe to cross," the general ordered. The first squads entered the portal and vanished. The rest entered after the 15 had crossed over. Once they finished going in, they waited for a long moment. Nahia was hoping they would come back, saying that an ambush awaited them, and they would have to suspend the invasion. It was the only hope she had left for the war not to happen. They waited, the tension almost palpable. A red dragon came back after a while. "Portal and area secured at the destination," it sent. Nahia cursed under her breath. General Burubat Belts gave the order to go on. Then the turn of the swift squads came.
"Swift dragons, go ahead and cross," Gorizaldizar ordered.
One by one, he called each squad to cross the portal. When it was Nahia and her squad's turn, they all looked at one another out of the corner of their eyes and nodded. They knew where they were headed and the danger they would have to face. They came out on the other side of the portal, and Nahia saw there were only dragons posted in every direction. She realized this was another pearl, different from the one they had come out of the last time. They were not above a forest, but inside a great canyon over 500 paces deep and just as wide. The pearl and the open portal were inside the rocky canyon.
"Follow me to the sky," General Gorizaldizar, who was the last to cross, ordered.
The squads followed him in spear-point formation. The meteorite squad flew in the middle of the formation, so Nahia felt fairly easy. She was surrounded by all the other squads, which gave her a certain feeling of safety, at least as safe as she could feel in enemy territory. The fact that it was not night seemed to Nahia a lack of foresight. In the darkness of the night, there were fewer chances of being discovered. She would have crossed at night. She had heard that griffins didn't like flying at night. They preferred to do so during the day, almost all, and only the bear owls were an exception. Those griffins usually patrolled at night. That the dragons should invade in plain daylight showed how self-absorbed they were, believing nothing could stop them. One day, they would find out the hard way how wrong they were, and that day, Nahia would lead the charge and show them their big mistake.
"We fly to the invasion camp," the general announced.
They flew for a long while toward the south. The sky was clear and the weather good. Nahia looked in every direction, afraid to see the griffins appear. If they attacked, they would have to come in the hundreds, because the invasion army had about 300 dragons. That was a lot of dragons. Too many for a direct confrontation, she thought. They kept flying south until, floating in the clouds, one of the mountain cities in the sky of the griffins appeared. At least, that was the name she gave it. Nahia had already seen one, but even so, she couldn't conceive that such a mountain would be suspended in the air as if it belonged there, surrounded by clouds. "It's amazing," she sent to Eki.
"It is, a mountain suspended in the air."
"Griffin magic, right?"
"Yes, similar to ours, the one that makes our realms levitate. Only they use mountains as cities. I find it most curious. They are part bird. They like rocky peaks," Eki sent.
The closer they got, the more impressive she found it. They flew toward it, and Nahia realized there were dragons flying around. "Is that the invasion camp?" Nahia asked blankly.
"I think so. The ground is not safe. We're more powerful in the air."
Nahia said nothing, but she found it odd to use an enemy mountain city as a base.
"The invasion camp. Each squad take a cave. There are hundreds, and they are huge. Afterward, I will establish watch shifts," the general sent them.
The meteorite squad occupied a cave on the north side. Nahia dismounted along with her comrades. They looked around. Griffins had lived there. They saw feathers and the remains of food and water, and it hadn't been long since they'd been there. Nahia felt bad. They were occupying a city whose inhabitants had been killed by the dragons. Not only that, they were going to kill many more. Logan came over to her.
"We'll manage to get out of this one,"
he told her confidently.
"I hope so,"
she replied. But she saw Morgana watching them, and a shiver ran down her spine. Chapter 44. Next morning, they were flying on a protection mission, escorting 2 squads that had no riders. Nahia and Eki were at the tail end of the group, surrounded by the meteorite squad. Aroa and Logan were flying beside them. They had to guard the rear. The escorting squad was flying around the elemental dragons, forming a protective ring. It was a formation difficult to execute and maintain steady, so Aroa and Eki were alert to the other swift dragons so they would not lag behind. Nahia understood why they had to escort riderless dragons, since the griffins focused on attacking the weak spots on their back. What she did not understand was why they were there. There were red, blue, brown, and white dragons, a lot bigger than the swift and therefore more powerful. Also much slower. The fact that they were more powerful was good, but slower, and with their weak spot unprotected? She didn't know why they were needed there. "Why are there non-swift dragons here? I thought only the swift came into the world of the griffins."
"I don't have the exact answer, but from what I know, Sometimes they use powerful dragons against the griffins. These dragons we are escorting are strong and powerful. They'll attack positions or groups of strong griffins.
But they're very slow, and since they don't have riders, they run the risk of being attacked on their back.
That's why we are escorting them. Unfortunately, the swift dragons are not as powerful, and on occasion we need the support of more powerful dragons.
I see. They're the reinforcements for powerful attacks.
Yes, something like that.
And we must protect them because the griffins will try to kill them.
That's right. The griffins will identify them as a great threat and easier to assault and will try to finish them first.
Something we have to stop.
Exactly. That's what we must achieve.
The thing is that compared to you, they fly slowly.
Their attacks are 10 times more destructive than mine.
I prefer your speed to their destructive power.
I appreciate that, but it depends on the mission. Perhaps what we require is attack power and not speed.
Nahia was thoughtful. Eki was right, but even so, she preferred the speed of her silver dragon. They went on flying for a long while. They didn't see groups of griffins in their surroundings. Nahia and her squad had been on watch duty for weeks, and this was the first mission they had been entrusted with, which was not scouting and watch duty. This worried her, because she felt there would be fighting, and if this was so, there would be casualties. She sighed deeply. She hoped it would not be anyone from her squad. She glanced at Tilsa, Morgana, Fodden, and Sarmas, riding their swift dragons. They were all veterans. They would know how to behave. Then she looked at Logan and then at herself. The two of them were going to have more trouble. Suddenly, a cloud bank appeared in the distance. The squad headed over there. Nahia thought that if there were enemies in the area, they would be there, hiding among the clouds. She started to become nervous. They were heading directly toward it, and the closer they got, the greater and more impressive it seemed to be. She realized that judging by their fast speed and the direction they were going in, that this was no mere scouting mission. We're going to attack that mountain?
That is the feeling I have. It is huge. This doesn't look like a simple advanced post.
It must be a griffin city.
It might be.
I don't see any griffins.
The warriors live in caves in the high parts of the mountain. The families with young live in caves in the lower areas. That's what I've read in the tomes about these creatures, our hated enemies.
Nahia thought that their hated enemies didn't invade their world to attack them, but she preferred not to say anything. Her last conversation with Eki about the dragons and their evil attitudes had not gone entirely well, so it was better not to force the matter.
Prepare to attack. This is the griffin city called Grimers. We must destroy it. Expect strong resistance from the enemy.
They received the message from Taka Gorikat, the dragon in command of the squadron with his rider, Captain Akat. It appears that we were right, Nahia sent Eki, and she was unable to suppress a feeling of unease.
Stay calm and trust the training we've received. We'll come out of this one alive.
Good luck and be very careful. They received Aroa's message. Nahia took a deep breath. She did not have a good feeling about this, not only because she knew that what they were doing was wrong, but because she expected the griffins to present a strong resistance.
Attack formation and spear point. We save the riderless dragons for the heavy attack against the enemy position.
All of a sudden, they heard a shrill shriek that made Nahia's skin crawl. It was clearly a bird's cry. The griffins had seen them. The first shriek was followed by another and another, all shrill and chilling.
Get ready. The hostilities begin,
Eki sent. Nahia grasped her lance and shield tightly. I'm ready. From the top of the mountain there appeared a group of griffins. They were owl bears. They recognized them at once. The furry bear bodies were unmistakable, and the owl heads with big eyes and the wide wings were also hard to miss.
Attention! Enemy formation to the northwest. Squads maintain the squad formation. Do not leave the heavy attack riderless dragons unprotected inside the formation,
Taka Gorikat ordered. The group of owl bears was made up of a dozen griffins of considerable size, and as soon as they drew near, it was obvious they were larger in size than the swift dragons. They didn't fly fast, but they looked powerful. They attacked the left flank, while the squad flew straight toward the mountain, which seemed to grow bigger. It gave the impression that it wanted to reject their attack with its magnificent rocky presence. Nahia looked away from the mountain suspended in the midst of the clouds to check the attacking group. I don't want to be pessimistic, but I count 12 enormous owlbears. The Moon Squad is on the left flank, and there are only 6 of them, and their dragons are smaller.
It is a very experienced squad. If we do not break the formation, they will hold, Eki replied. But through the bond, Nahia felt he was not entirely convinced.
I hope they hold, for the sakes of all of us. Nahia didn't see it at all clear. The owlbears let out what sounded like a bear roar mixed with a furious owl's hoot, and then attacked the Moon Squad. Nahia watched the combat with a knot in her stomach. The previous time they had fought the Griffins, it had been a skirmish, attacking and getting out of there without engaging in an intense combat. This time, it was the opposite. This was real combat, where there would be casualties on both sides. The Moon Squad maneuvered fast to face the attack of the owlbears, which lunged impetuously at them. The 6 swift dragons of the squad and their riders used their elemental breaths to repel the attack. Nahia distinguished breaths of fire, water, earth, and wind that hit the owlbears as they attacked with golden claws and beaks. There were flashes from the bodies of the griffins, their magical defenses activated, and they went on flying straight at the squad. None changed their course despite encountering the elemental breaths. The owlbears delivered claw and beak strikes at the heads of the dragons to prevent these from maintaining their elemental breaths. Nahia saw how several had to deflect their breaths or stop throwing them under the ferocious attack of the owlbears, which were delivering tremendous strikes at the head and neck of the dragons while they roared and hooted. Those bear claws look very scary, Nahia sent Eki.
Yeah, they can pierce through our scales, and since the bare body of the griffin is so strong, their physical attacks are demolishing.
I'm seeing that. The squad should use speed and dodge them. They're swift dragons. The owlbears wouldn't be able to follow them. They're a lot slower.
They can't do that, and neither could we. We must maintain the position. If they move from the flank or provide an opening, the owlbears will go for the riderless dragons, and those are precisely the ones we must defend, since they are the most vulnerable against the griffins.
Well, then this is going to get tricky.
Unfortunately, I have the same feeling,
Eki sent her, and through the bond that joined them, Nahia picked up that the silver dragon was worried. He shared her same concern about the current situation. The members of the Moon Squad defended themselves from the owlbears, but without breaking formation, which began to create serious difficulties for them. Several dragons received wounds on their snouts and necks, and one of the riders nearly lost his head from a terrible claw strike. Miraculously, he only lost his helmet, although his head was bleeding. Thanks to 2 of the dragons and their riders who kept their elemental breaths steady, 4 owlbears fell wounded or dead. The magical defenses of the griffins held up, but if the magical attack was steadily maintained, it finally managed to penetrate them. The first griffins are falling, Nahia sent Eki.
I'm afraid many more will fall.
It's a disgrace, Nahia sent back, unable to refrain herself. Her flame had awakened seeing them fall. The great winged creatures, meeting a death they did not deserve. The flame in her stomach was beginning to burn too intensely. Eki did not reply to Nahia's comment, but she felt through the bond that it had upset him. What she didn't know was whether she had upset him for going against the dragons, or for the truth of what she had said. They heard new sharp shrieks of birds, and from one side of the top of the mountain came another group of griffins. These were big, not only in body but in wingspan. It took Nahia a moment to identify the type of griffins they were. The bird part, with that enormous span, and the long curve at the end of the beak. Is that a griffin vulture?
I think so. A griffin, vulture, jaguar, I'd say, although I'm not sure.
Nahia narrowed her eyes and tried to see them better. She managed to as they approached. They flew faster than the owlbears. Yeah, they have a jaguar's body. Now I can see the spots. They are griffins, vulture, jaguars. And they look evil.
A combination with a chance of flying a lot. They will not be easy to take down,
Eki guessed. The griffin vultures headed to attack the right flank. They were another dozen. Without wasting a moment, they lunged at the swift dragons. Eki had guessed right. They flew well and fast. The span of their wings was tremendous. The shrill grunts they gave out sounded like a terrible threat. The jaguar claws looked evil, and the large vulture beak even more. They attacked with claws and beaks. They're not attacking with magic, Nahia commented to Eki.
They know our magical defenses are too strong. They'll try to defeat us with their golden claws and beaks.
They're clever. They know they can hurt us that way.
Do not trust them. They might attack you with magic.
Don't worry, I'll keep that in mind.
Nahia sent him as she raised her two defenses, the physical and the magical one at once. She did not see a griffin nearby, but it was best to foresee. Trusting an enemy too much was something only a fool would do, and fools didn't live long. The vulture jaguars attacked the right side defended by the volcano squad. The name suited them since 5 of the 6 swift red dragons were of fire. Nahia had already noticed that the most common dragons were the elemental ones, which Eki had explained to her, and that of those the red dragons were greater in number and far more aggressive. Perhaps one went hand in hand with the other. Since they were numerous and competed with one another, they became more aggressive. Nahia thought about her former squad leader. What would the great red dragon be doing now? She was not too sure about its loyalty to Gadan Zilar Denbo and his followers, but it was true that their leader hadn't turned in her or her comrades to be executed for treason. Whichever way, she hoped the great red dragon would join the cause and not continue on the side of the dragons. Just the thought of it seemed very weird and unlikely. She sighed. Only time would tell. The red dragons used their breaths of fire on the vulture jaguars, whose magical defenses activated. They tried to elude the breaths of fire and the elemental attacks of the riders by maneuvering quickly. Instead of coming straight at them like the owlbears had done, the vulture jaguars rose fast, using their large wingspan to fly over the dragons and their riders. Nahia realized what they were going to do. Oh no! The vulture jaguars placed themselves over the dragons that kept sending their elemental attacks upward, trying to get through their defenses and make them burn. For an instant, it seemed they were succeeding. The vulture jaguars folded their wings and fell upon them with great skill. It was as if they had all been brought down at once. But it was not what it looked like, but instead a strategy of attack. The 12 vulture jaguars fell on the 6 members of the volcano squad, the claws and beaks seeking to hurt rider and dragon alike. Griffins and dragons crashed, and the riders were caught in the middle. The vulture jaguars struck hard and skillfully, while the dragons tried to maneuver to save the lives of their riders and their own. That attack maneuver is demolishing, Eki sent, and Nahia felt he wanted to go and help. You can't break the formation. We're almost at the mountain, Nahia sent in reply. Eki looked ahead, and then at the fight on both flanks. You're right. We must maintain the formation. The volcano squad is going to suffer casualties. Nahia watched the fight and saw 2 dragons of the squad fall down to the void. They fell, turning over, while their riders, still alive, screamed. In the air, 2 red dragons defeated 4 of the vulture jaguars, but they were flying with their riders dead, destroyed by the claws and beaks. That's horrible. Nahia felt the flame growing inside her. Those riders were dying in vain, for the vanity and unfathomable greed of the despicable dragons. The fighting on both flanks intensified, and soon they were all fighting for their lives, dragons, riders, and griffins. These also fought to defend their home, which gave them greater fierceness, and few creatures were as ferocious as griffins. While the battle raged on, the squad arrived at the majestic white-peaked mountain. Moon and volcano squads, hold the flanks. Riderless dragons, attack the mountain. Rear guard, protect them. We will fly in a downward spiral to attack, Taka Gorigat sent. Nahia was not very clear about the meaning of that maneuver, but she knew she had to be in the rear. The riderless dragons began to send their elemental breaths against the caverns of the upper part of the mountain, under the frozen peak. Fire, earth, and storm breath devastated them. The dragons razed all the caves as they flew around the mountain. Once they had completed the circle, they started going down while they continued sending their elemental breaths against all the caves they found. They went around the mountain once more and went on down to keep attacking. Now Nahia understood the downward spiral attack. They were going to destroy the whole mountain by going around it from the peak to the base in the clouds. She found it horrifying, because from several of the caves, young griffins came out in flames, or killed by the storms and stones and dropped into the void. The dragon's rage had come to that mountain, and nothing would save the griffins. While the combat at the 2 flanks went on, the heavy dragons punished the city mountain. Every lap took them longer because the surface to fly around was greater, but every cave they saw, they razed. Once they did, they went on to the next. The shrieks and roars of agony of those who died inside the caves echoed in them and came out with amplified power. It was terrifying. Nahia felt like throwing up. Eki felt it. Hold on. We are following orders, he sent with the intention of soothing her.
"This is inhuman, and you know it as well as I do," Nahia replied, trying to control her inner flame which burned in her stomach.
"I admit it. It is. But we must follow the captain's orders or we'll both die,"
Eki said with ice-cold certainty. He knew as well as Nahia did that any attempt to go against the dragon's orders would end up with both of them dead. The shriek roars made the griffins fighting at the flanks intensify their attacks. Now they seemed possessed with rage and fury. The moon and volcano squads were in serious trouble. Nahia told herself they deserved it, but then she thought of the riders of those swift dragons. Not all of them were faithful followers of the dragons. Some were beginning to see the light, to approach the cause. She hoped they didn't die here, that they would have time to receive the message and join the cause to end actions like the one they were carrying out. New shrill shrieks reached them, and from the lower part of the mountain, another group of griffins emerged.
"Attention! An enemy group of hawk cheetahs. Take extreme precautions."
They heard Taka Gorikat's warning. Chapter 45.
"Trouble,"
Eki warned her.
"Those are very dangerous, and there are over a dozen of them,"
Nahia replied.
"Meteorite squad, make sure you are not attacked from the back. It is where the formation is most vulnerable,"
Taki Gorikat, the squadron commander, sent them. Nahia received the warning and knew that was exactly what would happen. The griffins would know about this weakness in their formation and try to exploit it. Before they could react, the new group of griffins executed an unexpected maneuver. They lunged at the riderless dragons, attacking from below at dizzying speed. They hadn't been expecting that. Attacking from below was not something griffins usually did, since dragons could easily defend themselves with their breath and claws, and also because their most vulnerable part, the top of their backs, was away from danger. But since they were not expecting such an attack, instead expecting that the attack would come from the rear, they caught the dragon squadron by surprise.
"They're coming from below. Defensive maneuver,"
the commander ordered. The heavy dragons stopped attacking the mountain and directed their elemental breaths against the group of hawk cheetahs, which were rising at an impressive speed. As the flow of fire, rocks, and lightning breath headed down, the hawk cheetahs spread and spun on themselves to avoid them while they went on rising as if they were heading toward the sun. Several were hit and died or veered off, wounded, toward the mountain, but most avoided the breaths and reached the riderless dragons. Nahia thought they would attack their bellies with their strong beaks. If they managed to rip open their bellies, the dragons would lose their guts, which would drop into the void and they would die. Nahia thought it was a fit punishment for what they were doing. There was only one drawback. The dragons could defend that area with their 4 powerful claws in the direction the hawk cheetahs were attacking from. A new unexpected action took place. The very fast hawk cheetahs didn't attack the underparts of the dragons. Instead, they passed by and kept climbing. What are they doing? Why aren't they attacking? Nahia was astonished. Her expectations of watching as the dragons were disemboweled died with that unexpected action.
"Their actions escape my knowledge. I don't know what attacking tactic they're using. I believe it's something new,"
Eki sent, as surprised as her. The hawk cheetahs climbed a moment more while the breaths of the dragons tried to reach them. They suddenly screeched all at once and maneuvered at great speed, and Nahia understood then. They had no intention of attacking the dragons' bellies. It was just a ruse to fool the defensive ring around the dragons. They had attacked underneath, climbed, and dropped down on their goal, the dragon's neurological spot of the nervous system on the top of their backs, which was unprotected since these were not swift dragons with a rider.
"Meteorite squad, defend the non-swift dragons,"
Commander Taka Gorikat ordered.
"Here we go,"
Eki sent to Nahia and sped up. They had the riderless dragons ahead of them and the griffin hawk cheetahs above them. Nahia looked to her right and saw Aroa and Logan. She greeted them with her lance. Logan greeted her back.
"Be very careful. Do not take risks. They are too dangerous,"
Aroa sent to Nahia and Eki.
"We will. You be very careful, too,"
Eki sent to Aroa and Logan. Commander Taka Gorikat and his rider Captain Akat appeared in front of them.
"Follow me, Meteorite Squad. We must protect the riderless dragons," he ordered.
At once, the Meteorite Squad formed an attack wedge as they always did. Tilsa got in the lead on her red dragon, Azkar Goribat followed by Morgana on her white dragon, Zuri Azkar B. Behind them went Fadin and Sadmas on their dragons, Moroi Huri Azkar and Lau Azkar Udin. After them came Aroa and Logan with Eki and Nahia. As soon as she was in formation, together with her comrades of the aerial squad, Nahia felt safer. They were all good fighters, and they had experience. The only green ones still were herself and Eki, besides Logan and Aroa. They let their comrades lead the way, maintaining the formation and following the attack they had practiced until it became second nature. The knowledge from having practiced so much gave Nahia the confidence she needed. Yes, they were going to face very fast, dangerous enemies, but they were trained and ready for that confrontation. This she knew. Before them, 3 hawk cheetahs had managed to dig their claws into the backs of the non-swift dragons, and with their beaks were trying to tear and reach the central spot of their nervous system to incapacitate them. The attacked dragons were roaring and trying to get rid of the griffins. As the dragons knew very well, there was little they could do if the griffins got to their backs, almost at the base of their necks. The claws of the dragons didn't reach that far, and neither did their tails, and no matter how much they turned their heads, they could not turn them far enough to reach the griffins, which were alert to both the elemental and mental attacks of the dragons. One of the red dragons managed to get rid of the hawk cheetah that was tearing strips of flesh from its back, and managed to do so through mental attacks. The griffin had withstood the initial ones, and its innate defenses, the same as those of the dragons, had activated, flashing and preventing them from losing. But in the end, they had fallen before the powerful attacks of the dragon, and the griffin was forced to fly back to the mountain for shelter. Another of the red dragons didn't have such good fortune. The hawk cheetah it had on its back, which it was trying to shake off abruptly and erratically, managed to reach the central spot and destroyed it with its golden beak, tearing out the flesh and nerve. The dragon was completely paralyzed at once. It couldn't move a single muscle in its body, and it fell like a colossal rock from the mountain, dropping into the void. "Attack! Now!" Takagorikat sent, seeing they were losing dragons, and it went to help the nearest dragon, which had just lost an eye, pulled out root and all amid roars and griffin shrieks. The meteorite squad entered the fray. Intuitively, they attacked the bulk of the hawk cheetah forces first. They were above the dragons, searching for a chance to finish them. 3 descended upon the dragons, while half a dozen confronted them. The clash was inevitable, and it would be brutal. Tilsa and Askar Goribat launched their elemental breaths of light and fire against one of the hawk cheetahs, which maneuvered with amazing high speed to dodge them and lunged to attack them from the side with its claws in front. Morgana and Zuri Askar B opened to the right and attacked another hawk cheetah, also with elemental attacks. But the griffin was expecting this, and executing a fast, jerky flight maneuver, it avoided the attacks almost entirely and got close to Zuri Askar B's head, trying to gouge out the dragon's eyes with its claws. Morgana defended her dragon lord with her elemental attack of darkness and her lance. The hawk cheetah shrieked in frustration, unable to see. The lance hit it and wounded it, so it stopped attacking the dragon's eyes and jumped on Morgana, who defended herself from its claws with her shield. Luckily, she managed to hit it again with her breath of darkness, and the griffin had to flee. Fadin and Morihiru Askar did not have the chance to attack, but were instead forced to defend themselves because one of the hawk cheetahs came upon them like a bolt of lightning and crashed into them. Fadin was nearly thrown out of the saddle from the impact, but luckily his straps held. Sarmas and Lao Askar Urdin had better luck, and when they attacked with their combined breaths, they managed to make one of the hawk cheetahs retreat. It looked like it was about to withdraw, but it did not, instead charging again. Sarmas and Lao Askar Urdin reached it again with their elemental breaths of earth and water, but the griffin kept coming to them. But it didn't reach them. It collapsed and fell down to the ground, spinning uncontrollably. Its magical defenses had not held up. Nahia and Eki faced one of the hawk cheetahs, and this one surprised them by throwing an elemental beam of fire at Nahia. Eki saw it and tried to lean quickly so the beam would not reach her. He almost managed, but not entirely, and the beam hit Nahia's shoulder. Her magical defense was activated, so it prevented worse damage, but it weakened. Nahia reacted by sending more energy to strengthen her field of magic scales. Eki turned quickly and tried to reach the hawk cheetah with his elemental breath. If he hit it, it would not kill it, but it might slow it down, and that would be a great advantage. Unfortunately, the hawk cheetah was as swift as Eki and dodged the breath, flying around at a prudent distance and seeking a moment to attack again. "It's going around us," Nahia sent Eki. "Watch your back," Eki warned her. He had just said it when the hawk cheetah attacked Nahia from behind. Eki tried to veer as fast as he could, and Nahia turned in the saddle as far as her waist would go. Between Eki's turn and her own, she was able to half-block the griffin's attack, but not all. She received a blow in the back from a claw, and one from the beak in her shoulder. Her physical defense was destroyed at once from the power of the strike. The armor had to bear the rest of the impact. Luckily for Nahia, it did. It cracked slightly, but it didn't break. Nahia hit the hawk cheetah with the back of her shield, which caught it in the beak. It didn't like that at all, shrieking and pulling back. Eki managed to veer toward the hawk cheetah, beating his wings hard, and attacked it with his elemental breath. This time, he caught it in the right wing. The flow of silver energy hit the wing, and the magical defenses of the hawk cheetah flashed, preventing it from being hurt. "Keep hitting it. Its defenses won't hold for long," Nahia sent to Eki.
"Yours will not either," he sent her, troubled.
"That's why we have to finish it first."
Eki sent his dragon breath again, but the hawk cheetah had already guessed and moved with great speed, flying in a diagonal to then execute an abrupt cut in the air and attack Nahia's side. This time it attacked from the lance side, and Nahia acted by pure instinct. She directed the lance at the griffin's chest. Suddenly, it veered, and instead of flying toward the lance and attacking with its claws and beak, it rose and attacked, launching another beam of fire toward Nahia. It caught her full in the helmet. "Ouch!
Are you all right?"
Nahia felt the effect of the beam. Her magical defense was almost destroyed. She sent more energy to strengthen it quickly, scared to the bone. It held up, by a hair's breadth.
"We have to attack its wings so it does not fly so fast."
"Fine. Good strategy." The two sent their elemental breaths against the hawk cheetah, which dodged them by flying around them very fast. It wasn't running away from combat, but it evaded the attacks, flying in rapid circles around them. Seeing this, Nahia realized that the elemental attacks were not the best option, given the flying speed of the griffin. The elemental flow was like a jet that never hit the hawk cheetah because it was always ahead of them, and there was no way to shorten the distance. "We have to switch to mental attacks. We're never going to hit it this way," Nahia sent Eki.
"Fine with me, let's try."
Nahia saw that the griffin was attacking her, coming from the side at enormous speed. It charged on the shield side to avoid the lance. They were clever and skilled, these griffins. Nahia focused on trying to attack the mind of the creature. Detecting it was no problem. She had done so during the first attack it had launched. The mental aura of a griffin was powerful, similar to that of a dragon. What was difficult was defeating the magical defenses of the griffin to reach its mind. She tried. She sent an attack that crashed against its magical defense and didn't manage to penetrate it. She had no chance to send a second one. The claws of the hawk cheetah were hitting her shield and helmet with tremendous force. Nahia withstood the attack as best she could. Eki attacked the mind of the griffin with several consecutive attacks. One before it reached them, another when it charged, and a third one after the charge. He managed to penetrate the mind of the griffin and attack it. He had no idea what kind of effect his attack would have on the hawk cheetah, but they were going to find out in a moment. The creature shrieked with pain, which indicated that the attack had reached its mind. A moment later, it began to fly with dulled movements, as if it had trouble moving its wings. It began to drop, still beating its wings and staying in the air, but so slowly that it was losing height. Somehow, Eki had slowed down the hawk cheetah. Its mind had to be going even slower, and its body was consequently affected. It dropped, losing height and still flying, but beating its wings too slowly to be able to stay up in the air. "You brought it down," Nahia sent Eki, while she made sure she hadn't broken her arm. It hurt terribly, but she didn't see blood, which was a good sign.
"My mental attack had a curious effect. I think I slowed its mind, somehow."
"Very interesting. Ouch."
"Are you hurt?"
Eki was worried. "I don't know. My arm and shoulder hurt like a nightmare."
"I will try and reject the attack so they don't get to you."
Nahia appreciated the fact that Eki wanted to protect her, but in the middle of all the chaos, where roars and shrieks came from everywhere, and creatures flew past in every direction, attacking and defending, she doubted he would succeed. Logan and Aroa were attacking another hawk cheetah that was coming like an arrow toward them. They managed to hit it with their storm breath, but didn't manage to bring it down. The griffin attacked Logan with its claws, and he defended himself with his shield and lance. Aroa tried to help Logan by trying to hit the griffin with her breath, but wasn't succeeding. The hawk cheetah flew very fast, and its cuts were very abrupt, making them launch their elemental breaths in different directions and attacking too late.
"Physical attacks?"
Logan asked Aroa. "Yes, let us see how thick their skin is." They waited for the griffin to attack again at great speed, but this time they were alert and waiting to counterattack.
And so they did. They placed themselves in front of the hawk cheetah in its attack path. The griffin raised its claws to attack Aroa's head. The white dragoness raised hers to defend herself. There was a crash at the last moment, and the claws of dragon and griffin sought to hurt the enemy. Logan prepared an accurate strike and waited for the moment when he had a chance to deliver it. He plunged his lance deep into the left side of the chest of the hawk cheetah. The griffin shrieked in pain and stopped fighting Aroa to escape. It was badly wounded. "Good sting," Aroa congratulated Logan. "It's hard to be accurate. They move and fight like furies." "They are furious beasts, and they risk their lives," Aroa sent Logan, and he detected a certain feeling of sadness for those creatures. "Here comes another one," Logan warned Aroa, and they prepared to repel the attack. Around them, the fighting became ferocious. Swift dragons and riders were fighting against the griffins in stark one-on-one aerial combats. Wings beat at great speed in some fights, and others sought to project their bodies at an attack angle that might give them an advantage. There were deep roars and shrill shrieks heard everywhere, and the blood of dragons, riders, and griffins spattered the blue sky and the white clouds they were fighting within. It was a spectacle as fast-paced as it was tragic. The Meteorite Squad was fighting with all they had. Teal'c and Asgard-Goribat were still getting good results using their elemental breaths of light and fire against one of the hawk cheetahs. Teal'c blinded them, and her dragoness burned them once the magical defenses fell. Morgana and Zuri Asgard-B were using a similar approach. Morgana created darkness around the griffin, while Zuri Asgard-B discharged powerful storms of lightning and winds. They weren't having luck with the storm attacks, but Morgana's attack annoyed the griffins greatly, preventing them from seeing. There was nothing worse than finding yourself surrounded by darkness in mid-air with enemies trying to get through the barrier of your magical defenses. Fadin and Morai Hiro Asgard managed to defeat the griffin attacking them, but Fadin was hurt in the head. His helmet had been cloven, and almost his own head, which was bleeding profusely. He looked very dizzy. Sarmas and Lawau Asgard-Urdin had serious trouble against one of the griffins. They managed to kill it, but Sarmas was wounded in his lance arm. The griffin managed to get past the physical defenses and then tear through part of the armor with its claws. He didn't lose his arm by a hair's breadth. Aroa and Logan had rejected another hawk cheetah, but they didn't even have time to get their breath back. Another came at them at the speed of lightning. Aroa was beginning to feel the exhaustion of the battle, and since she was much slower than the griffins, she was beginning to get in serious trouble. Aroa managed to avoid the attack, but the left claw of the griffin caught her in the wing, which confirmed that she was moving too slowly. Logan detected the exhaustion and the concern of the dragoness through their bond. "We almost have victory in our hands," he sent her to cheer her up. "Let us hope so." Aroa decided to switch to mental attacks, which would make it easier to hit the griffin. The elemental and physical attacks weren't going well. The griffin attacked and lunged at Logan instead of Aroa. The creature shrieked and hit Logan with its claws and beak almost madly. Logan was having great difficulties defending himself and was unable to get rid of the creature. His physical and magical defenses were holding, but not so his shield, which was about to be destroyed. He managed to plunge his lance into its chest, which made the creature let out a shrill shriek. Aroa finally managed to beat the magical resistance of the creature, and with a mental attack left it stunned and sore. The hawk cheetah gave a deep shriek and withdrew to the mountain. It was flying erratically. Nahia was clenching her teeth. She had left the shield in its hook. She couldn't hold it. Her right arm and shoulder were useless. Unfortunately, two hawk cheetahs attacked them with tremendous speed from two opposite directions. Eki saw them and executed an evasive nosedive maneuver. He flew like an arrow in a straight line toward the ground. But the two hawk cheetahs went after them. They were not going to let them get away. "They're after you," Eki warned Nahia while they went down at a terrible speed. "They smell blood." "Once the rider is dead, the dragon is an easier target," Eki recited from the teachings they had received. They went down so fast that Nahia had trouble breathing. What she did feel was that the two griffins were very close behind. She wasn't wrong. "I'm going to shoot up," Eki warned her so she would hold fast. The change was going to be very abrupt, and Nahia's body would feel it. And it was. Eki flew parallel to the ground and then climbed like a shooting star. The two griffins were still coming down, and they were going to cross paths. Nahia could see the two enemies coming down upon them at a chilling speed. If they crashed, no one would survive. Eki! All of a sudden, there was a silver flash, and Eki and Nahia vanished, appearing beside their aerial squad in the middle of the fighting a lot higher. The two pursuing griffins were left behind at a great distance down below, a long way down. Wow, that skill of yours is spectacular, Nahia sent him.
Yeah, I think it is an excellent skill, but I still do not know how to control it.
We need to work on it, because it's awesome. Eki said nothing. He was watching the combat. The few griffins left were going back to the mountain. The dragons weren't pursuing.
Victory! The mission is a success!
They received the squadron commander's cry. Nahia looked around for Logan and found him approaching them on Aroa. They seemed to be all right, although Aroa was wounded and looked very tired. Then she looked for the rest of the squad and saw them one by one. Some were wounded, but none had died. Nahia breathed out hard. She hated all this.
We are going back to the base, in a ring formation.
They obeyed the commander and headed to the operations base. The mission had been a military success, but they had suffered quite a few casualties. The swift squads had lost effectiveness, and half the riderless dragons were not coming back. Chapter 46. Camus, Ona, and Argy were delighted to be with Ingrid again, and she was even happier to see them all well and free. She stroked them for a long time while the rest of the group rested from the mission of incursion and rescue. You're enormous, Camus. I can't believe how much you've grown from 2 hibernations.
I'm much strong now, more strong after 3rd hibernation.
You know, or you guess, Vigo said as he sharpened his knives, sitting on the roots of a tree, but not missing anything that went on, as was usual for him.
I know.
Camus lifted his head, very dignified.
Well, don't hibernate right now. We have to go back. I know hibernate when I want. Body ask, I tell you. Oh yeah, I'm just making sure.
Oh, now you're beautiful. What amazingly pretty fur you have, Ingrid said, bending to scratch her head and ears. Ona chirped, grateful. And do you remember me, Argy? The last time I saw you, you were only a puppy, and now you're tremendous. The giant wolf sniffed at her for a moment and then licked her face.
He remembers, Gerd told her. He has spectacular instincts and a great memory.
I'm very glad you remember me. Ingrid patted Argy's back, and the wolf howled gratefully.
Oh, very happy see you, Ingrid.
Camus sent her as he moved his long tail from side to side joyfully. And I'm even happier to see you all. Ingrid smiled, and her pale look improved for a brief moment. Edwina noticed. Let me examine you and help you a little. I don't like that colour of yours at all, the healer told her.
Much strong, bad colour,
was Camus' diagnosis. Ingrid nodded and smiled. It'll be a pleasure to have you heal me, Edwina, but let me give you a hug first. Of course, the healer replied, smiling. They rested while Edwina repaired Ingrid's health as much as she could. She'd already warned them that she would not be able to fully heal Ingrid. Her body had suffered a lot, and it would require time to go back to being completely healthy.
Mission problems?
Camus wanted to know as he looked at Gerd and Nilsa, who were lying on the floor resting.
The way in took us some time and it was risky, even with the help of our Taruk Capro friends,
Gerd told him. Finding Ingrid turned out to be very complicated, Nilsa added. But we did. She smiled.
You forgot to say I killed 3 dragons.
Vigo showed Camus the marks on his belt.
You fight and kill 3 dragons in sieged city?
Camus opened his eyes very wide. There goes Vigo with his exaggerations. We helped the soldiers and magi of the city to get rid of 3 dragons, which isn't the same thing, Nilsa specified, glaring at Vigo. The assassin didn't bat an eye and went on sharpening his weapons.
And after a friendly chat with the Gutyrus, we rescued Ingrid.
Gerd went on explaining.
I rescued Ingrid, and in passing, you as well, having let yourselves be caught.
Vigo dropped the comment in a reproachful tone. We all rescued her, Nilsa corrected him.
And we made some new allies, magi of the city. One of them who possesses golden magic, Gerd told Camus. True golden magic?
Camus' eyes opened even wider.
Yes, the true kind. It can harm dragons, although not directly.
Lasgul explained.
That be much good.
Yeah, we all think the same thing, said Nilsa.
Then we helped our new allies with a little hierarchical problem, Gerd commented, putting his hands behind his head and stretching to his full length. Me and the weirdo took care of the Gutyrus leaders of the city.
Vigo intervened.
I myself pierced 3 of them through the heart.
For which I will be eternally grateful, my assassin of hearts,
Ingrid said, as Edwina continued healing her. It was a pleasure. I would have extended the punishment, which they certainly deserved, but the weirdo was in a hurry and had objections about torturing the defeated. It's not good, Lasgul started to say, but Vigo raised his hand to interrupt him. Difference of opinion.
Yeah, with you that's common, Nilsa said.
And last of all, it was a lot easier to get out thanks to the Taruk Capro who were waiting for our return, Gerd said. Look like I missed much action and thrill, Camus said ruefully. We couldn't take you with us, Bug. You're bigger than an elephant, Vigo told him. I no be bigger than elephant, Camus replied angrily. Have you ever seen an elephant? Vigo asked him, raising an eyebrow. No, but you no see either. But I know what they're like. Me know too, and not call me Bug. Vigo waved him off to end the argument. They rested while Edwina healed Ingrid. The whole group recovered their strength. Lasgul had an odd feeling seeing Ingrid, Nilsa, Gerd, Vigo, Camus, Ona, and Argy with him. He felt some kind of very strong déjà vu, as if he had lived this scene not once but hundreds of times. He knew it was so, although he couldn't remember all those past times. He didn't mind much. He contented himself with living through this new moment with his comrades. Edwina finished her healing and was so exhausted that she had to sleep under an oak.
She's left me as good as new, Ingrid said, shaking her feet and arms. Here, so you can practice a little. It'll do you good, Nilsa told her, handing her a bow and quiver. Thanks, you have no idea how much I've missed shooting. Ingrid heaved a deep sigh. I can imagine. Ingrid, Lasgul started to say. Yes, what is it? The blonde archer turned to him. I was wondering, do you have the golden weapons safely hidden? That's what we're assuming, but I want to make sure. The ranger nodded. I do, well hidden and safe, where no one will ever find them. Lasgul sighed. That makes me feel better. Nothing worse than losing them just now when we most need them. Ingrid put her hand on his shoulder. Don't worry, we have the golden weapons, and with them we'll fight the dragons and defeat them, said Ingrid, full of confidence, and her eyes shone. Lasgul looked at the golden bow in his hand. They needed each and every one of the golden weapons, and that only in order to face 2 or 3 dragons at the most. He didn't see how they were going to be able to defeat all the dragons, but at least it gave them a chance. There's one thing I don't understand, Nilsa began to say, looking at Ingrid with narrowed eyes. Tell me, what's wrong? Why did you take the golden weapons? Nilsa put her head to one side and went on looking her friend in the eye. Ingrid sighed. Sigrid asked me to. There was only me left to guard them, and they were in danger. It's something that was later proven with Sabis demanding I return Neil's dragon killer. The leader of the Rangers foresaw it. She didn't want to hold on to them and find herself forced to hand them over at the king's request. It was a very intelligent decision. Yeah, I understand that. It's logical. And more so with the odious Thorin and his brother Orton in power. Nilsa nodded. But why not hand the weapons to Endwald so he could keep them safe along with his gloves? He's the leader's brother, and he's familiar with the weapons. Why didn't you take them to the camp and have them kept and guarded by Dolbara? Gerd asked. I've also wondered about it all this time. Why did you take them and hide them? That's the first thing I thought. Those were my 2 options, and I was on the verge of following them, but I changed my mind. Why? Nilsa and Gerd asked in unison. Because trusting others is foolish. Vigo intervened. But they're not just others, they're our leaders, the leaders of the Rangers, Nilsa rebuked. Others is others. Vigo waved at them first, and then toward the outside. My numbskull isn't that far off. It's not that I didn't trust Endwald or Dolbara. It's only that with Thorin on the throne, he could demand that our leaders deliver the golden weapons, just as Sigrid feared. He could order them to do so, and they would have to yield since we serve the crown. Endwald would be more skillful. He wouldn't deliver them, Nilsa mused. Dolbara might have, said Gerd. A royal order is unappealable. I didn't feel like taking the risk, and I also didn't want to get any of our leaders in trouble. If they didn't know where they were, they couldn't hand them to Thorin. I do find that intelligent. Lasgul nodded. Hiding them liberated the leaders from responsibility to the king. Or the generals who are now the rulers of Norgana, Vigo added. That strengthens my trust in Sigrid. She thought and acted well. She's a great leader, said Nilsa. I think so too, despite everything, said Gerd as he looked at his own body where he still suffered episodes precisely because of what Sigrid had put them through at the shelter.
I've told you 1,000 times that you're too trusting, goody two-shoes. You make me sick, I'm telling you.
Vigo protested. Yeah, sure, and it's better not to trust even your own shadow, Nilsa replied.
Vigo raised his arms to the sky. Of course it's better. That's how you live a lot longer. But not a very full and pleasant life if you don't trust anyone in this world, Gerd rebuked him. I'll visit your grave for trusting whom you shouldn't, and tell you about my adventures. I'll remind you of this conversation. The first thing I'll do will be to place flowers on your grave, and the second one will be to say, I told you so. What a nice image, Gerd replied with a grimace of disgust. Vigo spread his hands. That's the world for you. Don't blame me. I'm only trying to open your eyes. Fools, nothing but fools. What's important is that the weapons are safe, and Ingrid made sure of that. Thank you. Lasgol congratulated her.
No need to thank me. It was my duty.
You have them all? Gerd asked.
All except Liriana Lona's gauntlet. That one Astrid has, or had it when she vanished.
That's right. Gerd nodded.
I also have some of Engewald's gloves we can use. I don't have Astrid's, nor my numbskulls, Egil's or Gerd's, since you vanished with them on, Ingrid explained.
I have my glove. I defroze with it on, said Vigo.
I also have mine, Gerd confirmed. They didn't take it off in Craido. They didn't find it dangerous. Then Egil's and Astrid's are missing.
Egil is in prison, so they'll have taken it off. And as for Astrid, we know nothing of her, Gerd said.
Engewald can make more gloves. That's not a problem, Ingrid said.
True, Nilsa nodded. If he's in the mood, which he never is, said Vigo.
He will be for this, Ingrid assured him. Besides, we should speak to our leader and see what she thinks, Ingrid said. Yeah, we must tell Sigrid, Nilsa agreed. She'll be very pleased to get her first ranger back. She smiled.
I believe she'll be happier to see us all together, said Ingrid.
They all nodded. I believe that now we should go and get the golden weapons back, Nilsa said.
I agree with that. Gerd joined her. We all agree, Vigo added. I need Sonson's knife to disembowel flying lizards.
Lasgol hesitated for a moment. His thoughts seemed to get lost in the ether. Lasgol, do you agree? Ingrid asked, realizing something was wrong.
Forgive me, I had something of a feeling. A blurry figure appeared in my mind. A brunette girl. I noticed a green flash, perhaps her eyes. She transmitted fierceness, a lethal feeling. That's Astrid. You're beginning to remember her, Gerd told him. Undoubtedly Astrid. The green-eyed brunette is lethal. I never understood what she saw in you, weirdo, Vigo told him with a bitter grin.
Ingrid elbowed him in the stomach. Don't be silly. They make a magnificent couple.
The weirdo with the lethal assassin spy sniper? Vigo shook his head and moved away so Ingrid would not hit him again. Shouldn't we first go and rescue Astrid? Lasgol asked. I feel like that's what we should do.
Nilsa sighed deeply. We all feel like that. But let's think about it. If we encounter dragons, and it's almost guaranteed we will, it's better to have the golden weapons in our hands.
True, someone might die otherwise, Gerd agreed.
We won't be wasting too much time, Ingrid told them. And they would come in handy to clear the pearls we'll have to use. That too. With the golden weapons, we'll be able to use portals with less risk than we have up till now.
That's right. Any lizard we see at a pearl is a lizard whose putrid heart we take out to clear the way, Vigo said.
Lasgol thought about it. He felt he must hurry and rescue Astrid, as if her life were more in danger now than before. He didn't know why he felt this, but this was how it was. This made him uneasy, and he had a bad feeling. But his friends were right. They would have more options with the golden weapons. Camus, who had been quiet all this time, listening, intervened.
Forget without object of power, no use weapons. You're right there, Gerd said.
Yes, we need objects of power with golden magic in order to use them with the gloves Engewald made for us, Nilsa said.
Well, the search for them took us forever last time, Vigo complained.
This time I believe we have a much quicker possible solution, Ingrid said. What are you thinking? Nilsa asked her.
Lasgol guessed. The Golden Mage. We could use his energy.
Ingrid nodded. That's what I was thinking.
Chapter 47. Lasgol, Vigo, Ingrid, Gerd, Nilsa, Camus, Ona, and Argi were watching the sea from the top of the cliff. They were south of Oricor, very near the city on a high cliff above the water. They were watching the city being evacuated. Hundreds of vessels with Oricor sails were leaving the docks toward the city-state of York, the island they could glimpse in the distance in front of the east coast.
There they go! They did it! Nilsa could not contain her enthusiasm and clapped her hands. I hope Celipis, Damaris, and Aquasmaris are in those vessels, Ingrid said.
I'm sure they are, Lasgol said with optimism. It's amazing they were able to mobilize and persuade the people. Look how they're going, by the hundreds. Down the stairs, carved on the cliff from the wall to the docks, Gerd said proudly. If you cut off the head of the snake, the tail scares you no more, Vigo said as he watched with folded arms.
Without the Gotyrus in command, our friends managed to mobilize the people, said Ingrid.
We should have killed the sons, Vigo muttered gruffly. I told you it wouldn't be necessary, Lasgol told him. It was one more step. We could have taken it without any trouble, and there would be no Gotyrus left in the city. Killing the sons was unnecessary, Lasgol argued, even if they were at hand. Sure, you say that now that you see that they could do nothing to stop the people's escape, but I bet they tried. And as you can see, they did not succeed, so there was no need to kill them, Lasgol argued. Sure, you tell me that when one day they come after us for killing their father and uncles. And they will, with a vengeance. Dead dogs don't bite. Yeah, I know the saying.
Vigo, let it be. You're both right, Ingrid intervened. What's done is done, and we'll live with it. We'll bear with the consequences.
Vigo said no more, but his face showed he was not at all happy with Lasgol not letting him kill Sabas's sons.
From this distance, they look like an ant colony moving to another anthill, Lisa said, smiling.
Go down, no stop, be many. Ships not so many. Those are the ships Oricor managed to salvage and hide from the dragons, Lasgol explained to him. Need more. They do indeed, and fast. The dragons will attack the city shortly and destroy it, said Gerd.
Yeah, they better hurry and evacuate, Nilsa said in a worried tone.
They watched a while longer as the citizens of Oricor got on the ships that left for York. When the ships vanished in the distance, the docks were left filled with people. They couldn't escape without more ships, and the dragons were about to arrive. Everyone there felt it. They began to get very nervous.
Come on.
Nilsa could not stay still with nerves, and she kept hopping right and left. Stay still. You're going to step on my feet, Vigo chided her. Ingrid moved over to her assassin and kissed his cheek.
They'll be safe, don't worry.
I'm not worried about them. I couldn't care less about what happens to them.
Shut up, numbskull. I know perfectly well that's not true. You appear to be tough, but your heart's in the right place, and it worries about these people.
I don't have a heart, and I'm not in the least concerned, Vigo said with a pout. Ingrid rolled her eyes and smiled. You're impossible. You have no idea how much I've missed you. Vigo relaxed somewhat hearing that. I've missed you too, a lot. It's been torture having to lead them. He jabbed his thumb at his comrades. Thank goodness you're here now and can give the orders. It's a weight off my shoulders, I tell you. Ingrid smiled.
Deep down, you're very much like Gerd, no matter how much you pretend otherwise. All heart.
Yeah, and cows fly in Rogden.
Ingrid laughed and felt so well and full of life that she could barely believe in her good luck.
Another while went by, and they didn't see more ships coming to the rescue. They began to feel nervous. There were more than a couple thousand people at the docks, and still more on the wall that accessed the harbor waiting to go down.
What if York betrays them? The two cities have been rivals for centuries, Nilsa said ruefully as she swayed from one foot to the other again, unable to hold back her nerves.
Let's hope they do the right thing at this critical moment in the history of the East, said Ingrid. Letting thousands of people die, no matter how much rivalry was between them, is heartless, said Lasgol. Much bad, Camus joined in. Sure, as if everyone were as good as you, Vigo started to say, but Ingrid put her hand over his mouth. Gerd was sighing so deeply, trying to calm his fear for all those good people who were trying to save their lives, that he caused a gale when he breathed out. Another long while went by, and they all feared the worst. The ships were not coming, and the dragons would soon arrive. There's the fleet from York. Lasgol pointed at the bay that opened at the docks of Oricor. They all looked at the horizon on the sea, and beheld hundreds of ships that were coming toward Oricor. They're coming, Nilsa cried excitedly. They're going to be saved, Gerd huffed in relief. For hours they watched the ships fill up with citizens of Oricor and sail off. They were filled to the tip of the masts, and how they could sail with such a load was a miracle. Luckily, the sea was calm. Little by little, the ships vanished into the distance with their precious cargo, the thousands of citizens of Oricor.
See how not everything that happens is bad,
Ingrid told Vigo. The fact that something like this happens once out of every 1,000 doesn't make it possible, but impossible, with one exception.
Shut up and kiss me. You're the dumbest numbskull in all the seas. Vigo changed his cynical mane for a sweeter one when he gazed at Ingrid, and he kissed her with all his being. The rest of the group smiled. For once, things were going well. Lasgol had a glimpse of the green-eyed brunette in his mind, very faintly, barely discernible. He had the impression that she was calling to him. He sensed she was in serious trouble. Chapter 48. At the invasion camp of the dragons in Graphoros, Nahia went over to see how her squad mates were after the last mission. She greeted them with a wave of her hand as she approached them in the cave, where they were resting by the warmth of a fire. "How are we today?" she asked, smiling. "Better. My arm is mending," Sarmas said, looking at it with relief. "Are you sure you'll be able to fly again?" "Yes, don't worry. I've had worse injuries. This is nothing but a scratch." "How about you, Fodden?" Logan asked, looking concerned. "My head still hurts, but there's not much I can do about it. It'll go away after some time, or at least I hope so." "It struck you hard, huh?" Logan raised an eyebrow. "With the beak, right on the top of my head. It pierced through my physical defense and clove the helmet in two. The beaks of those griffins are devastating." "Well, don't protest so much. At least it didn't cleave your head, although now that I think about it, it's not as if there's much in there," Morgana told him. "That's a good one. It's
Chapter 49.
Enemy group in sight. Compact flying formation. We fly swiftly and with stealth, sent Urdkas Tig, Captain Mirk's Dragon Lord. They flew toward the griffins, which had a pretty thick cloud bank above them. We must catch them before they get lost in those clouds. Maximum swift velocity.
Nahia was hoping they would be late and not catch them. There was nothing she could do to slow down the squads without it appearing suspicious, but she honestly wished they would arrive late, or that the griffins discovered them and fled into the clouds. She noticed that whereas her squad was fast, the Spark squad was very fast. This was not so with the Diamond squad, which lagged behind. Because of them, the others had to moderate their speed so their squad would not hang back. She found it odd that even among the swift dragons, which were all a lot faster and more maneuverable than the common dragons, there would also be faster and slower ones.
We hunt them with stealth, and then we kill them before they can react, Urdkas Tig ordered.
That order sounded ill-fated to Nahia. It was terrible that they were going to do that. She sighed, and Eki noticed.
Take it easy. We're approaching danger,
the Silver Dragon sent her. We shouldn't do this. Tell me you understand me. Eki was silent for a moment. He was debating between what he was supposed to feel because he was a dragon and had to follow the path of dragons, and what he really felt at that moment, what Nahia in some way made him feel.
I understand.
Thank you. Nahia did not keep pressing Eki. That was a new small victory. Perhaps this way, little by little, she would make Eki see the truth and open up to going against the path of dragons. For now, it was only a hope Nahia harbored, but she was going to keep working on it. As they were approaching the group of griffins, Nahia was able to see them better. They were eagle tigers, and this troubled her. They would be fierce, powerful fighters, very fierce.
There they are,
Eki sent her. They're flying slowly. Nahia was surprised.
Perhaps it is because they have not detected us yet. Attack formation, ordered Urdkas Tig.
Nahia turned her face toward Logan. Be careful and good luck, they received Aroa's message.
We'll be beside you.
Logan sent them through Aroa. This relaxed Nahia, although she knew that in the heat and chaos of the battle, anything might happen.
Maximum swift speed. We attack from the rear guard, Urdkas Tig sent.
Here we go. Careful. They are eagle tigers, and they'll be dangerous. As they approached in silence and at great speed, Nahia noticed that although they were eagle tigers, they were not as large as she expected. She had seen one of the dungeons, and it was enormous. These were not as large. In any case, she prayed they would see them arrive and hide in the clouds. She thought about crying out or making some kind of noise to warn them, but if she did, Urdkas Tig and Captain Mirk would notice. They'd kill her. She meditated on whether it was worth it. Perhaps it was, but she didn't want to die without being closer to achieving the freedom of all her people. She had to make sure they did that. That was her primary goal. The group of griffins was underneath the clouds. They only needed to climb a little. Yes, surely they would hide in them, and the dragons wouldn't be able to reach them. Nahia still had hopes of avoiding a fight.
Open attack formation, ordered
Urdkas Tig, and the two squadrons spread out, forming a long line with a wing's distance of separation between each dragon. Suddenly there were shrieks and grunts of alarm. The griffins had seen them. Unfortunately for them, it was too late. They already had them. Even so, Nahia hoped they would flee toward the clouds above their heads.
Attack with elemental breaths, all at the same time, Urdkas Tig ordered. Now.
The elemental breaths of the dragons and their riders came at once, reaching the griffins as they maneuvered in the air to face the attackers. The breaths hit a dozen eagle tigers. These attempted evasive maneuvers, while the others faced the attackers and lunged at them with powerful roars. It was not a surprise to any of the attackers that those griffins were agile and powerful, or that they attacked with claws and beaks like great predators. What did surprise them was that some of them responded to the attack with their own elemental attacks in the form of storm rays that came out of their beaks. The discharges reached several dragons, but their defenses held. The griffins defended themselves like cornered felines, delivering great claw swipes and beak strikes, filled with fury and strength and tremendously fast. The dragons were wounded by the tears. Unlike the hawk cheetahs that attacked the riders, these griffins went for the head and neck of the dragons. The elemental attacks managed to bring down several eagle tigers that didn't overcome the direct impact of the elemental flows. The dragons began to be wounded with lacerations and tremendous stabs.
The griffins fought with all their might. They had been taken by surprise, and the first casualties were theirs, but they returned with fury and were going to offer battle, a ferocious and tough one. Nahia realized as soon as the clash occurred that the dragons were going to find themselves in a tough spot against those enemies. What she did not understand was why the griffins were confronting them instead of fleeing into the clouds. Was it because the griffins didn't flee from dragons? Was it a matter of honor? A challenge to see who was more reckless? Whatever it was, she didn't understand. She looked toward the clouds above the griffins, and she seemed to glimpse some shadows that moved away in them. It was most likely a funny optical effect of the sun rays hitting the clouds with the griffins underneath. Yes, it had to be that. Nahia and Eki were fighting against one of the eagle tigers, and beside them Logan and Aroa against another. Nahia noticed that the griffin attacking them looked like a female. She didn't know why she had that feeling. Perhaps due to its size, because although being an adult, it was smaller than a large tiger. Perhaps it was the way its shriek grunted. The eagle tiger delivered several claw swipes at Eki, whose elemental breath was not succeeding in hurting it. "Watch out, Eki," Nahia warned him, seeing the claws reach him. "It hit me in the neck." "Is it serious?" "No, I don't think so, but it hurts. It made me fear for my life." "Don't let it get so close. Physically, they're more powerful than the hawk cheetahs." Nahia sent the flow of flames at the side of the griffin. She was trying to burn it so it would have to withdraw. The griffin ignored Nahia for a while, although she kept her flow of flames on its side. It attacked Eki, who was forced to execute some cuts so as not to be hit by the claws and beak. Nahia kept sending her breath of fire. When Eki dodged, she ceased being accurate because of the abrupt change in flight. Even so, he was managing to withstand the attack fairly well. All the training they had received at Jadrakos was serving him now, in the moment of truth, in real life-and-death combat. The griffin's body flashed in contact with the flames, which meant that its defenses were activated. Nahia knew that sooner or later, the griffin would run out of inner energy to maintain its magical defenses. What worried her was that it might hold out for a long time, perhaps too long. This wasn't good for Eki, who was in trouble. She had to do something. Those tigers were very strong, and the elemental breath wasn't succeeding in piercing through their defenses. The eagle tiger also fought with great strength and determination, delivering tremendous claw swipes very fast. Eki spun on himself at great speed to avoid being hit. The abrupt turn took Nahia by surprise, and she lost her elemental breath, although she recomposed herself quickly. She noticed where the griffin was, already coming at them again. She concentrated and directed it again at the side of the creature. The griffin looked at her, and, opening its beak, sent a flow of storm her way, which came straight at Nahia's head. She tried to cover herself with her shield, but the injury she had sustained made her raise it too late. The flow hit her in the head. The magical defense held, but it was almost destroyed. The power behind the magical attacks of these eagle tigers was phenomenal. Eki attacked with his claws to distract the griffin so Nahia would have time to gather herself again. The attack was effective, and Nahia seized the chance to send energy to strengthen her own magical defense. A second eagle tiger joined the one attacking them. Things were getting serious. Nahia looked out of the corner of her eye and saw that Aroa and Logan were having the same problem. They were fighting against 2 griffins, and they were having a hard time. Eki turned to face both griffins as they were coming for his head with their claws in front. He opened his mouth and directed his silver breath at them with all the magical intensity he could manage. The 2 griffins flashed, their defenses activated. "When I tell you, duck," he sent to Nahia. "Okay." Nahia didn't know what Eki was intending to do, but it was clear to her that she had to keep fighting, so she sent her breath of flames at one of the 2 griffins. Eki kept his breath in a cone to reach both until the last moment when the claws of the 2 griffins were about to reach his snout and eyes, and then he warned Nahia. "Now," he sent her, and dropped like a stone. Nahia leaned forward on Eki's neck, holding on as close as she could. The 2 eagle tigers flew over, brushing Nahia but without touching her. Eki maneuvered very fast and turned around. The 2 griffins also veered when they realized the ruse, but they were slower than Eki, who was already sending them the cone of his silver breath. "Do you think we'll beat their magical defenses?" Nahia asked, as she also sent her flame at the 2 griffins. "They have to run out of energy at some point." The 2 eagle tigers tried to reach Eki with their beaks and claws, but the silver dragon dodged them swiftly and skillfully to attack them again while they maneuvered in the air.
Nahia helped Eki, sending her flames at the closest griffin. Suddenly, the two griffins stopped flashing.
Their defenses were no longer active. They'd run out of energy.
Now is our chance,
Eki sent her as he attacked one of the griffins with his breath, hitting it squarely. And then, something very odd happened. The griffin vanished from where it was and appeared at a great distance, over 2,000 paces away behind all the fighting.
Wow, well done!
Nahia was impressed.
I don't even know how I do it. It's my magic, somehow.
Your magic is amazing, Eki.
That is,
you sent it 2,000 paces away. That special magic of yours is awesome. You can reduce the space between 2 points, like when you cover a great distance at great speed, or increase it like now. Impressive.
Yeah, it must be something like that, but I can't explain how.
Nahia detected that Eki was as astonished as he was thrilled by his magic. The possibilities were endless. Nahia had already deduced that Eki could cover distances in the air in the blink of an eye thanks to a skill related to his spatial magic. That he could project other creatures in a similar way was extraordinary. The fighting grew more and more chaotic. The eagle tigers were fighting with a tremendous fierceness that forced the dragons to use all their power and experience. The smallest error of any of the fighters ended in a wound or death. Eki was defending himself with his own claws. Nahia had an idea. In Jadrakos, they had been taught to fight on a dragon using elemental breath and mental attacks because they were the most suitable for that kind of combat. But she had other magical attacks she could use, one in particular that was very powerful. She decided to try it. She stopped her breath of fire and concentrated on conjuring her fire thunderbolt. It was a difficult spell, and more so in mid-air, turning abruptly all the time. But if she managed to conjure it, she was sure it would affect the griffin. She tried, but just at that moment, Eki turned to his side to dodge an assault. Nahia lost concentration from the force of the turn, but managed to recover and concentrated again. Before Eki made another brusque movement, she gathered a lot of energy from her inner dragon and cast her spell on the eagle tiger. The spell created a thunderbolt of fire that fell on the monster. There was a flame that enveloped the griffin. The creature shrieked in pain, turning its head toward Nahia and staring at her with its eagle eyes before shrieking again. It stopped attacking Eki and flew away, badly wounded. It seems my magic does affect them after all.
Very well done. What was that?
One of my sorceress spells.
It's not advisable to use those in aerial combat, but I'm glad you did. That tigress was killing me.
Tigress?
Yes, it was a female.
That's what I had thought as well.
Eki looked around, flying in a circle around the combatants who were fighting to the death in the air. He went tremendously fast to avoid being attacked.
What are you doing?
I want to check something.
Better not. This is too risky.
Eki flew terribly fast around the fight.
I wanted to see whether most of the griffins in the group are females.
Are they?
Yes, they are,
Eki confirmed, making another round at great speed, dodging a couple of them that tried to intercept them. Luckily, Eki was extremely swift, and he managed to avoid them with sudden changes of direction. Logan was discharging his breath of storm against the head of an eagle tiger that was trying to gouge Aroa's eyes out. The dragoness defended herself with her claws, forcing the griffin to pull back. It was the third she had fought, and the combat was beginning to take its toll on them.
Watch that they don't reach your eyes,
Logan warned Aroa.
Or my neck. Those golden tiger claws are deadly.
Aroa and Logan managed to wound the griffin, which had to withdraw. It went down to the forests on land. At once they were met with another attacker and had to defend themselves again. The combat between the eagle tigers and the dragons and their riders became one of desperate fury. The dragons were strong and powerful, but they discovered that these griffins were pure fury, and they fought with desperation. Their aggressiveness was tremendous, but even so, the three squads managed to gradually eliminate almost all the griffins, which, instead of fleeing toward the clouds and escaping, fought to the end. Dead or seriously wounded was when they stopped attacking. The fighting went on for a while longer, although it was already won. The Meteorite squad had come out victorious and without casualties, although with some wounds both to dragon and rider. The Diamond squad had lost 2 dragons and their riders. The Spark squad, 1 dragon and 2 riders. The Griffins had lost almost all their individuals, most dead and some wounded. Nahia thought that was terrible.
Fighting and dying like this in the middle of the sky instead of flying free and easy in it, enjoying peace and harmony, was folly. The folly of the greed for power of those insatiable monsters, the dragons. Suddenly, a dark cloud seemed to form above the combatants. The few griffins that were still fighting withdrew as if they feared it. Nahia and Eki raised their gazes to the black cloud that covered the sun. It was not a cloud, and neither had the griffins withdrawn in fear. On the contrary. Nahia's eyes opened wide, and her heart started beating very fast. What was coming on to them was another group of griffins that flew down upon them from the heights.
"Attention, squads! The enemy is dropping upon us!"
Ord-Kos Tig, who had just realized, warned them. Nahia noticed that the group was coming fast, as if they were dropping like stones. It was large, nearly 50 creatures, and it was made up of different types of griffins. She was able to make out the powerful owl bears, the lethal vulture jaguars, the very swift hawk cheetahs, and a group that made Nahia very worried. Eagle tigers, and judging by their huge size, they were males. "This group gives me very bad feelings," she sent to Eki.
"It is a very large group, and they have a little of everything. I'm afraid they will be formidable."
Nahia was looking up as the griffins came down upon them. "You're right, we won't be able to beat them."
"We shouldn't even try,"
Eki sent her, and Nahia caught the concern of the silver dragon. Nahia glanced at Logan, who was also watching the dark cloud that covered the sun and was coming down toward them as if it were a premonition of death. Ord-Kos Tig seemed to hesitate on whether to face this new group or get out of there. For a moment, it watched the enemies that were approaching. Nahia couldn't believe the dragon could be evaluating the odds of facing such a group, apart from the fact that they had casualties. The dragon seemed to finally find sanity and addressed the squads.
"Retreat! We go back to the camp. Swift escape flight."
At once, the 3 squads placed themselves in a tight flight formation and prepared to get out of there at top speed before the new group of griffins reached them. Unfortunately, Ord-Kos Tig's hesitation allowed the enemy group to get close. Too close. Chapter 50. Nahia saw with astonishment how they came down upon them in a hunting formation at great speed. Before they could react, the griffins were on top of them. They weren't going to let them get away that easily.
"Evasive maneuver,"
Ord-Kos Tig ordered. The 3 squads were forced to lose height, since the attack was coming from above, and it was the only way to put more distance between them and the enemy quickly. If they flew parallel to the ground, they would hunt them, attacking them in a diagonal descent. They would fall on the riders, and it would be the end for many of them, and then for their dragons.
"Nosedive! Maximum speed!"
Ord-Kos Tig ordered, seeing the griffins were already on top of them. They all nosedived at maximum swift speed, escaping from the death that was coming to claim them. Nahia swallowed. She knew that maneuver, and it was not Eki's best, more so when they were being chased by the enemy. All the dragons were nosediving, heading to the forests below on land at tremendous speed. As they went down, pursued by the griffins, Nahia leaned forward as much as she could to help Eki. She bent down to touch the back of the silver dragon's neck with her head. "Don't use your skill to shorten distances, or we'll crash," Nahia sent Eki as a warning.
"Easy, I won't. It is too dangerous at this speed."
Nahia looked to her right and saw Logan and Aroa a little further behind. Aroa didn't fly as fast as Eki, which in this situation was not good. The enemy was approaching and would catch whoever lagged behind, especially the hawk cheetahs, which were the ones leading the pursuit with their incredible speed. The rest of the pursuers were not as fast as the hawk cheetahs, but there were too many, which posed an insurmountable danger. They had to get out of there before they caught up with them.
"We come out of nosedive at 1,000 paces high,"
Ord-Kos Tig ordered. "Calculate the distance well," Nahia sent Eki.
"I will try."
Nahia was quite uneasy. For some reason, perhaps because he had spatial magic, Eki didn't calculate distances very well. It was contradictory, since it should be the other way around. Perhaps those who had his type of magic struggled with anything that had to do with distances. Whichever it was, she hoped he wouldn't miss the 1,000 paces calculation. The 100 pursuers were coming down after them like a shadow seeking to swallow them and make them disappear. Ord-Kos Tig reached the distance and initiated the maneuver.
"After coming out of the nosedive, low, skimming, flight heading south. Maximum swift velocity."
The 3 squads began to maneuver.
They were all veterans with the exception of Nahia, Logan, and their dragons, who were still rookies. They would not become veterans until after this campaign, but for that, they would have to survive it. The first dragons came out of the maneuver, skimming the tops of the trees from the tremendous speed they were flying at, and the difficulty of passing from such a long nosedive to another low-skimming one. The curve they had to execute was tremendous, and it had to be done a lot earlier than the 1,000 paces, which was the skimming height. Nahia felt Eki begin the curve at a suitable height. She could only estimate it, but seeing what the other dragons had done before them, it seemed correct. Now Eki had to execute the right curve. The hawk cheetahs reached the rear of the group the moment they entered the curve. The closing ones were the diamond squad. Of the 3 squads, it was the slowest. Nahia had already noticed this when they had begun the pursuit. Their name was an indication of how hard they were, but on this occasion, they were going to have serious trouble. It was the worst moment, and the one in which the rider was more helpless. Nahia looked back and saw the riders performing the maneuver to protect their back and that of the dragons they were riding. The hawk cheetahs attacked with claws and beak, and the riders defended with their lance and shield. At that dizzying velocity, attempting magical attacks was not a very viable option. The rider would have serious trouble concentrating and using magic. Even so, 2 of the members of the Diamond Squad managed to use their elemental breaths to defend themselves from the attacks. Eki was almost coming out of the curve. The griffins were not going to catch him. Nahia looked back to see how Logan and Aroa were doing. They were the last of the Meteorite Squad, together with Fodden and his dragon, but they were not being attacked because they were somewhat ahead of the Diamond Squad, which was taking all the attack in the rear guard. Nahia sighed in relief, seeing they were not in imminent danger, although it was a close thing. Once they came out of the curve, they could escape, skimming the trees. Ahead was the Spark Squad, which was already escaping, following Captain Mirk on Tig, who also flew extremely fast. The riders of the Diamond Squad were defending themselves with all they had from the attacks of the hawk cheetahs, while their dragons tried to leave the griffins behind. They would escape the others, but not these. They were too fast. The hawk cheetahs attacked with excessive fury. Already in other combat scenarios, they had seen how ferocious they were, but this time, they seemed to be filled with rage, and their attacks were not only continuous but furious. "I don't know what we've done, but it seems to me like something very bad indeed," Nahia sent Eki. "You mean because of the attack?" the Silver Dragon sent her, already controlling the skimming flight. "Because of how they're pursuing us and attacking now. They're raging mad." Eki didn't say anything, but through the bond, Nahia felt that the Silver Dragon was having doubts. Serious doubts. 4 hawk cheetahs were deadly wounded by the defense of the riders and their own out-of-control fury, and they fell toward the forests that seemed to have no end. Unfortunately, a moment later, 2 of the riders of the Diamond Squad died. One had his helmet broken, and then his head with beak strikes, and with the other they managed to get to his neck with their claws and tore it open. He died at once. They were both left hanging from their dragons, which the 4 griffins were now attacking. They tore off their saddles, which fell along with the riders into the void. Then they went for the vulnerable spot of the nervous system on the back of the dragon. The swift dragons tried to defend themselves, but against hawk cheetahs, there was little they could do. The griffins were faster and more skilled than the dragons. They didn't take long in digging their claws into their backs. Then they started to tear off part of their backs with their golden beaks to reach the weak spot, while the dragons roared in pain and rage. At the speed they were flying, the dragons were unable to defend themselves. They couldn't execute abrupt or evasive movements. They began to lose speed in an attempt to get rid of those beasts. They hung back, and a moment later, the 2 incapacitated dragons fell to the forest, unable to move a single muscle of their enormous, powerful bodies. The 3 squads were now flying, skimming over the forest, but the hawk cheetahs were decimating the rear guard. The Diamond Squad was suffering casualties and were wounded, unable to fly fast enough to leave the griffins behind, which were much faster than them. The situation worsened when several hawk cheetahs overtook the Diamond Squad and reached the meteorite. The griffins flew with a murderous angst at unthinkable speed. The rider behind Logan was attacked by 2 hawk cheetahs and defended himself as best he could. A 3rd griffin arrived, and his defense crumbled before the attacks with beak and claws. He was wounded. It was Sodmus, of their squad. He was left unconscious in the saddle with part of his helmet broken from the repeated attacks. "Sodmus is out.
He needs help or they'll kill him, Logan sent.
And then his dragon, Aroa added.
Let's go and help them. We're the closest, sent Logan.
Agreed, Aroa told him. We cannot let them die.
Be very careful, Eki cautioned them.
Nahia wanted to tell them not to do it, that it was too dangerous. But it was Sarmas, a squad mate, and he needed help. Not going to his aid was cowardly, and if there was one thing Logan was, it was a man of integrity to his marrow. Aroa and Logan pulled back to fly beside Sarmas and his dragon, Lau Azkar Urdin. At once, 2 hawk cheetahs attacked them. Logan defended himself with his storm breath, and Aroa joined him in the defense with hers. Since they had dropped behind, the attackers were on their right and a little above them. From that position, they were an easy target for their breaths.
Go, follow the captain's order, Lau Azkar Urdin sent to Aroa and Logan, while he tried to defend his back from a hawk cheetah.
I am not going to leave you to your fate, Aroa replied while she kept attacking the 2 griffins with her breath.
Your attempt does you credit, but you are delaying, and the rest of the griffins will catch you. Get out of here, now.
Not without you. I protect my own. It is my instinct, Aroa sent him. Logan was sending his breath too. He looked up out of the corner of his eye. Lau Azkar Urdin was right. The first of the large group of griffins were already upon them. Because of the combat, they were going slower than their squad mates. Nahia looked back and saw that Logan, Aroa, and the others on the rear were left behind, while the black cloud of griffins approached them dangerously. They're going to get to them, she sent Eki, very anxious.
Have faith. They'll get out of there and catch up with us.
Nahia wanted to believe that, but she didn't see it clearly. The situation was becoming too dangerous for Logan, Aroa, and the rear guard. The griffins shrieked, and it was undoubtedly with rage. They were coming to finish them. Aroa and Logan were fighting against the 2 hawk cheetahs whose bodies flashed when they were hit by the storm breaths loaded with lightning bolts and strong winds. Their defenses were holding, and now they were attacking both with golden beak and claws.
Let's concentrate our attacks on one griffin. That way its defenses will suffer more, Logan sent to Aroa.
Good idea. We will attack the one on the left. Aroa and Logan sent their elemental breaths against the griffin, and when they both hit its chest, the creature flashed bright silver. Its defenses were using a lot of energy to protect it from the 2 attacks. The other griffin attacked Logan, who used his shield while he kept sending his breath at the other one. A claw struck Logan's helmet, and his breath deviated. Another claw attacked his chest. Logan deflected it with his shield, and the claw struck the saddle. He had the hawk cheetah right on top of him, and he knew clearly what the creature was going to do next. He was not wrong. He protected his head with his shield, and the griffin struck it with its beak repeatedly, trying to split the helmet and his head open. Since it could not, it tried to disembowel him. Luckily, his armor held, but the claw destroyed part of the saddle.
Abrupt turn to the right, he sent Aroa.
The white dragoness turned at once, as abruptly as she was able to. It was enough to unbalance the griffin, which had to fly off to one side.
Attack the other one, Logan sent to Aroa while he saw that half his saddle was broken, including the straps.
The 2 flows of storm went against the chest of the other hawk cheetah, only this time, before reaching the chest, they met and fused into one. When they met and fused, something impressive happened. The 2 flows, now one, entered in resonance, and their power multiplied exponentially. The griffin received the augmented attack, which pierced through its defenses and discharged all its power upon the creature. It died amid thunder and lightning that destroyed its body and mind.
The flows have entered into resonance, Logan sent Aroa.
Their power is now terrific.
Let's get rid of the other griffin before it can dismount me.
They both turned their heads toward the hawk cheetah that was flying straight toward Logan with its claws out front, ready to finish him or throw him out of the saddle. The flow of storm hit it in the head, a moment before it crashed into Logan. The power of the attack was such that it not only killed it at once, but made it shoot through the air, spinning on itself. Nahia, who was looking back, saw the powerful attack and how they had defeated the 2 griffins, and she breathed out in relief. With the advantage of the powerful flow, they attacked the 3rd griffin that was trying to finish Lau Azkar Urdin, and they killed it in an instant. The combined attack of Aroa and Logan is extremely powerful, Nahia sent Eki. The silver dragon looked back and saw them finishing off a 4th griffin on top of one of the members of the Diamond Squad.
Yes, it is. It seems that Aroa and Logan make a powerful team. Nahia was a little surprised that Eki considered Aroa and Logan a team. After all, Aroa was Logan's Lady Dragoness, and a team meant equal standing, which was not the case. Perhaps Eki's vision of things was changing. She hoped that was what it was. Thanks to Aroa's and Logan's mighty attack, Sarmas and Lau Asgar Urdin managed to flee from the Griffins. With them, the two last survivors of the Diamond Squad managed to escape as well. The rest of their comrades, unfortunately, had perished. Aroa and Logan lagged a little behind, protecting the escape. The Griffins that came after them they brought down with their combined attack. Nahia looked forward and saw that the rest of the group was already far ahead of them. They had to hurry to get to the captain and the head of the group in order to get out of there alive. They might make it after all, although it had been very close to being a real disaster. She glanced back to make sure they were all coming and saw the stragglers managing to escape. Only Aroa and Logan were left. "Tell them to get out of there right away. They've done enough already," Nahia sent Eki, seeing the main group of the Griffins already too close to them. "I'll tell them." Eki sent the message. Aroa and Logan stopped covering the rear and hastened to follow the other stragglers. Nahia sighed in relief. Suddenly, a hawk cheetah got ahead of the pursuing group of Griffins and went straight for Logan from behind. Nahia was just looking back when she saw it. "Logan!" she cried in alarm. Logan didn't see the hawk cheetah arrive from its tremendous speed, and it struck him in the back with its claws. Logan shot out of the saddle, his straps torn. "No!" Nahia screamed in desperation. Logan began to fall toward the trees below. Aroa realized and lunged into a swift nosedive with all the speed she was capable of. Several Griffins, among them eagle tigers, followed them. "We have to help them!" Eki did not hesitate for an instant and spun around in the air. Logan was falling at great speed. He was going to crash against the trees and the ground under them. Aroa was now shooting down with all the speed she was capable of. She was only thinking of saving Logan, not about her own safety. At the speed she was nosediving, it was impossible that she would not crash against the ground. She would not be able to make a curve that would save her from crashing. Logan was falling headlong, and he entered the branches of the tall, thick trees. He was going to crash and die. Aroa reached Logan, and with her mouth, she managed to grasp his right boot. In a movement she knew was desperate, she tried to rise again. At that speed and distance from the ground, it was impossible, but she tried anyway. She managed to lean a little and glide, breaking as much as she could by spreading her wings. Unfortunately, as she expected, it was not enough. She was going to crash into the trees, running them down and then the ground. She released Logan right before crashing completely, because the impact was going to be brutal. Logan fell from a few feet high, although at great speed. The branches of the trees slowed him down as they struck him, and he ended up crashing into the ground. He rolled over himself countless times across the moist soil from the impact of the fall. He finally crashed against a fallen tree that stopped him. He was left lying there. There was no movement. The white dragoness crashed a little further ahead. She left a groove of knocked-over trees and earth raised in her path until she stopped. The impact was so strong that she carved a channel through the ground with her body. The dragoness received multiple wounds from the extremely hard blow. She fainted and was left lying on the ground. "Tell me they're not dead," Nahia begged Eki. "I think Aroa managed to break Logan's fall at the last moment. There's hope." "Thank you, and her?" "Her blow was harder. She will be hurt, maybe seriously. She might even die." "Oh no." They went to the site of the impact. Suddenly, a dozen Griffins came down to meet them. They shrieked at them threateningly. They were not going to let them pass. They wouldn't be able to reach Aroa and Logan. And what was worse, another group came down on them on land. Nahia was feeling such an intense anxiety that she couldn't breathe. She could see Logan and Aroa through the trees on the ground, but she knew they were not going to let them reach them. She looked back to see whether they had help, and saw their squadron vanishing in the distance, chased after by the majority of the Griffins. No, they were alone, and the situation was a nightmare. Chapter 51. "We have to get out of here, or else we'll die," Eki sent Nahia as he turned around so as not to crash into the Griffins that had come up to meet them. "I can't leave Logan there like that. He's alive. The armor protected him, I'm sure. Eki tried to calm her. Nahia wanted to believe Eki, but the anxiety filling her from what she saw would not let her. Logan was lying on the ground, not moving. Through the bond that linked them, Nahia felt that Eki said it more like a wish than a certainty. Do you really believe it? Through our bond, I get that you're not sure. I might not be sure, but I do believe it. The same way I believe Aroa is wounded, but not dead. But if we don't get out of here right now, the two of us will die. That I know for certain, he sent her. And then 2 eagle lions shot powerful beams of fire from their beaks which hit them. A moment later, they received 4 other impacts of elemental flows of earth and air. The attacks shook Nahia, who saw her magical defense had weakened dramatically. The last bolt hit her and destroyed it. She felt that part of the attack was not entirely blocked. Luckily, her armor held, since it was an attack of wind, but she nearly flew off the saddle. Eki flashed silver. His magical defenses were activating. I'm running out of energy. The griffins will switch to physical attacks now. We'll die if we don't escape, he insisted with a feeling of great urgency. Nahia looked at Logan on the ground one last time. He had 2 griffins beside him watching him. He wasn't moving. In the midst of her anxiety, she realized she would not be able to help Logan if she died. Get out of here! We have to live! She sent to Eki. At once, Eki executed an evasive maneuver. Just as he had predicted, the griffins lunged at them to tear them apart with their golden beaks and claws. Use your skill, Nahia urged him. Eki flashed silver and vanished, just when he was going to be reached by the griffins, reappearing 200 paces away. Do it again! Eki repeated it 3 more times, and in the blink of an eye he was 800 paces from them, which he increased to 1,000 with his swift dragon speed. The griffins left the chase shortly after seeing they were impossible to catch. I had no more energy left. Thank goodness it was enough. Your skill is impressive, Nahia congratulated him. They both looked back and watched the griffins that were after them landing where Aroa and Logan had fallen. Then they looked ahead and saw their squadron flying away in the distance, pursued by a considerable group of griffins. Eki reduced his speed, unsure whether to keep going or stop. We can't go back. We have to stay, Nahia sent Eki. I agree. We can't abandon them. The best we can do now is think. We should hide somewhere, he sent Nahia, and a moment later he flew down to the forests. He glided over a river and landed beside it. They won't kill them, will they? Nahia asked Eki, almost begging him to say no. I can't know that. I hope not. The dragons would kill them if it were the other way around, Nahia replied. Eki nodded, looking sad. Yes, most likely. So says the path. There's no mercy for the fallen enemy. No mercy for Aroa and Logan? Don't you see that the path of dragons is absolutely despicable, and that no one should follow it? Nahia said it so enraged she nearly foamed at the mouth. Her rage for the mentality of dragons was affected by the terrible frustration and anguish she felt. Eki bowed his head, and his gaze dulled. I see, and I realize the path of dragons isn't the way. You're right. But you must understand. It's been my people's way for millennia. It's difficult to go against tradition. The sooner you and all the young dragons go against it, the sooner we'll end these meaningless killings. Eki nodded but didn't say anything. Nahia was so hurt and filled with anguish, she almost said things she would have regretted later on. Luckily, she managed to contain herself and not create an irreversible situation with Eki. We must get closer and see what's going on with Logan and Aroa. It won't be by air. If they see me, they'll come for us. And in this clear sky, they'll see me get close. Then I'll go by land through the trees. They'll hide me. If they discover you, they'll tear you to pieces. And I don't think I'd get to you in time to rescue you. Nahia nodded. I guess so. Let's hope they don't discover me. Without waiting any longer, Nahia started heading toward the spot where Logan and Aroa had fallen. Eki tried to follow her, but the forest was too thick for a dragon to walk through. The great winged creatures were kings of the sky, but down here, on land, they struggled. Even so, he tried to go forward, and he did so, following the river, which was the only clear area he could go along. Nahia went as fast as she could, led by the beating of her heart, which sounded like a herd of wild horses.
She feared the worst, and although she didn't want to think of it, she was finding it very hard not to. Having seen Logan fall and then Aroa had traumatized her. It was engraved in her mind. Both impacts had been shocking. Being able to survive such an accident seemed very unlikely to her. She shook her head and went on. She couldn't let herself be led by fear and bad omens. They had surely survived. She simply had to think that and nothing else. She moved on, treading hard and going through the thicket like a being of rock. Her armor protected her from brambles, branches, thorns, and anything that got in her way. She was carrying her sword and dagger at her waist, but she had left her shield and lance with Eki. They were too heavy and would only hinder her. It was hard enough to walk with the weight of the armor. It was heavy, but she had to admit it pushed things out of the way as if she were a war goddess. Anything she stepped on or pushed with her arms didn't grow again. She raised her head to make sure there were no griffins lurking in the sky that might see her. It seemed like there weren't, for the time being, but she expected them to make an appearance when she got closer to where Logan and Aroa had fallen. It wasn't too far, but the forest was very dense and her armor heavy. Both things made her go slower than her heart wished. She didn't despair and kept going, one foot after the other. Logan needed her, and she would come to his aid, just like he would do the same for her. She went on through the forest when a couple of shadows passed over her head. She looked up through the branches of the trees and glimpsed a couple of griffins that flew in the direction of Logan and Aroa. This made her nervous. She had to get to them as soon as possible. She had to rescue them. Yes, she would rescue them. She didn't know how, but she had to do it. She realized that this was really more than a rescue. She had to save their lives, stop them from being killed. If she didn't rescue them, they were as good as dead. And what was worse, she couldn't blame the griffins for killing them. Not after seeing what the dragons had done to them. It was death for death, blood for blood. With such negative thoughts, Nahia arrived at the clearing where several griffins surrounded Logan. Without leaving the cover the trees offered her, she watched what was going on with a terrible anguish that oppressed her chest and didn't let her breathe. There were 3 eagle tigers and 2 hawk cheetahs beside Logan, who was not moving and was lying on his face. He couldn't be dead. She refused to believe it was possible. Logan had to live. Without him, she had no future. She discarded the idea from her mind. He was alive. If not, why were they watching him? The griffins wouldn't be there if he were dead. This thought gave her strength. A little further ahead, she could glimpse Aroa's body. The white dragoness wasn't moving either. She was surrounded by 5 eagle tigers, 3 females and 2 males. They all looked expectant. They were standing on the ground and were not looking at Logan and Aroa. It was as if they were ignoring them. Nahia thought it a very odd way to behave. She thought to herself that she should know the way the griffins acted, their culture and traditions better. Yes, she must understand them. Only thus could they be allies against the dragons. Even in such a critical situation, Nahia felt that the way to freedom passed through the griffins. She had no idea why she felt this way, least of all when Logan and Aroa might lose their lives at their claws, but this was what she felt. Nahia took a deep breath to try and calm down. The longer she looked at Logan and Aroa lying there on the ground, the more she worried. She took comfort thinking that the griffins had not attacked them and made sure they were dead, at least for the time being. Perhaps they wanted to question them. That might be the case, to get information about the invasion camp of the dragons and their forces. She hoped it was that, and not one of the 1,000 horrible possibilities that went through her mind. For a long while, nothing happened. Nahia watched without understanding what the griffins intended, or what they were waiting for. She doubted they would go away and leave Logan and Aroa in peace. She realized this was too good to be true. It wasn't going to happen. Nahia knew it and internalized it. There was nothing else she could do but wait and see what happened. So that was what she did. Very restless and anxious, she waited. Another long while passed, and the griffins did nothing. It was most strange. Nahia wanted to come out of her hiding place in the thicket and rescue Logan. Get him out of there. Drag him out. But she was very much aware that attempting this was suicide.
Nahia, don't do anything. Don't let them discover you.
Eki's mental message reached her, and she almost had a heart attack from how tense and anxious she was. She instinctively looked back to see whether the silver dragon was behind her, but she only saw forest and undergrowth. The river was a little further north. Eki must be moving along it, approaching her slowly. If the mental message reached her, he was less than 200 paces away. This calmed her greatly. She looked toward the river, which she couldn't see through the trees, but she knew it was there, and she used her skill to find his mental aura. Eki's appeared, bright and silver. Now they could communicate.
They're lying on the ground, surrounded.
Alive, then, Eki sent hopeful.
I really don't know, but I want to think so.
I can't get any closer. The river continues north.
Don't worry, you're close enough.
A group of griffins appeared in the sky and flew down swiftly. In the middle, escorted by several griffin lions, was one of considerable size. Nahia knew at once that this was a griffin lion king. She didn't have the slightest doubt. The tremendous specimen landed. It was a truly magnificent creature, regal, as large as a 1,000-year-old dragon. The white eagle head and the golden beak gave it a lethal look. The huge wings on the sides of the powerful lion body showed how enormous and powerful it was. It radiated strength and power. Nahia knew that this griffin king was capable of killing a 1,000-year-old dragon.
That is a maximum griffin, a king among the griffins, she told Eki.
How do you know? Because of its enormous size?
I've seen one like him before, at the dungeons in Dracoros.
True, I remember you telling me. I find it odd that a griffin king should take an interest in a fallen dragon and its rider.
Me too. I don't think it's particularly good.
Nahia felt increasingly more uneasy.
Don't lose your cool. There's still hope.
Nahia wanted to believe Eki, but she found it very difficult. More so now that a griffin king was here taking an interest in Aroa and Logan. Nahia guessed that the other griffins had been waiting for their king. Now the griffin lion king would make some kind of decision. This worried Nahia very much. It could only mean bad news. Very bad news. Chapter 52. The great eagle lion king watched Aroa for a long moment. Then it went over to Logan and watched him too. It seemed very interested, too invested for it to be anything good. It exchanged glances with several hawk cheetahs, and Nahia guessed they were having a discussion. After a moment, the Griffin King let out a mixture between the shrill shriek of a bird and the roar of a powerful lion, and Nahia's hair stood on end. It placed its front right paw on Logan's body, and it almost seemed to bury him. Nahia couldn't bear the tension any longer. She didn't know what the griffin was going to do, but she had a very bad feeling. It was going to kill Logan, and then Aroa. It was like an ill-fated premonition that assaulted her, and she knew it was going to come true, without any kind of possibility that anything else could occur. Knowing that the man she loved was going to die in front of her, her inner flame lit up like it never had before. It had always started and progressively increased in power with the passing moments or the situation. Not so this time. It went from being non-existent to lighting up and burning with colossal power in an instant. She took a deep breath, trying to calm down. She didn't know what was happening, but she thought it was her condition attacking her again. Her body was on fire. That she could feel. And not only inside her, but all over her skin. If the palpitations and difficulty in breathing started, she would have a seizure. The uncontrolled convulsions and cramps would follow. She reached for the container around her neck. If she had a seizure, she would be lost and Logan would die. She wouldn't be able to help him, and she would not be able to help herself. She was going to be left on the ground, useless, while the man she loved died. No, she muttered under her breath, refusing to let that happen. They couldn't end this way. She was not going to let her condition doom Logan. She didn't care if she died, if she were found here, lying there convulsing, but she couldn't let them kill Logan. No way. Her rage fed the flame that burned inside her, making it even stronger, as if the whole forest around her had caught fire. The more she thought of Logan, the stronger her inner flame burned.
"Watch out! Your power emanates from you like a volcano,"
Eki sent her. The warning reached her, but Nahia didn't know what she could do, and she wasn't going to run away and leave Logan to a certain death. The Griffin King seemed to pick up on the power emanating from Nahia. He looked to where she was hiding and gave another of his shriek roars. At once, his guards surrounded him. The eagle lions stood around their king, tense and ready to attack. The rest of the griffins present looked toward Nahia and prepared to act.
You have been discovered! Run! Escape! Eki sent her. Nahia nearly followed Eki's directions. Her common sense told her she ought to get out of there and run with all her might. But her body did not move. Her heart could not abandon Logan to an undeniable death. No, she was not going to flee. She could not. If she had to die, so be it, but she was not going to leave him. She loved him too much to even consider it. She watched him there, lying on the ground with the king's paw on his back, and felt such anguish that she thought an invisible hand clenched her heart and throat at the same time. She took a deep breath and felt a stinging pain from the terrible anguish she was suffering. She simply had to save Logan. That was the only thing in her mind, her only wish. She saw herself confronting all those griffins and knew that if she did, she was going to die. She wouldn't be able to defeat them. It was suicide to face up to them. But if she did not, there was no hope. Not only for Logan, but for Aroa. The flame inside her burned even stronger. Nahia knew she was having one of her seizures. She did not want to think that they were all doomed, both her and Logan. She noticed even more clearly that the symptoms were those of her condition. She felt her body burning, and she could barely breathe. She was sweating so profusely. "Not now, please, not now," she begged under her breath while feeling her temperature rise sky-high. She looked once more at Logan, surrounded by griffins, and the flame intensified so much that it came out of her body. The flame surged from inside her and ran throughout her body. Everything around her caught fire, surrounded by flame. A fire she herself gave off. It was as if an enormous flame surrounded her and consumed all the air around her. The flame came from inside her body to envelop her, consuming everything beside her. This was not her condition, at least not how it usually affected her. It was something different, something new that had never happened to her. With popping eyes, she looked down at her body, which formed a great living flame of powerful intensity. The strange phenomenon left her absolutely stunned. She looked like an elemental being of fire, but that could not be. "Get out of here! Run!" Eki implored her. Nahia thought she would not be able to flee, that this new manifestation of her condition would soon render her incapacitated on the ground, in the midst of terrible pain and unable to breathe properly. She thought it might kill her once and for all. She looked at her hands surrounded by fire. She felt very hot, like when she had one of her seizures, but this was something different. Her pulse had not accelerated as it usually did. Her heart did not beat wildly. She didn't feel like she was choking. She was able to breathe normally, and there were no convulsions or cramps. This was new. It was not one of her usual seizures. It felt rather like an evolution of them. It was as if the seizure, which always went into her body and left her half dead on the ground, was coming out of her body this time. She didn't feel anything bad other than an intense heat. "This is very strange," she muttered.
"Come out of wherever you are hiding. I can feel you. Reveal yourself." She received a mental message, and knew from how powerful and deep it was that it came from the Griffin King. Nahia breathed in and out several times to try and calm down, while she checked that the flame that enveloped her entirely from head to toe was not consuming her alive. No, it was not. She didn't feel any discomfort whatsoever, either physical or mental. Besides, she realized that the fire was magical, as she had already guessed, since it was consuming her inner energy. All this was at the same time unbelievable and most inadequate, because this was not exactly the best time for this to happen. "I'm coming out," Nahia said, and came out from the trees. She realized that as she walked, everything around her caught fire. Bushes, brambles, small trees, everything was consumed by flame. She stepped out into the clearing and walked slowly toward the griffins, which were looking at her, tilting their heads from one side to the other to look at her with their bird's eyes, so surprised they did not react. All of a sudden, one of the hawk cheetahs attacked her. It gathered momentum and, beating its wings, fell upon her with its claws directed at her head. Something very odd happened. Nahia raised her arms to protect herself from the attack, and in so doing, the flame that enveloped her spread to the griffin attacking her. In an instant, the creature was engulfed in a ball of fire. The griffin shrieked with pain and escaped, flying with half its body in flames. A second griffin, this time an eagle lion, jumped at her, delivering tremendous claw swipes while its shriek roared. When it reached Nahia,
The flame that enveloped her spread onto the griffin, engulfing it entirely. A claw swipe reached Nahia in the arm, but her armor held. But the griffin, engulfed in fierce flames, could not withstand them. Its magical defenses were consumed in an instant, and its body started to burn. It fled away in flames and plunged into the nearby river. Several griffins attacked Nahia with gusts of earth and storm, and Nahia thought they were going to kill her. She raised her field of energy scales to protect herself, but she didn't need to. The magical attacks did not pass through the fire. It consumed them. Nahia couldn't believe it. But just in case, she raised her elemental scales and covered her armor with them. Her 2 protections were activated, but what really was an amazing protection was the flame that enveloped her and which came from inside her. "I don't want to fight," Nahia told the griffins, and she raised her hands, walking slowly toward them.
"Stop, human. Do not come any closer,"
the Griffin King sent her. Nahia obeyed and stopped. A couple of griffins went to attack her, but the Griffin King stopped them.
"You are a dragon rider."
"I am. The Griffin King speaks my language?"
"I speak your language, human. The language of my enemies. The language of Craido."
"I am not the enemy of any griffin."
"You are a dragon rider. As is this one under my paw."
The Griffin King looked at Logan's body with its eagle eyes.
"You are our enemies."
"The dragons make us fight. It's not what the slave races of Craido want."
"Oh, is it not? What is it the slaves' races want?"
"We want freedom. To stop being the dragons' slaves and to stop dying at their whims." The Griffin King tilted his head and looked at Nahia. It seemed curious.
"You are the most singular slave I have ever seen. You not only burn with a great living flame, but you speak of freedom, of not serving your dragon lords."
"I'm different. I'm a flameborn. I have more power than a rider."
"I can see that. I detect even more power than a griffin in you, perhaps even than a dragon. That makes you very singular and interesting."
"We don't need to be enemies. We can be allies." The Griffin King threw its eagle head back.
"The fact that I have not set my guard to kill you does not mean that I will not do it. Do not think you may address me as an equal."
Nahia realized that her flame, no matter how powerful it was, would not protect her against a dozen of those eagle lions if they attacked her all at once. The claw swipes would slip through, as had just happened, and they would end up destroying her armor and then her. Surely many griffins would die in the attempt, but so would she. She must persuade the Griffin King that she was being serious. "I offer my respects to the great Griffin King," Nahia said, kneeling down.
"That is better, human. Show respect and be humble. How do you know I am a Griffin King?"
"Because I have met another great Griffin King."
"Do you dare lie to me? Do you wish to die?"
"I'm not lying, my lord. I have met another Griffin King in Craido." The Griffin King turned to look at her, tilting its head as if it were very interested.
"Explain yourself, and do it well, because your life and that of this rider under my paw depend on it."
"Please don't kill him, I beg you," Nahia implored.
"Interesting. So this rider matters to you. That is why you are here. You want to rescue him."
"Yes, I've come to rescue him. He's very important to me. Please don't hurt him, I beg you, my lord."
"I like it that you do not lie, and that you show yourself humble. Now explain what you have said."
"In Craido, I met a Griffin King. His name is Aran Lihoizuri." The Griffin King fixed its eagle eyes on her, and a bright gleam shone in them.
"You are lying. Aran Lihoizuri is dead."
"No, my lord, he's alive, a prisoner of the dragons. We spoke, and he explained some things. There's a group of griffins with him. Like them and them." Nahia indicated the hawk cheetahs and eagle lions. "There were also owl bears. I know because I delivered their food." The Griffin King said nothing for a moment. Then it seemed to communicate mentally with the other griffins, because they started to shriek and shake their heads and wings. Something was up. "Please don't kill him, I beg you," Nahia implored, looking at Logan lying on the ground under the powerful paw of the great griffin.
"If you do not want me to kill him right now, Tell me where Aran Lihorizuri is prisoner.
Nahia thought about telling him, but if she did, she would be left without anything to negotiate with. It seemed that Aran Lihorizuri meant something to this Griffin King. She had to play her cards well, or they would not get out of there alive, Logan or herself. He's a prisoner in Dracoros, at the academy in the dungeons.
We know of that place, where the dragons train their dragon warlocks to fight for them.
Yes, that's right.
If he is a prisoner there is little we can do to help him. You are of no help to me or him.
The Griffin King tilted its head toward Logan. Wait, we can be of service.
Can you? I am listening.
We can help you free him if that's what you want.
Yes, it is what I want. Can you? I doubt it.
We can, really, I promise, on my honor.
You, a mere rider. Being powerful will not help you in this case.
I'm not a mere rider. I am one of the leaders of the rebellion that's forming in Craido, the rebellion of the slave races against the dragons. The Griffin King looked at her again, intensely.
So you are a leader of a possible rebellion in Craido. Interesting, if it were true, but I doubt it.
And he's one too, Nahia pointed at Logan.
2 riders who lead a rebellion of the slave races of Craido. It is something very incredible. Lying to me is the same as killing him.
No, please, I'm telling the truth. Nahia raised her burning hand.
I am Aran Bigarlahoy, and Aran Lihoizuri is my older brother. As you can understand, what you tell me interests me. But, at the same time, I will not tolerate a lie when my brother's life is at stake.
All of a sudden, the scale in Nahia's nape began to grow very hot. How she knew it was the scale and not the fire that burned around her, she didn't understand, but she could tell them apart. They were different heats. She didn't give it another thought. She was in a very critical situation, and she had to solve it or Logan would die. Logan, Aroa, and herself. Then we must ally with one another. Together we can defeat the dragons. If the griffins and the slave races of Craido join, we'll have a chance of beating them. Nahia tried to persuade the king. The Griffin King must have said something to the others, because the shrieks and the agitation renewed. A vision began to appear in Nahia's mind. First it was blurry, and she couldn't make out what was happening, but then it cleared up. She saw herself flying not on Eki, but on a griffin's back. Aran Bihar Lehoy himself, the Griffin King that was right in front of her. There was no doubt. Their destinies were intertwined. They had to collaborate, to join forces. She and the Griffin King standing before her had to collaborate in their fight and be allies. The vision lost strength. It faded into the mist it had come out of. A moment later it vanished.
Any chance to defeat our most hated enemies is one I have the obligation to consider.
We can help one another. We must collaborate. Only thus will we be able to defeat the dragons. I'm offering an alliance with the griffins. The slave races of Craido and the griffins united, fighting against the dragons, as it should be. Aran Bigarlahoy looked at Nahia and was thoughtful for a long moment.
This is the deal I propose to you. You manage to free my brother from the dungeons where he is a prisoner, and this rider and his dragoness will live.
I don't know whether I can free him on my own. I need him with me.
Have you not said that you are a leader of the revolution of the slaves of Craido? You will have others that might help you besides this rider.
I do, but I'll need time and preparation. With him there will be more chances of making it. Nahia pointed at Logan. She was trying to save him at any cost.
Aran Bigarlahoy shook his head. I do not know whether what you have told me is true, or if you have a very skilled and creative mind. Since there is no way I can know for sure, I cannot trust you. Therefore they stay with me, as a motivation to fulfill what I ask of you. My brother for their lives. If you are telling the truth, you might succeed. If you have lied to me, they die. Do you accept the deal?
And if I try and fail?
They die. Now I know that my brother is alive, and where he is being kept prisoner. I will find another way to free him.
Nahia did not want to accept this, but she had no choice. If she accepted, at least she gained time. If she stood up to them, they wouldn't live. She could feel that her flame was consuming her energy. This new power was finite. In the end, she would lose. All right. I accept your deal.
You are an intelligent young woman. What is your name?
Nahia.
Very well, Nahia. Go back to your people. When the campaign is over and you go back to Craido, free my brother. If you do this, they will live. You have my word as Griffin King.
I will. One day we'll be allies and we'll fight together against the dragons, Nahia promised.
I like you, Nahia Flameborn. You have courage, plenty of it. Go, and free my brother.
Chapter 53. Nahia looked at Logan on the ground one last time and turned around. She started toward the forest. Her body was still enveloped in the great flame, and she could feel her inner energy consuming itself. She could not get Logan out of her head. She felt as if she were betraying him, leaving him there with the griffins. She reached the forest and turned. Doubt tortured her. She looked at the group of griffins and saw another dozen coming down. They were bear owls. They came down to where Aroa was lying, and several of them grasped different points of her back. A moment later, they flew off with her. Aroa, unconscious, hung there like an enormous winged reptile the griffins were taking away to one of their mountain homes. Nahia took a step toward them when she saw Aran Bigarlahoy taking off with Logan hanging from its hind claws. His personal guard joined him, and then the rest of the griffins all flying north. Nahia felt impotent, disconsolate, and dropped down to her knees on the ground. A moment later, the flame that enveloped her went out. She was back to being herself. Her skin was hot but not burning. Her inner flame had gone out too. She waited to see whether she would suffer convulsions and cramps, but nothing happened. The episode had passed. "I'm sorry," she said, watching Logan and Aroa vanishing in the distance.
You did well not confronting them. They would have killed you, despite your flame.
She received Eki's message. She felt him close. I should have saved them, somehow.
You did very well. You have given them time.
Eki came flying from the river and landed to her left. If we had fought together,
we would have both died, and then Logan and Aroa. That I know. We're not so powerful as to defeat such a large, strong number of griffins.
But my flame is powerful, perhaps.
They would have destroyed you with their beaks and claws, and that power of yours wouldn't save you from that.
Deep down, I know you're right, but I feel broken.
I feel the same way. I wanted to do something, but they would have killed us if I had. The presence of a dragon would not have helped in that situation.
Eki sent her, and Nahia felt through the bond they shared that he felt great unrest. Nahia stood up. Her world was crumbling, but she had to stay strong. She would save Logan. It seemed impossible right then, but she couldn't let herself sink. She simply had to rescue him, and she would. What odds do we have of rescuing them with the other squads? Nahia asked him.
We'll inform General Gori Zaldizar at the war camp, but I'm afraid we don't do rescue missions.
Eki sent with a feeling that he didn't expect much. Yeah, only punishment.
That's right, unfortunately.
Nahia could feel Eki's unrest increasing, but she could tell it was different than the loss of Aroa and Logan. There was something else. It took her a moment to realize what it was. The unrest Eki felt was for her. You heard everything? Nahia said, looking at him in the eye.
Yes, everything. I was close in case you needed to flee.
Then you know it's happening.
You mean the rebellion of the slave races against us, the dragons?
Yes, that's what I mean.
Now I know. I didn't before.
You also know that I'm one of the leaders.
You and Logan, yes.
Nahia sighed deeply. I was hoping this conversation wouldn't have to take place, but somehow I knew that sooner or later you'd figure it out. This was sooner than I expected. Are you going to turn me over? Nahia asked him, and she felt as if her fear for the possible answer passed on to Eki. She received a feeling of great discomfort.
Secrets, especially big ones, are difficult to keep. I should turn you in, since you seek to kill us.
I don't seek to kill you, I seek to free the slave peoples from you, which is very different.
For which you will rise in arms and seek to kill us. The proof is that you just tried to make an alliance with our deadly enemies to go against us, to kill us.
You could always free all the slave races of Craido and all the conquered peoples in other worlds. That way there wouldn't be any uprisings, or wars, or deaths. It would be the easiest, the best. Will you do that?
Eki looked at the sky and then at the ground.
I understand what you're telling me, Nahia. But you must understand that I am a dragon.
I understand, Eki. But not all dragons agree with the path. There are those who seek other ways of living, without conquering and shedding blood, without seeking the vain glory of war and destruction.
It may be so. I do not know this. I was brought up on the path of dragons, like all of us. And it's what we follow.
You are a good dragon, an intelligent one. Don't tell me you agree with what we're doing here, with what the dragons do in other worlds. The fact that they teach you the path of dragons doesn't mean you have to follow it.
Change isn't easy.
Do you think it's fair that Logan dies here, which isn't his world, in a war that isn't his, forced to fight because he's a slave, when he never wanted to be a soldier or kill anyone? Do you think it's fair that I'll die because I want to be free?
Eki was thoughtful.
I will think over everything you've told me, since there's reason in what you say, and I follow my mind, not my prejudices.
So, are you going to turn me in?
Not for now. If I turn you in, they will kill you on the spot. I should kill you at once for treason.
And how will we go on moving forward?
We will stay together because the same purpose unites us. You rescuing Logan, me rescuing Aroa. Our paths go parallel toward the same destiny, and we will follow them together because that way we have more chances of success. I love Aroa very much. I'm not going to let her die.
Understood. We'll free Aroa and Logan. That's our purpose.
Once they are free, we will talk about the rest.
Agreed.
Now, let's go back to the war camp and see whether the general will help us with the rescue or, as I fear, he leaves them to their fate.
Nahia nodded and climbed onto the saddle without another word. A moment later, they crossed the sky. She felt something had changed between them. The bond was still there, but it was as if it had become very thin, as if it were close to breaking. The complete opposite of what she had been feeling until now, where the bond had been growing stronger with time. She could clearly detect that Eki was feeling betrayed and lied to, and although she wanted to tell him it was not so, that she had no choice but to hide it from him, she knew it wouldn't change anything. Eki would not forgive her, the same way she would not forgive him if the situation were reversed. Once they were back in the war camp, they found out what they had already guessed. General Goris Aldizar heard them, but was not at all understanding.
I am not going to risk any squadron on a rescue mission. If they have been captured, they will question them to get information and kill them once they have what they want. The Griffins are bloodthirsty. They don't take prisoners,
the Draconid rider, Drontic, added.
They are alive, sir. Dragon and rider. There is still time to rescue them if we hurry,
Eki insisted.
Rescue them? From a mountain home? There are over 100. You don't know which one they've taken them to, if they have,
said Drontic. The Griffin King's name is Aran Bigar Lahoy, Nahia informed them.
He will have his own mountain home. He is a Griffin King,
added Eki. We could send patrols to watch the cities and search for them, Nahia suggested.
For one dragon. We would lose 10 just for going near their mountain homes. Things are not going well. I am not going to risk more dragons,
the general sentenced. They fought with honor. They deserve to be rescued, Nahia insisted.
Whoever falls, falls, and more so in the world of the Griffins. I refuse to request for a rescue. Leave and go rest,
the general ordered. Nahia did not move for a moment. Rage and frustration devoured her inside. Eki was not moving either. He was staring at the general, and in his eyes there was not respect but rage.
The general has given you an order. Follow it now,
Drontic told them in a threatening tone. Eki turned around and went away.
Let us go, Nahia. If we die for standing up to the general, we will not save them.
Nahia had to make a tremendous effort to not let her inner flame get out of control. Eki was right. If they challenged the general, he would have them killed. Chapter 54. The days went by slowly in the invasion camp of the dragons on Graphoros. The spirits of the invasion force gradually dropped as the days passed. The squads kept being sent on punishment missions. The problem was that every time they went out, not all of them came back. The casualties of riders and dragons were beginning to be high. The griffins were getting better organized, and they were capable of causing more and more damage to the dragon squads. Nahia was sitting beside Fadin and Sarmas of her squad by a campfire in one of the large caves on the east side of the mountain home. They were eating their war rations, which were mostly tasteless, but at least they had food. Slave food, because the dragons could eat other creatures or even the griffins they killed. Some did, to show how powerful and fearful they were. Nahia considered it barbaric. One more thing in the long list the dragons kept making longer, which didn't surprise her. If anyone asked her what creature ate its enemies, the dragons would be her first answer, and this before knowing they actually did. They were the most despicable creatures one might imagine. "How do you feel?" Fadin asked her in a friendly tone. Nahia sighed. "I've been better." "I'm very sorry about what happened to Logan," Sarmas told her, putting his hand to his head, where he still had a serious lump that had not recovered from the blows received in combat. The feeling of guilt did not let him go on. "And it's not your fault. We've talked about that," Nahia replied. She didn't blame him in the least. "I know, but it was me he stayed behind to help. I feel awful." "He also helped me," said Kiara of the Diamond Squad as she walked over with Maudin of the Spark Squad. They sat down with them by the fire. "I feel as bad as you do." "Don't, you shouldn't. You're not to blame. It's the dragons' fault and their endless greed," said Nahia, very angry and upset. There was a very intense silence. They all looked around to see who might be listening. In that cave, there were only riders, split into 3 resting groups. The dragons were in larger caves on the north side of the enormous mountain. "Be careful what you say, Ardent Blonde. It might cost you your life," Morgana warned, who had heard her as she was coming back with 2 rations in her hand. "Are you going to tell on me?" Nahia looked at her challengingly. Morgana sat down in front of her on the other side of the fire. "No, I like people with a fighting spirit. Someone else will eventually turn you in, so the dragons can tear your head off." "Wow, now I feel much better." "You should. I warned you some time ago that something bad was going to happen." "You're a bird of ill omen." Nahia rubbed it in. "I only warned you, and it seems I was right." "You have no heart!" Nahia nearly jumped on her, but Fadin stepped in between and stopped her. "Don't blame her for what the griffins did," Fadin told her. "The griffins are not to blame, the dragons are," Nahia insisted. Fadin sighed deeply and said nothing. They went on eating, but no one spoke for a long while. Tealsa arrived with her ration and sat down beside them. "Not in the mood for chatting?" the Felidae asked, seeing everyone so quiet. "Our comrade here is voicing her opinion about our masters," Morgana commented with a wave toward Nahia. "I only say what I think, and there are many who think like me," Nahia replied. "Oh, really? And what do they think?" Morgana asked, challenging her to tell them. Nahia was not going to shrink back. "They think that the dragons only lead to death. They think that being the dragons' slaves only brings us pain, suffering, and death." "Be careful, Nahia," Tealsa warned her, looking around. The warning wasn't enough to silence what Nahia felt. "The time has come to be free, to stop serving the dragons, to find freedom and seek our own destiny." "Those words are treason," Tealsa told her. "Are you going to turn me in? You who are my own squad? Or you two, who already know how I feel?" "We're not going to turn you in," Kiara told her and looked at Maudin. "We think the same as you," Maudin joined her. "Well, this is getting interesting. More that join the cause?" Morgana looked at them, her head to one side, smiling, amused. "You all know that serving the dragons brings nothing but suffering and death." Nahia was now looking at Fadin and Sarmas. "That's what it takes. We're slaves, trained to fight for them," Fadin told her. "We have no choice," Sarmas said. "Yes, you do. You can join me, the cause, and fight to achieve freedom. It's either that or die as slaves." "You're talking too loud. Lower your voice," Tealsa warned her again, looking around. 6 riders who were by the other campfires had risen and were coming over.
What the dragons do is wrong. Invading worlds and attacking their peoples is wrong. Killing and conquering are wrong. Having slaves is wrong. You all know it. You don't need me to tell you."
Nahia could not stay quiet. Those who had risen arrived beside them.
"You're absolutely right. We all know it, and some of us share your wishes. Count on the three of us," Gwyn's told her.
Nahia was somewhat surprised to see Gwyn's joining her. She thought she had not reached him.
"Thank you, Gwyns. You're all welcome to the cause."
"Count us in too," Jake told her, indicating those with him.
"Thank you. Why this change of mind?"
Nahia asked, a little taken aback.
"It's not a change of mind, but thinking about it and realizing it's what we ought to do. All of this is wrong," he said with a wave at the cave and outside, "and that we're part of it is even worse. There's something we've found out, and that I think you should all know. Although some of you might already know about it," Jake told them.
"Do tell. This is getting more and more interesting. I want to know everything before the dragons kill you all for treason," Morgana said in a sarcastic tone.
"The punishment missions we're carrying out, most have a purpose they haven't told us about,"
Jake began to explain. "The punishment missions are to reduce the number of griffins able to fight," Fodden told them.
"Yes, that part is correct, but there's another part, and it's dark," Jake informed them. "Tell us, I want to know," Sarmas said. "Most of the attacks are against groups of female griffins. They're attacked, not the males."
"Is that so?"
Kiara raised an eyebrow.
"Why the females?"
Tiosa wrinkled her nose. Mauden, who had already guessed, nodded.
"They want to control their numbers, and the most efficient way is to kill the females."
He nodded. Gwyns nodded too.
"That's right. The griffins reproduce more than the dragons, and so they kill as many females as they can every time they invade in order to control them."
"That's horrible. I thought we were going to try and conquer them. Not that that's better, but it's not pure selective murder."
Nahia waved her arms around.
"Well, if you don't like that, what we're going to tell you next, you'll like even less," Jake told her.
Nahia frowned.
"What's that?"
"The mission Logan was lost on was one of those."
"What they're doing is a barbarity. We can't be part of that." Nahia was beside herself.
"Take it easy."
Teal'c put her hand on her shoulder, trying to calm her down. Nahia looked around and saw that several more riders from the other fires were looking at her. She tried to calm down, although it took her a long moment. "Now I understand why they attacked us in such an implacable way. They were defending their females. I thought I saw something. They were protecting something in the clouds."
"They usually take their broods to safer places," Gwyns told her. "If you saw something, it would have been that."
"Are you telling me we attacked a group of females that were protecting their little ones?" Nahia said, shaking her head, already knowing the answer.
"Most likely, yes," Jake confirmed.
"What else do you need to see that we can't go on serving the dragons? We have to free ourselves. You can't keep being their executors. You know what they're doing. What you're going to have to do for them. We have to unite and fight against them. Stop their cruelty."
"You seem to have a lot of character, Flameborn. That's good."
Gwyns nodded, pleased.
"It's also very bad," Jake warned her. "Everyone has heard your shouting."
"Yeah, I can see that," she replied, seeing that those who had not come over had stood up and were all staring at her. "Whether we are with the cause or not, what we can't deny is that this is absolutely detestable," Kiara said. "It's basically a campaign of population control, although the dragons disguise it as invasion and conquest," Mauden told them. "It looks that way, and if they do that here, they will also do it on other worlds," Morgana added. "So what are you going to do about it? The dragons aren't going to stop doing it because you ask them nicely." She said this bitterly. Nahia stood up and spoke loudly so everyone in the cave would hear her well. "We'll all join the cause of freedom. We'll rise against the dragons. We'll fight against them and we'll defeat them. We'll achieve freedom and stop all their atrocities." For a moment they were all silent, assimilating Nahia's words and watching the reactions of the other groups. "I think it's an ambitious plan, with very few chances of success." "But I like it. Count me in," Morgana told her. Nahia was flabbergasted. If she was expecting someone not to join the cause, it was Morgana. "Count on me too," Kiara joined in. "And me," said Mauden. These were followed by Gwyns, Jake, Fodden, and Sarmas. The rest of those in the cave went on adding their names to the cause one by one. Nahia could not believe what was happening. The last one to join was Teal'sa.
"For freedom!" she cried.
"For freedom!" They all joined in.
Chapter 55. The invasion operation finished 3 weeks later. The dragons were beginning to suffer too many casualties, and General Gori Zaldizar had to consider the campaign concluded. It was one thing to have wounded dragons and riders, another to lose riders, and a very different one to lose dragons, which was something no general was going to accept. The Griffins had reorganized well around 5 mountain homes near the invasion camp of the dragons, and didn't allow any more punishment mission operations. These were intercepted, stopping the dragons from entering into deep Griffin territory. Their most important mountain homes were well and safe. The Griffins intercepted any enemy squadrons they saw and fought to the death. The dragons found themselves without the advantage of the initial surprise, and had fewer forces capable of fighting. They'd been forced to change strategies several times, until nothing worked without an elevated cost in lives, one they could not accept. Nahia found it curious that the dragons accepted killing thousands of creatures without the least consideration, but when it was their own lives that were lost, they couldn't tolerate it. There had been talk of reinforcements arriving to continue the invasion, but Nahia knew it wouldn't happen. She was so certain because she knew it was not an invasion campaign, but one of punishment, to control the numbers of griffins. They weren't there to invade that world, but to kill its inhabitants. If possible, females, so they couldn't procreate. Terrible and true. General Gori Zaldizar finally gave the order to go back to Jadrakos, and they did so using the same pearl they had come in through in the canyon. Nahia was afraid it would be controlled by the griffins, and they wouldn't be able to leave. But it was not so. It wasn't being watched by the enemy. That, or they were watching from the distance and were letting them leave, which might also be the case. It was probably that. They were letting them go to prevent more useless bloodshed and death. They went back to Jadrakos, and Nahia wasn't sure how they would be received. She didn't think they had done a great campaign. The loss of life had been extreme. Several squads had lost their members. The Moon Squad, the Volcano, the Diamond, the Spark. The Meteorite was one of the luckiest, since they had only lost one pair, Logan and Aroa. Only thinking about them made her eyes moist, but she shed no tears. They were not dead. There was a way to rescue them. She and Eki would manage to get them back, no matter how difficult it might be. As they came out of the portal, they lined up in front of the castle. Leading the returning invasion forces was General Gori Zaldizar. Zaldibeltslihan, commander and leader of the Dragon Riders of Jadrakos, and his rider Droken, captain of the riders, appeared coming out of the castle. They all turned toward them. And then something happened that surprised Nahia greatly. The commander congratulated the general for yet another successful campaign. He extended his congratulations to the 5 dragon kings. Nahia realized that everything had been a great ruse to go to the world of the griffins and kill them out of the dragon king's sheer vanity to show them they were superior. She had to make a great effort for her flame not to burn beyond what she was able to control, and even Eki felt disgusted. She could feel it through the bond that joined them. That he was furious and disappointed, she could clearly feel. And it could only be for one thing: what they were witnessing. Luckily, the welcome and the glorious speeches were short. There were many wounded riders and dragons that required attention, and they were all weary after all the combat on the campaign. The following week was one of recovery and goodbyes. Those who had taken part in the campaign and were not wounded or in need of healing treatment gradually left Jadrakos as they had arrived. The Meteorite squad had suffered wounds, both the riders and the dragons, although luckily they weren't serious. Neither were Eki's, who had borne them silently like a true hero. By the end of the week, Jadrakos was practically deserted. Before all the squads left, Nahia made sure she spoke with her allies there one more time, to remind them that the cause needed them wherever they were posted next, so they would keep recruiting brave members to join them. Nahia had finished her advanced training and was using her time to keep weaving the threads of the fight for freedom. That morning, she was talking to Gwyn's and Jake, who would soon leave, when Commander Zaldibeltslihan summoned her.
"Nahia, Flameborn, our leader requests you,"
Arbakux, the master of riders, told her as he came over to her. Gwyn's and Jake took their leave with a nod, and Nahia followed Arbakux as he headed back to the castle.
He walked so slowly that after the very swift flights with Eki, she found it a small torture. At least they didn't have to kill any creatures, which was a change in routine which Nahia was really grateful for. She saw the great black dragon coming out of the castle, and it made her nervous. What would he want? As she approached him and his rider, Nahia became even more nervous. Had someone told on her? Was she being summoned to be accused of treason and executed on the spot? Every step she took toward the dragon seemed too quick now.
"Take it easy. I have also been summoned,"
Eki sent her as he also came out of the castle. "It seems our bond is strengthening if you can feel my nerves from the castle," Nahia sent, surprised. Perhaps Eki was not as angry as he had been in Graphoros, and the bond was improving.
"Yes, it seems so."
Eki reached her, and they both faced Zaldi Beltzlihan and his rider Droken. "Swift Dragon Eki and Dragon Rider Nahia. You have managed to pass the advanced training and have taken part in the campaign of invasion with honors. Therefore, you now graduate from the Aerial Academy of Jadrakos as expert Dragon Lord and Rider. Serve the 5 Dragon Kings with loyalty and courage. The future is yours. The glory of victory awaits you in the sky."
"Thank you, sir. It is an honor,"
Eki replied, bowing his head. "As an expert rider, serve your Dragon Lord well to the death," Droken told Nahia. "I would have liked Aroa and her rider Logan to graduate today as well. It is a loss that saddens me. They had a brilliant future. They were very good. Once more, it has been proven how dangerous the Griffins are, our worst enemies," the great black dragon sent them. Nahia noticed that the flame had started inside her and had to make a tremendous effort so it would not burn strong. "Regarding your next destination, you are being sent to Dramea. You will report there to General Iama Arya Urden of the armies of Oskbelt's Hill, the Black Dragon King. Prepare yourselves to enjoy the endless deserts."
"Deserts?"
Eki asked, intrigued. If Eki was intrigued, Nahia was a lot more. "There seems to be trouble there. Serious trouble. Dead dragons and revolts." This was like honey to Nahia's lips. "It sounds serious, but why us? A swift dragon and his rider, I mean, sir." "Because they are killing dragons. When dragons are killed, a swift dragon is sent with a rider. It is a lot more complicated to kill them."
"I understand, sir. We will not fail."
Nahia said nothing and bowed her head. If dragons were being killed, and there was talk of revolts, surely her comrades of the Igneous Squad and their Norganian allies were involved. She had no doubt about that. This cheered her so much that she was about to shout in delight. "You will leave at dawn. Get ready."
"At your command, sir,"
Eki sent. Nahia saluted, bowing her head. They both withdrew.
"See you here at dawn,"
Eki said to Nahia.
"All right, I'll go and get my gear."
They separated, and Nahia headed to the fortress barracks. As she arrived, Lontrios appeared at a run.
"My lady, expert rider!"
The Turgnamus bowed repeatedly.
"Well, the news got here before me."
"These things are known, my lady. We have to touch up your armor to show the rank,"
he whispered as if it was a secret. "Ah, I see how you found out."
"In administration, they know a lot of things."
"I have no doubt about that. I wanted to speak to you."
"Yes, my lady."
"The confidential message I sent when we came from Graphoros, remember?"
"Yes, my lady. A secret message, via the clandestine network."
"Yes, that one. Was there an answer?"
"I have to go and ask my contact. Better at night, less risk."
"Fine, come to my room when you have the answer. I leave tomorrow for Dramea. I'll need my equipment ready."
"Of course, my lady."
"Go, we'll meet later."
The Turgnamus ran off with his odd walk. Nahia headed to the barracks. She lay down to rest and tried to calm her aching heart, which she could not do. After a long while of constantly thinking about Logan and with a lump in her throat, she headed to the dining hall. Her comrades would be there for supper, and she wanted to say goodbye. She went in the dining hall, and there they were at their usual table. "Congratulations to the new expert rider." Fadin raised his glass for her with a big smile on his face. "For Nahia, exceptional rider," Sarmas joined in raising his glass. "A real achievement, newbie," Tealsa told her, nodding with a big smile on her lioness face. "I must say, I did not think you would make it," Morgana admitted with her usual acid tone. "How funny coming from you," Nahia replied with a grimace that meant it didn't surprise her in the least, and she sat down at the table. "Don't pay attention to the brunette.
You know what she's like, Fodden told her.
I never do. You didn't let me finish the sentence. What I was going to say next was that I'm very glad you did, Morgana said.
They all turned to look at her, surprised.
You really mean it?
Nahia looked at her, raising both eyebrows.
Of course. Now there's lots of excitement around here with you, and the stir you're going to cause with your revolution is going to be very, very interesting, Morgana told her, lowering her voice when she mentioned revolution.
You bet it's going to cause a stir, Nahia said.
We're with you, Sarmas assured her.
I'm glad, because they're sending me to Dramea. I leave at dawn.
Wow, that's fast, Fodden said ruefully.
Have you been given a destination yet? Nahia asked.
No, not yet,
Teal'c shook her head.
Well, once you have it, together or separated, you know what you have to do,
Nahia told them, looking at them one by one.
Don't worry, we know,
Teal'c reassured her. Nahia enjoyed that last supper with her comrades of the Meteorite Squad. They chatted about casual things, and she managed to calm her heart a little. The truth was, they were a very good squad. She took her leave with hugs for all, Morgana included, who cursed her 3 times for hugging her. At midnight, there came a knock on her bedroom door. Nahia got up from her bed and opened it.
My lady,
Lontrios bowed exaggeratedly. Come in, Nahia told him and closed the door.
This is for my Lady Ryder, he told her, and gave her a container. It arrived yesterday. It's from the prisoner.
Nahia opened it and read the folded message it contained. Situation understood. Elaborating rescue plan. Presents extreme difficulty, but there is one chance. Need some time to design and prepare everything. Much precision is required, and collaboration. Is already in my mind and hands. Will inform you of progress. The prisoner.
Nahia sighed so loudly, relieved that she scared Lontrios. Everything well, my lady?
Everything is better than well, Lontrios. Thank you. You may go now.
My lady needs me to travel with her.
No, Lontrios, you stay here. Where I'm going is no place for squires.
As my lady wishes.
Lontrios bowed repeatedly and left. Nahia burned the message with the flame of the candle on her bedside table.
Hold on, Logan, my love. The rescue is being planned.
You've been listening to Deadly Rescue, Book 5 from the Path of Dragons series, written by Pedro Urvi, narrated by Amanda Lee Cobb. Copyright 2025 Pedro Urvi. Production copyright 2025 Pedro Urvi.